Chapter 8, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. Ireland and the European Balance. The Oil Reserves and Supply. The Anglo-Persian Agreement. The 1914 Estimates. The rise of naval expenditure. The Canadian ships. The conflict over the estimates. The Admiralty case. A New Year's declaration. Final stage of the estimates. The European calm and the Anglo-German détente. Renewed efforts for an Anglo-German naval agreement. British party strife and Irish feuds. Aggravation of the Irish struggle. Faction. The Curragh episode. Parliamentary fury. Appeals to reason. The Buckingham Palace Conference. Visits of the British squadrons to Kiel and Kronstadt. The crime of Sarajevo. The sunlit world. Origin of the test mobilization. The Great Review. During the whole of 1913, I was subjected to an ever-growing difficulty about the oil supply. We were now fully committed to oil as the sole motive power for a large proportion of the fleet, including all the newest and most vital units. There was great anxiety on the Board of Admiralty and in the War Staff about our oil fuel reserves. The Second Sea Lord, Sir John Jellicoe, vehemently pressed for very large increases in the scales contemplated. The Chief of the War Staff was concerned not only about the amount of the reserves, but about the alleged danger of using so explosive a fuel in ships of war. Lastly, Lord Fisher's Royal Commission, actuated by Admiralty disquietude, showed themselves inclined to press for a reserve equal to 4 years' expected war consumption. The war consumption itself had been estimated on the most liberal scale by the naval staff. The expense of creating the oil reserve was, however, enormous. Not only had the oil to be bought in a monopoly-ridden market, but large installations of oil tanks had to be erected and land purchased for the purpose. Although this oil fuel reserve, when created, was clearly, whether for peace or war, as much an asset of the state as the gold reserve in the Bank of England, we were not allowed to treat it as capital expenditure. All must be found out of the current estimates. At the same time, the Treasury and my colleagues in the Cabinet were becoming increasingly indignant at the naval expense, which it might be contended was largely due to my precipitancy in embarking on oil-burning battleships, and also in wantonly increasing the size of the guns and the speed and armor of these vessels. On the one hand, therefore, I was subjected to this ever-growing naval pressure, and the other to a solid wall of resistance to expense. In the midst of all lay the existence of our naval power. I had thus to fight all the year on two fronts. On one, to repulse the excessive and, as I thought, extravagant demands of the Royal Commission and of my naval advisers, and on the other to wrest the necessary supplies from the Treasury and the Cabinet. I had to be very careful that arguments intended for one front did not become known to my antagonists on the other. I wrote to Lord Fisher that to prescribe a 4 years' standard of reserves would be the death blow to the oil policy of which he was the champion. I was forced to enter into arguments of extreme technical detail with the Second Sea Lord and the War Staff, both as to the probable consumption per month of oil in the opening phases of a naval war, and secondly upon the number of months' supply that should be in the country in each individual month. I had extreme difficulties with the Board of Admiralty in regard to the reductions which I thought necessary in both scales, and I feared for some time that I should lose the services of the Second Sea Lord. This, however, was happily averted, and we finally agreed upon reduced scales, which were in the end accepted by all concerned. These conclusions stood the test of war. The reduced scales estimated a total consumption in the first 10 months of war of 1 million tons. The actual consumption was 800,000. At the end of the 10 months we held 1 million tons in reserve, or another 12 months' supply at the current rate of expenditure, apart from further purchases which proceeded ceaselessly on the greatest scale. During this year, 1913, also, I carried through the House of Commons the bill authorizing the Anglo-Persian Oil Convention. This encountered a confusing variety of oppositions. Economists deprecating naval expenditure, members from mining constituencies who were especially sensible of the danger of departing from the sound basis of British coal, oil magnates who objected to a national inroad upon their monopolies, conservatives who disapproved of state trading, partisan opponents who denounced the project as an unwarrantable gamble with public money and did not hesitate to impute actual corruption. There was always a danger of these divergent forces combining on some particular stage or point. However, we gradually threaded our way through these difficulties, and by the autumn the convention was the law of the land. We now, at any rate, had an oil supply of our own. All our financial commitments, fomented by rising prices and the ever-increasing complexity and refinement of naval appliances, came remorselessly to a head at the end of 1913, when the estimates for the new year had to be presented first to the Treasury and then to the Cabinet. Knowing that the conflict would be most severe, I warned all Admiralty departments to be well ahead with their financial work and to prepare justification for the unprecedented demands we were obliged to make. We set forth our case in a volume of some 80 pages in which we analyzed minutely each vote and marshaled our reasons. The main burden of this task fell upon the Financial Secretary, Dr. McNamara, whose long experience of Admiralty business was invaluable. We failed to reach any agreement with the Treasury in the preliminary discussions, and the whole issue was remitted to the Cabinet at the end of November. There followed nearly 5 months of extreme dispute and tension, during which naval estimates formed the main and often the sole topic of conversation at no less than 14 full and prolonged meetings of the Cabinet. At the outset, I found myself almost in a minority of one. I was not in a position to give way on any of the essentials, especially in regard to the battleship program, without departing from the calculated and declared standards of strength on which the whole of our policy towards Germany depended. The Cabinet had decided in 1912 to maintain equality in the Mediterranean with the Austrian fleet, 4 dreadnoughts of which were steadily building. Moreover, the issue was complicated by the promised 3 Canadian dreadnoughts. The Canadian government had stipulated that these should be additional to the 60% standard. We had formally declared that they were indispensable, and on this assurance Sir Robert Borden was committed to a fierce party fight in Canada. As it was now clear, owing to the action of the Canadian Senate, that these additional, indispensable ships would not be laid down in the ensuing year, I was forced to demand the earlier laying down of 3 at least of the battleships of the 1914 to 1915 program. This was a very hard matter for the Cabinet to sanction. By the middle of December, it seemed to me certain that I should have to resign. The very foundations of naval policy were challenged, and the controversy was maintained by ministerial critics specially acquainted with Admiralty business, versed in every detail of the problem, and entitled to be exactly informed on every point. The Prime Minister, however, while appearing to remain impartial, so handled matters that no actual breach occurred. On several occasions, when it seemed that disagreement was total and final, he prevented a decision adverse to the Admiralty by terminating the discussion. And in the middle of December, when this process could go on no longer, he adjourned the whole matter till the middle of January. I wrote to him on December 18. Your letter is very kind, and I appreciate fully all the difficulties of the situation. But there is no chance whatever of my being able to go on if the quota of capital ships for 1914 to 15 is reduced below 4. Even the Daily News does not expect that. I base myself on 1. My public declarations in Parliament, 2. The 60% standard, see Minute of the Sea Lords, 3. The Cabinet decision on the Mediterranean, and 4. My obligations towards Mr. Borden. You must, in this last aspect, consider broad effects. If, on a general revirement of naval policy, the Cabinet decide to reduce the quota, it would be indispensable that a new exponent should be chosen. I have no doubts at all about my duty. My loyalty to you, my conviction of your superior judgment and superior record on naval matters, prompt me to go all possible lengths to prevent disagreement in the Cabinet. But no reduction or postponement beyond the year of the 4 ships is possible to me. I gathered that the final decision was to stand over till we reassemble in January. But there is no hope of any alteration in my view on this cardinal point, or of the view of my naval advisers. To the First Sea Lord, I wrote on December 26th, I could not in any circumstances remain responsible if the declared program of 4 ships were cut down. But my responsibility is greater than anyone else's, and I hold my naval colleagues perfectly free to review the situation without regard to the action which I should take in the circumstances which may now be apprehended. Prince Louis, however, assured me that he and the other sea lords would not remain in their appointments in the situation described. My 2 political colleagues, Dr. McNamara and Mr. Lambert, the civil lord, were both stalwart radicals, but there was no doubt that they also would have declined responsibility. They had both been at the Admiralty for 6 or 7 years, and their devotion to the interests of the Navy and of the national defense was unquestionable. We thus all stood together. During the interval of the Christmas holidays, which I spent in the south of France, I restated the Admiralty case in the light of all the discussions which had taken place. The closing passages of this document may be reproduced. The general situation. No survey of British naval expenditure and no controversy arising out of it can be confined to our naval strength. It must also have regard to our military weakness compared to all the other European states that are building navies. Even the modest establishments which Parliament has regarded as necessary have not been and are not being maintained. In 1913, when the five great powers of Europe have added over 50 millions to their military expenditure, when every power in the world is increasing the numbers and efficiency of its soldiers, our regular army has dropped by 6,200 men. The Special Reserve is 20,000 short, and the Territorials are 65,000 short. Only the belief that the naval strength of the country is being effectively maintained prevents a widespread, and in important respects a well-justified, alarm. If at any time we lose the confidence which the country has given to our naval administration in the last 5 years, the public attention cannot fail to be turned into channels which, apart from raising awkward questions, will lead directly to largely increased expenditure. Our naval standards and the programs which give effect to them must also be examined in relation not only to Germany, but to the rest of the world. We must begin by recognizing how different the part played by our Navy is from that of the navies of every other country. Alone among the great modern states, we can neither defend the soil upon which we live, nor subsist upon its produce. Our whole regular army is liable to be ordered abroad for the defense of India. The food of our people, the raw material of their industries, the commerce which constitutes our wealth, has to be protected as it traverses thousands of miles of sea and ocean from every quarter of the globe. Our necessary insistence upon the right of capture of private property at sea exposes British merchant ships to the danger of attack not only by enemies' warships, but by converted armed merchantmen. The burden of responsibility laid upon the British Navy is heavy, and its weight increases year by year. All the world is building ships of the greatest power, training officers and men, creating arsenals, and laying broad and deep the foundations of future permanent naval development and expansion. In every country, powerful interests and huge industries are growing up, which will render any check or cessation in the growth of navies increasingly difficult as time passes. Besides the great powers, there are many small states who are buying or building great ships of war, and whose vessels may by purchase, by some diplomatic combination, or by duress, be brought into the line against us. None of these powers need, like us, navies to defend their actual safety or independence. They build them so as to play a part in the world's affairs. It is sport to them. It is death to us. These possibilities were described by Lord Crewe in the House of Lords last year. It is not suggested that the whole world will turn upon us, or that our preparations should contemplate such a monstrous contingency. By a sober and modest conduct, by a skillful diplomacy, we can in part disarm and in part divide the elements of potential danger. But two things must be remembered. First, that our diplomacy depends in a great part for its effectiveness upon our naval position, and that our naval strength is the one great balancing force which we can contribute to our own safety and to the peace of the world. Secondly, we are not a young people with a scanty inheritance. We have engrossed to ourselves, in times when other powerful nations were paralyzed by barbarism or internal war, an immense share of the wealth and traffic of the world. We have got all we want in territory, and our claim to be left in the unmolested enjoyment of vast and splendid possessions often seems less reasonable to others than to us. Further, we do not always play the humble role of passive unassertiveness. We have intervened regularly, as it was our duty to do, and as we could not help doing, in the affairs of Europe and of the world. We are now deeply involved in the European situation. We have responsibilities in many quarters. It is only 2 years ago that the Chancellor of the Exchequer went to the Mansion House and delivered a speech which, to save Europe from war, brought us to the very verge of it. I have myself heard the Foreign Secretary say to my predecessor that he had received so stiff a communication from the German ambassador that the fleet must be placed in a condition of readiness to be attacked at any moment. The impression which those events produced in my mind is ineffaceable. I saw that even a liberal government, whose first and most profound resolve must always be to preserve peace, might be compelled to face the gravest and most hateful possibilities. All governments in England will not be liberal governments. All foreign secretaries will not have the success of Sir Edward Grey. We have passed through a year of continuous anxiety and, although I believe the foundations of peace among the great powers have been strengthened, the causes which might lead to a general war have not been removed and often remind us of their presence. There has not been the slightest abatement of naval and military preparation. On the contrary, we are witnessing this year increases of expenditure by the continental powers beyond all previous experience. The world is arming as it has never armed before. Every suggestion of arrest or limitation has been brushed aside. From time to time, awkward things happen, and situations occur which make it necessary that the naval force at our immediate disposal, now in this quarter, now in that, should be rapidly counted up. On such occasions, the responsibilities which rest on the Admiralty come home with brutal reality to the minister at its head, and unless our naval strength is solidly, amply, and unswervingly maintained, with due and fair regard to the opinions of the professional advisers of the government, I could not feel that I was doing my duty if I did not warn the country of its danger. The memorandum and the interval for reflection produced a certain change in the situation, and on my return to England in the middle of January I was informed by several of my most important colleagues that they considered the Admiralty case on main essentials had been made good. The conflict, however, renewed itself with the utmost vigor. We continued to pump out documents and arguments from the Admiralty in a ceaseless stream, dealing with each new point as it was challenged. I telegraphed to Sir Robert Borden, acquainting him with the crisis that was developing about the 3 ships to be accelerated in lieu of the Canadian dreadnoughts, informing him of my intention to resign if unsuccessful, and invoking his aid by a full exposition of the Canadian point of view. This he most readily gave, setting forth in a masterly telegram the embarrassed position in which his government would stand in their naval effort if no additional measure were taken by us to cover their interim default. Meanwhile, echoes of the controversy had found their way into the newspapers. As early as January 3rd, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, in an interview with the Daily Chronicle, had deplored the folly of expenditure upon armaments, had pointedly referred to the resignation of Lord Randolph Churchill on the subject of economy, and had expressed the opinion that the state and prospects of the world were never more peaceful. The liberal and radical press were loud in their economy chorus, and a very strong movement against the Admiralty developed among our most influential supporters in the House of Commons. However, Parliament soon reassembled. The Irish question began to dominate attention. Eager partisans of the Home Rule cause were by no means anxious to see the government weakened by the resignation of the entire Board of Admiralty. We were already so hard-pressed in the party struggle that the defection even of a single minister might have produced a serious effect. No one expected me to pass away in sweet silence. The prospect of a formidable naval agitation added to the Irish tension was recognized as uninviting. In order to strengthen myself with my party, I mingled actively in the Irish controversy, and in this precarious situation, the whole of February and part of March passed without any ground given or taken on either side. At last, thanks to the unwearying patience of the Prime Minister and to his solid, silent support, the naval estimates were accepted practically as they stood. In all these months of bickering, we had only lost 3 small cruisers and 12 torpedo boats for harbor defense. Estimates were presented to Parliament for $52.5 million. We had not secured this victory without being compelled to give certain general assurances with regard to the future. I agreed, under proper reserves, to promise a substantial reduction on the estimates of the following year. When the time came, I was not pressed to redeem this undertaking. The spring and summer of 1914 were marked in Europe by an exceptional tranquility. Ever since Agadir, the policy of Germany towards Great Britain had not only been correct, but considerate. All through the tangle of the Balkan conferences, British and German diplomacy labored in harmony. The long distrust which had grown up in the Foreign Office, though not removed, was sensibly modified. Some, at least, of those who were accustomed to utter warnings began to feel the need of revising their judgment. The personalities who expressed the foreign policy of Germany seemed for the first time to be men to whom we could talk and with whom common action was possible. The peaceful solution of the Balkan difficulties afforded justification for the feeling of confidence. For months we had negotiated upon the most delicate questions on the brink of local rupture, and no rupture had come. There had been a score of opportunities had any power wished to make war. Germany seemed, with us, to be set on peace. Although abroad the increase of armaments was proceeding with constant acceleration, although the 50 million capital tax had been levied in Germany, and that alarm bell was ringing for those that had ears to hear, a distinct feeling of optimism passed over the mind of the British government and the House of Commons. There seemed also to be a prospect that the personal goodwill and mutual respect which had grown up between the principal people on both sides might play a useful part in the future, and some there were who looked forward to a wider combination in which Great Britain and Germany, without prejudice to their respective friendships or alliances, might together bring the 2 opposing European systems into harmony and give to all the anxious nations solid assurances of safety and fair play. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. Ireland and the European Balance. Naval rivalry had at the moment ceased to be a cause of friction. We were proceeding inflexibly for the 3rd year in succession with our series of programs according to scale and declaration. Germany had made no further increases since the beginning of 1912. It was certain that we could not be overtaken as far as capital ships were concerned. I thought that the moment was opportune to renew by another method the conversations about a naval agreement, if not a naval holiday, which had been interrupted in 1912. I therefore suggested to the Foreign Secretary that I should meet Admiral von Tirpitz, if a convenient opportunity presented itself, and I set out in the following minute some of the points which I thought might be discussed and which, though small, if agreed upon, would make for easement and stability. May 20th, 1914. Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey. In Madrid at Easter, Sir Ernest Cassell told me that he had received from Herr Ballon a statement to this effect: "How I wish that I could get Churchill here during the Kiel week. Tirpitz will never allow the Chancellor to settle any naval questions, but I know he would like to have a talk with his English colleague on naval matters, and I am sure that if the subject of limiting naval armaments were ever approached in a businesslike way, some agreement would be reached." On the same day I received a telegram from the Admiralty, saying that the Foreign Office particularly wished a British squadron to visit German ports simultaneously with other naval visits. Personally, I should like to meet Tirpitz, and I think a non-committal friendly conversation, if it arose naturally and freely, might do good and could not possibly do any harm. Indeed, after all I have said about a naval holiday, it would be difficult for me to repulse any genuine desire on his part for such a conversation. The points I wish to discuss are these. First, my own naval holiday proposals, and to show him, as I can easily do, the good faith and sound reasons on which they are based. I do not expect any agreement on these, but I would like to strip the subject of the misrepresentation and misunderstanding with which it has been surrounded, and put it on a clear basis in case circumstances should ever render it admissible. Second, I wish to take up with him the suggestion which he made in his last speech on naval estimates of a limitation in the size of capital ships. Even if numbers could not be touched, a limitation in the size would be a great saving, and is on every ground to be desired. This subject could only be satisfactorily explored by direct personal discussion in the first instance. Third, I wish to encourage him to send German ships to foreign stations by showing him how much we wish to do the same, and how readily we shall conform to any dispositions which have the effect of reducing the unwholesome concentration of fleets in home waters. Quite apart from the diplomatic aspect, it is bad for the discipline and organization of both navies, and the Germans fully recognize this. Fourth, I wish to discuss the abandonment of secrecy in regard to the numbers and general characteristics, apart from special inventions, of the ships built and building in British and German dockyards. This policy of secrecy was instituted by the British Admiralty a few years ago with the worst results for us, for we have been much less successful in keeping our secrets than the Germans. I should propose to him in principle that we gave the naval attachés equal and reciprocal facilities to visit the dockyards and see what was going on, just as they used to do in the past. If this could be agreed upon, it would go a long way to stopping the espionage on both sides, which is a continued cause of suspicion and ill feeling. I hope, in view of the very strong feeling there is about naval expenditure and the great difficulties I have to face, my wish to put these points to Admiral von Tirpitz, if a good opportunity arises, and if it is clear that he would not resent it, may not be dismissed. On the other hand, I do not wish to go to Germany for the purpose of initiating such a discussion. I would rather go for some other reason satisfactory in itself, and let the discussion of these serious questions come about only if it is clearly appropriate. For the present, I suggest that nothing should be done until the Emperor's invitation arrives, and secondly, until we hear what Turpit's real wish is. W.S.C. Sir Edward Grey was apprehensive that more harm than good might result from such a discussion, and I do not myself pronounce upon the point. But I am anxious to place the letter on record as a proof of my desire, while maintaining our naval position, to do all that could be done to mitigate asperity between the British and German empires. The strange calm of the European situation contrasted with the rising fury of party conflict at home. The quarrel between liberals and conservatives had taken on much of that tense bitterness and hatred belonging to Irish affairs. As it became certain that the Home Rule Bill would pass into law under the machinery of the Parliament Act, the Protestant counties of Ulster openly developed their preparations for armed resistance. In this they were supported and encouraged by the whole Conservative party. The Irish nationalist leaders, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Devlin, and others, watched the increasing gravity of the situation in Ulster with apprehension. But there were elements behind them whose fierceness and whose violence were indescribable, and every step or gesture of moderation on the part of the Irish parliamentary party excited passionate anger. Between these difficulties, Mr. Asquith's government sought to thread their way. From the earliest discussions on the Home Rule Bill in 1909, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and I had always advocated the exclusion of Ulster on a basis of county option or some similar process. We had been met by the baffling argument that such a concession might well be made as the final means of securing a settlement, but would be fruitless till then. The time had now arrived when the Home Rule issue had reached its supreme climax, and the Cabinet was generally agreed that we could not go farther without providing effectually for the exclusion of Ulster. In March, therefore, the Irish leaders were informed that the government had so resolved. They resisted vehemently. They had it in their power at any time to turn out the government, and they would have been powerfully reinforced from within the Liberal party itself. There is no doubt that the Irish leaders feared, and even expected, that any weakening of the bill would lead to its and their repudiation by the Irish people. Confronted, however, with the undoubted fact that the government would not shrink from being defeated and broken up on the point, they yielded. Amendments were framed which secured to any Ulster county the right to vote itself out of the Home Rule Bill until after 2 successive general elections had taken place in the United Kingdom. There could be no greater practical safeguard than this. It preserved the principle of Irish unity, but it made certain that unity could never be achieved except by the free consent of the Protestant North, after seeing a Dublin Parliament actually on trial for a period of at least 5 years. These proposals were no sooner announced to Parliament than they were rejected with contumely by the Conservative opposition. We, however, embodied them in the text of the bill and compelled the Irish party to vote for their inclusion. We now felt that we could go forward with a clear conscience and enforce the law against all who challenged it. My own personal view had always been that I would never coerce Ulster to make her come under a Dublin Parliament, but I would do all that was necessary to prevent her stopping the rest of Ireland having the Parliament they desired. I believe this was sound and right, and in support of it I was certainly prepared to maintain the authority of Crown and Parliament under the Constitution by whatever means were necessary. I spoke in this sense at Bradford on March 14th. It is greatly to be hoped that British political leaders will never again allow themselves to be goaded and spurred and driven by each other or by their followers into the excesses of partisanship which on both sides disgraced the year 1914, and which were themselves only the culmination of that long succession of biddings and counterbiddings for mastery to which a previous chapter has alluded. No one who has not been involved in such contentions can understand the intensity of the pressures to which public men are subjected, or the way in which every motive in their nature, good, bad, and indifferent, is marshaled in the direction of further effort to secure victory. The vehemence with which great masses of men yield themselves to partisanship and follow the struggle as if it were a prize fight, their ardent enthusiasm, their glistening eyes, their swift anger, their distrust and contempt if they think they are to be balked of their prey, the sense of wrongs mutually interchanged, the extortion and enforcement of pledges, the infectious loyalties, the praise that waits on violence, the chilling disdain, the honest disappointment, the cries of treachery with which every proposal of compromise is hailed, the desire to keep good faith with those who follow, the sense of right being on one side, the harsh, unreasonable actions of opponents, all these acting and reacting reciprocally upon one another tend towards the perilous climax. To fall behind is to be a laggard or a weakling, not sincere, not courageous. To get in front of the crowd, if only to command them and to deflect them, prompts often very violent action. And at a certain stage it is hardly possible to keep the contention within the limits of words or laws. Force, that final arbiter, that last soberer, may break upon the scene. The preparations of the Ulster men continued. They declared their intention of setting up a provisional government. They continued to develop and train their forces. They imported arms unlawfully and even by violence. It need scarcely be said that the same kind of symptoms began to manifest themselves among the nationalists. Volunteers were enrolled by thousands, and efforts were made to procure arms. As all this peril grew, the small military posts in the north of Ireland, particularly those containing stores of arms, became a source of preoccupation to the War Office. So also did the position of the troops in Belfast. The Orangemen would never have harmed the royal forces. It was more than probable that the troops would fraternize with them. But the government saw themselves confronted with a complete overturn of their authority throughout northeast Ulster. In these circumstances, military and naval precautions were indispensable. On 14th March, it was determined to protect the military stores at Carrickfergus and certain other places by small reinforcements, and as it was expected that the Great Northern Railway of Ireland would refuse to carry the troops, preparations were made to send them by sea. It was also decided to move a battle squadron and a flotilla from Arosa Bay, where they were cruising, to Lamlash, whence they could rapidly reach Belfast. It was thought that the popularity and influence of the Royal Navy might produce a peaceable solution, even if the army had failed. Beyond this, nothing was authorized, but the military commanders, seeing themselves confronted with what might well be the opening movements in a civil war, began to study plans of a much more serious character on what was the inherently improbable assumption that the British troops would be forcibly resisted and fired upon by the Orange Army. These military measures, limited though they were, and the possible consequences that might follow them, produced the greatest distress among the officers of the army, And when on 20th March, the Commander-in-Chief in Ireland and other generals made sensational appeals to gatherings of officers at the Curragh to discharge their constitutional duty in all circumstances, they encountered very general refusals. These shocking events caused an explosion of unparalleled fury in Parliament and shook the state to its foundations. The Conservatives accused the government of having plotted the massacre of the Loyalists of Ulster, in which design they had been frustrated only by the patriotism of the army. The Liberals replied that the opposition were seeking to subvert the Constitution by openly committing themselves to preparations for rebellion, and had seduced not the army, but its officers from their allegiance by propaganda. We cannot read the debates that continued at intervals through April, May, and June without wondering that our parliamentary institutions were strong enough to survive the passions by which they were convulsed. Was it astonishing that German agents reported and German statesmen believed that England was paralyzed by faction and drifting into civil war and need not be taken into account as a factor in the European situation? How could they discern or measure the deep, unspoken understandings which lay far beneath the froth and foam and fury of the storm? In all these scenes, I played a prominent and a vehement part, but I never doubted for a moment the strength of the foundation on which we rested. I felt sure in my own mind that, now that the sting was out of the Home Rule Bill, nothing in the nature of civil war would arise. On the contrary, I hoped for a settlement with the Conservative Party, not only upon the Home Rule Bill with Ulster excluded, but also on other topics which ever since 1909 had been common ground between some of those who were disputing so angrily. I felt, however, that the Irish crisis must move forward to its climax, and that a reasonable settlement could only be reached in the recoil. On the 28th April, I closed a partisan reply to a violent attack with the following direct appeal to Sir Edward Carson. I adhere to my Bradford speech, but I will venture to ask the House once more at this moment, in our differences and quarrels, to consider whither it is we may find ourselves going. Apart from the dangers which this controversy and this debate clearly show exist at home, look at the consequences abroad. Anxiety is caused in every friendly country by the belief that for the time being Great Britain cannot act. The high mission of this country is thought to be in abeyance, and the balance of Europe appears in many quarters for the time being to be deranged. Of course, foreign countries never really understand us in these islands. They do not know what we know, that at a touch of external difficulties or menace, all these fierce internal controversies would disappear for the time being, and we should be brought into line and into tune. But why is it that men are so constituted that they can only lay aside their own domestic quarrels under the impulse of what I will call a higher principle of hatred? Why cannot the right honorable and learned gentleman, Sir Edward Carson, say boldly, "Give me the amendments to this Home Rule Bill which I ask for, to safeguard the dignity and the interests of Protestant Ulster, and I in return will use all my influence and goodwill to make Ireland an integral unit in a federal system." These words gave the debate an entirely new turn. The Prime Minister said the next day, "The First Lord's proposal was made on his own account, but I am heartily in sympathy with it." Mr. Balfour declared that it had the promise and the potency of a settlement which would avoid this final and irreparable catastrophe of civil war. Later, Sir Edward Carson, after laying stress on the gravity of the crisis and the weakening it entailed on the position of Great Britain abroad, declared that he would not quarrel with the matter or the manner of my proposal, and that he was not very far from the First Lord. If Home Rule passed, his most earnest hope would be that it might be such a success that Ulster might come under it, and that mutual confidence and goodwill might arise in Ireland, rendering Ulster a stronger unit in the federal scheme. These potent indications were not comprehended on the continent. During the whole of May and June, the party warfare proceeded in its most strident form, but underneath the surface, negotiations for a settlement between the two great parties were steadily persisted in. These eventuated on the 20th of July in a summons by the King to the leaders of the Conservative, Liberal, and Irish parties to meet in conference at Buckingham Palace. When this conference was in its most critical stage, I wrote the following letter to Sir Edward Grey. The wording is curious in view of the fact that I had then no idea of what the next 48 hours was to produce. On this I am content to rest so far as the Irish question before the war is concerned. Mr. Churchill to Sir Edward Grey, July 22, 1914. Failing an Irish agreement, there ought to be a British decision. Carson and Redmond, whatever their wishes, may be unable to agree about Tyrone. They may think it worth a war, and from their point of view it may be worth a war. But that is hardly the position of the 40 millions who dwell in Great Britain, and their interests must, when all is said and done, be our chief and final care. In foreign affairs, you would proceed by two stages. First, you would labor to stop Austria and Russia going to war. Second, if that failed, you would try to prevent England, France, Germany, and Italy being drawn in. Exactly what you would do in Europe is right in this domestic danger, with the difference that in Europe the second step would only hope to limit and localize the conflict, whereas at home the second step, if practicable and adopted, would prevent the local conflict. The conference therefore should labor to reduce the difference to the smallest definite limits possible. At that point, if no agreement had been reached, the speakers should be asked to propose a partition, and we should offer the Unionist leaders to accept it if they will. I want peace by splitting the outstanding differences, if possible with Irish acquiescence, but if necessary over the heads of both Irish parties. At the end of June, the simultaneous British naval visits to Kronstadt and Kiel took place. For the first time for several years, some of the finest ships of the British and German navies lay at their moorings at Kiel, side by side, surrounded by liners, yachts, and pleasure craft of every kind. Undue curiosity in technical matters was banned by mutual agreement. There were races, there were banquets, there were speeches. There was sunshine, there was the emperor. Officers and men fraternized and entertained each other afloat and ashore. Together they strolled arm in arm through the hospitable town, or dined with all good will in mess and wardroom. Together they stood bareheaded at the funeral of a German officer killed in flying an English seaplane. In the midst of these festivities, on the 28th of June arrived the news of the murder of the Archduke Charles at Sarajevo. The emperor was out sailing when he received it. He came on shore in noticeable agitation, and that same evening, cancelling his other arrangements, quitted Kiel. Like many others, I often summon up in my memory the impression of those July days. The world on the verge of its catastrophe was very brilliant. Nations and empires crowned with princes and potentates rose majestically on every side, lapped in the accumulated treasures of the long peace. All were fitted and fastened, it seemed securely, into an immense cantilever. The two mighty European systems faced each other, glittering and clanking in their panoply, but with a tranquil gaze. A polite, discreet, pacific, and on the whole sincere diplomacy spread its web of connections over both. A sentence in a dispatch, an observation by an ambassador, a cryptic phrase in a parliament seemed sufficient to adjust from day to day the balance of the prodigious structure. Words counted, and even whispers. A nod could be made to tell. Were we after all to achieve world security and universal peace by a marvelous system of combinations in equipoise and of armaments in equation, of checks and counterchecks on violent action ever more complex and more delicate? Would Europe thus marshaled, thus grouped, thus related, unite into one universal and glorious organism, capable of receiving and enjoying in undreamed of abundance the bounty which nature and science stood in hand to give? The old world in its sunset was fair to see. But there was a strange temper in the air. Unsatisfied by material prosperity, the nations turned restlessly towards strife internal or external. National passions, unduly exalted in the decline of religion, burned beneath the surface of nearly every land with fierce if shrouded fires. Almost one might think the world wished to suffer. Certainly men were everywhere eager to dare. On all sides, the military preparations, precautions, and counter-precautions had reached their height. France had her 3 years' military service, Russia her growing strategic railways, the ancient empire of the Habsburgs, newly smitten by the bombs of Sarajevo, was a prey to intolerable racial stresses and profound processes of decay. Italy faced Turkey. Turkey confronted Greece. Greece, Serbia, and Romania stood against Bulgaria. Britain was rent by faction and seemed almost negligible. America was 3,000 miles away. Germany, her 50 million capital tax expended on munitions, her army increases completed, the Kiel Canal opened for dreadnought battleships that very month, looked fixedly upon the scene, and her gaze became suddenly a glare. In the autumn of 1913, when I was revolving the next year's Admiralty policy in the light of the coming estimates, I had sent the following minute to the First Sea Lord. October 22nd, 1913. First Sea Lord, Second Sea Lord, Secretary. We have now had maneuvers in the North Sea on the largest scale for 2 years running, and we have obtained a great deal of valuable data which requires to be studied. It does not therefore seem necessary to supplement the ordinary tactical exercises of the year 1914-15 by grand maneuvers. A saving of nearly £200,000 could apparently be effected in coal and oil consumption, and a certain measure of relief would be accorded to the estimates in an exceptionally heavy year. In these circumstances, I am drawn to the conclusion that it would be better to have no grand maneuvers in 1914 to 15, but to substitute instead a mobilization of the Third Fleet. The whole of the Royal Fleet Reserve and the whole of the reserve officers could be mobilized and trained together for a week or 10 days. The Third Fleet ships would be given the exact complements they would have in war, and the whole mobilization system would be subjected to a real test. The balanced fleet reservists could be carefully tested as to quality and trained either afloat or ashore. I should anticipate that this would not cost more than £100,000, in which case there would still be a saving on the fuel of the maneuvers. While the Third Fleet ships were mobilized, the First Fleet ships would rest, and thus plenty of officers would be available for the training of the reservists on shore, and possibly, if need be, for their peace training afloat. This last would, of course, reveal what shortage exists. A very large staff would be employed at all the mobilizing centers to report upon the whole workings of the mobilization. The schools and training establishments would be closed temporarily according to the mobilization orders, and the whole process of putting the Navy on a war footing, so far as the Third Fleet was concerned, would be carried out. I should not propose to complete the Second Fleet, as we know all about that. At another time in the year, I should desire to see mobilized the whole of the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, and put them afloat on First Fleet ships for a week as additional to complements. Please put forward definite proposals with estimates for carrying out the above policy, and at the same time let me have your opinion upon it. W.S.C. Prince Louis agreed. The necessary measures were taken, and the project was mentioned to Parliament on the 18th of March, 1914. In pursuance of these orders, and without connection of any kind with the European situation, the test mobilization began on the 15th of July. Although there was no legal authority to compel the reservists to come up, the response was general, upwards of 20,000 men presenting themselves at the naval depots. The whole of our mobilization arrangements were thus subjected for the first time in naval history to a practical test and thorough overhaul. Officers specially detached from the Admiralty watched the process of mobilization at every port in order that every defect, shortage, or hitch in the system might be reported and remedied. Prince Louis and I personally inspected the process at Chatham. All the reservists drew their kits and proceeded to their assigned ships. All the Third Fleet ships coaled and raised steam and sailed for the general concentration at Spithead. Here, on the 17th and 18th of July, was held the Grand Review of the Navy. It constituted incomparably the greatest assemblage of naval power ever witnessed in the history of the world. The King himself was present and inspected ships of every class. On the morning of the 19th, the whole fleet put to sea for exercises of various kinds. It took more than 6 hours for this armada, every ship decked with flags and crowded with blue jackets and marines, to pass, with bands playing and at 15 knots, before the royal yacht, while overhead the naval seaplanes and aeroplanes circled continuously. Yet it is probable that the uppermost thought in the minds both of the sovereign and those of his ministers there present was not the imposing spectacle of British majesty and might defiling before their eyes, not the oppressive and even sultry atmosphere of continental politics, but the haggard, squalid, tragic Irish quarrel which threatened to divide the British nation into two hostile camps. One after another, the ships melted out of sight beyond the Nab. They were going on a longer voyage than any of us could know. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. The Crisis, July 24th to July 30th. Prepare, prepare the iron helm of war. Bring forth the lots, cast in the spacious orb. The angel of fate turns them with mighty hands, and casts them out upon the darkened earth. Prepare, prepare. Blake. Cabinet of Friday, July 24. Fermanagh and Tyrone. The Austrian ultimatum to Serbia. 17 points to remember. The naval position. The mission of Herr Ballon. Sunday, July 26th. The fleet held together. The Admiralty communique. The Cabinet and the crisis. The policy of Sir Edward Grey, cardinal points. Belgium and France. Was there an alternative? Justice to France. Naval preparations of July 27 and 28. The precautionary period. The Turkish battleships. What the German Admiralty knew. German agents. The decisive step. Passage of the Straits of Dover by the fleet, July 30th. The fleet in its war station. The King's ships at sea. The Cabinet on Friday afternoon sat long revolving the Irish problem. The Buckingham Palace Conference had broken down. The disagreements and antagonisms seemed as fierce and as hopeless as ever, yet the margin in dispute, upon which such fateful issues hung, was inconceivably petty. The discussion turned principally upon the boundaries of Fermanagh and Tyrone. To this pass had the Irish factions in their insensate warfare been able to drive their respective British champions. Upon the disposition of these clusters of humble parishes turned at that moment the political future of Great Britain. The North would not agree to this, and the South would not agree to that. Both the leaders wished to settle. Both had dragged their followers forward to the utmost point they dared. Neither seemed able to give an inch. Meanwhile, the settlement of Ireland must carry with it an immediate and decisive abatement of party strife in Britain, and those schemes of unity and cooperation which had so intensely appealed to the leading men on both sides, ever since Mr. Lloyd George had mooted them in 1910, must necessarily have come forward into the light of day. Failure to settle, on the other hand, meant something very like civil war, and the plunge into depths of which no one could make any measure. And so, turning this way and that in search of an exit from the deadlock, the Cabinet toiled around the muddy byways of Fermanagh and Tyrone. One had hoped that the events of April at the Curragh and in Belfast would have shocked British public opinion and formed a unity sufficient to impose a settlement on the Irish factions. Apparently, they had been insufficient. Apparently, the conflict would be carried one stage further by both sides, with incalculable consequences before there would be a recoil. Since the days of the Blues and the Greens in the Byzantine Empire, partisanship had rarely been carried to more absurd extremes. An all-sufficient shock was, however, at hand. The discussion had reached its inconclusive end, and the cabinet was about to separate, when the quiet, grave tones of Sir Edward Grey's voice were heard reading a document which had just been brought to him from the Foreign Office. It was the Austrian note to Serbia. He had been reading or speaking for several minutes before I could disengage my mind from the tedious and bewildering debate which had just closed. We were all very tired, but gradually, as the phrases and sentences followed one another, impressions of a wholly different character began to form in my mind. This note was clearly an ultimatum, but it was an ultimatum such as had never been penned in modern times. As the reading proceeded, it seemed absolutely impossible that any state in the world could accept it, or that any acceptance, however abject, would satisfy the aggressor. The parishes of Fermanagh and Tyrone faded back into the mists and squalls of Ireland, and a strange light began immediately, but by perceptible gradations, to fall and grow upon the map of Europe. I always take the greatest interest in reading accounts of how the war came upon different people, where they were and what they were doing, when the first impression broke on their mind, and they first began to feel this overwhelming event laying its fingers on their lives. I never tire of the smallest detail, and I believe that so long as they are true and unstudied, they will have a definite value and an enduring interest for posterity. So I shall briefly record exactly what happened to me. I went back to the Admiralty at about 6 o'clock. I said to my friends who have helped me so many years in my work that there was real danger and that it might be war. I took stock of the position and wrote out to focus them in my mind a series of points which would have to be attended to if matters did not mend. My friends kept these as a check during the days that followed and ticked them off one by one as they were settled. 1. First and Second Fleets, leave and disposition. 2. Third Fleet, replenish coal and stores. 3. Mediterranean movements. 4. China dispositions. 5. Shadowing cruisers abroad. 6. Ammunition for self-defensive merchantmen. 7. Patrol flotillas. Disposition. Leave. Complete. 35 ex-coastals. 8. Immediate reserve. 9. Old battleships for Humber. Flotilla for Humber. 10. Ships at emergency dates. Ships building for foreign powers. 11. Coastal watch. 12. Anti-aircraft guns at oil depots. 13. Aircraft to Sheerness, airships and seaplanes. 14. K. Espionage. 15. Magazines and other vulnerable points. 16. Irish ships. 17. Submarine dispositions. I discussed the situation at length the next morning, Saturday, with the First Sea Lord. For the moment, however, there was nothing to do. At no time in all these last 3 years were we more completely ready. The test mobilization had been completed, and with the exception of the immediate reserve, all the reservists were already paid off and journeying to their homes. But the whole of the First and Second Fleets were complete in every way for battle and were concentrated at Portland, where they were to remain till Monday morning at 7 o'clock, when the First Fleet would disperse by squadrons for various exercises, and when the ships of the Second Fleet would proceed to their home ports to discharge their balanced crews. Up till Monday morning, therefore, a word instantaneously transmitted from the wireless masts of the Admiralty to the Iron Duke would suffice to keep our main force together. If the word were not spoken before that hour, they would begin to separate. During the first 24 hours after their separation, they could be reconcentrated in an equal period, but if no word were spoken for 48 hours, that is to say by Wednesday morning, then the ships of the Second Fleet would have begun dismissing their balanced crews to the shore at Portsmouth, Plymouth, and Chatham, and the various gunnery and torpedo schools would have recommenced their instruction. If another 48 hours had gone before the word was spoken, i.e. by Friday morning, a certain number of vessels would have gone into dock for refit, repairs, or laying up. Thus, on this Saturday morning, we had the fleet in hand for at least 4 days. The night before, Friday, at dinner, I had met Herr Ballon. He had just arrived from Germany. We sat next to each other, and I asked him what he thought about the situation. With the first few words he spoke, it became clear that he had not come here on any mission of pleasure. He said the situation was grave. I remember, he said, old Bismarck telling me the year before he died that one day the great European war would come out of some damned foolish thing in the Balkans. These words, he said, might come true. It all depended on the Tsar. What would he do if Austria chastised Serbia? A few years before there would have been no danger, as the Tsar was too frightened for his throne. But now again he was feeling himself more secure upon his throne, and the Russian people besides would feel very hardly anything done against Serbia. Then he said, if Russia marches against Austria, we must march, and if we march, France must march. And what would England do? I was not in a position to say more than that it would be a great mistake to assume that England would necessarily do nothing, and I added that she would judge events as they arose. He replied, speaking with very great earnestness, suppose we had to go to war with Russia and France, and suppose we defeated France, and yet took nothing from her in Europe, not an inch of her territory, only some colonies to indemnify us. Would that make a difference to England's attitude? Suppose we gave a guarantee beforehand. I stuck to my formula that England would judge events as they arose, and that it would be a mistake to assume that we should stand out of it whatever happened. I reported this conversation to Sir Edward Grey in due course, and early in the following week I repeated it to the Cabinet. On the Wednesday following, the exact proposal mooted to me by Herr Ballon about Germany not taking any territorial conquests in France, but seeking indemnities only in the colonies, was officially telegraphed to us from Berlin and immediately rejected. I have no doubt that Herr Ballon was directly charged by the Emperor with the mission to find out what England would do. Herr Ballon has left on record his impression of his visit to England at this juncture. Even a moderately skilled German diplomatist, he wrote, could easily have come to an understanding with England and France, who could have made peace certain and prevented Russia from beginning war. The editor of his memoirs adds, the people in London were certainly seriously concerned at the Austrian note, but the extent to which the cabinet desired the maintenance of peace may be seen, as an example, from the remark which Churchill, almost with tears in his eyes, made to Ballon as they parted. "My dear friend, don't let us go to war." I had planned to spend the Sunday with my family at Cromer, and I decided not to alter my plans. I arranged to have a special operator placed in the telegraph office so as to ensure a continuous night and day service. On Saturday afternoon, the news came in that Serbia had accepted the ultimatum. I went to bed with a feeling things might blow over. We had had, as this account has shown, so many scares before. Time after time, the clouds had loomed up vague, menacing, constantly changing. Time after time, they had dispersed. We were still a long way, as it seemed, from any danger of war. Serbia had accepted the ultimatum. Could Austria demand more? And if war came, could it not be confined to the east of Europe? Could not France and Germany, for instance, stand aside and leave Russia and Austria to settle their quarrel? And then, one step further removed, was our own case. Clearly, there would be a chance of a conference. There would be time for Sir Edward Grey to get to work with conciliatory processes, such as had proved so effective in the Balkan difficulties the year before. Anyhow, whatever happened, the British Navy had never been in a better condition or in greater strength. Probably the call would not come, but if it did, it could not come in a better hour. Reassured by these reflections, I slept peacefully, and no summons disturbed the silence of the night. At 9 o'clock the next morning, I called up the First Sea Lord by telephone. He told me that there was a rumor that Austria was not satisfied with the Serbian acceptance of the ultimatum, but otherwise there were no new developments. I asked him to call me up again at 12. I went down to the beach and played with the children. We dammed the little rivulets which trickled down to the sea as the tide went out. It was a very beautiful day. The North Sea shone and sparkled to a far horizon. What was there beyond that line where sea and sky melted into one another? All along the east coast, from Cromarty to Dover, in their various sally ports, lay our patrol flotillas of destroyers and submarines. In the channel behind the torpedo-proof moles of Portland Harbor waited all the great ships of the British Navy. Away to the northeast, across the sea that stretched before me, the German High Sea Fleet, squadron by squadron, was cruising off the Norwegian coast. At 12 o'clock, I spoke to the First Sea Lord again. He told me various items of news that had come in from different capitals, none, however, of decisive importance, but all tending to a rise of temperature. I asked him whether all the reservists had already been dismissed. He told me they had. I decided to return to London. I told him I would be with him at 9, and that meanwhile he should do whatever was necessary. Prince Louis awaited me at the Admiralty. The situation was evidently degenerating. Special editions of the Sunday papers showed intense excitement in nearly every European capital. The First Sea Lord told me that in accordance with our conversation he had told the fleet not to disperse. I took occasion to refer to this 4 months later in my letter accepting his resignation. I was very glad publicly to testify at that moment of great grief and pain for him that his loyal hand had sent the first order which began our vast naval mobilization. I then went round to Sir Edward Grey, who had rented my house at 33 Eccleston Square. No one was with him except Sir William Tyrrell of the Foreign Office. I told him that we were holding the fleet together. I learned from him that he viewed the situation very gravely. He said there was a great deal yet to be done before a really dangerous crisis was reached, but that he did not at all like the way in which this business had begun. I asked whether it would be helpful, or the reverse, if we stated in public that we were keeping the fleet together. Both he and Tyrrell were most insistent that we should proclaim it at the earliest possible moment. It might have the effect of sobering the Central Powers and steadying Europe. I went back to the Admiralty, sent for the First Sea Lord, and drafted the necessary communiqué. The next morning, the following notice appeared in all the papers. British naval measures, orders to First and Second Fleets, no maneuver leave. We received the following statement from the Secretary of the Admiralty at an early hour this morning. Orders have been given to the First Fleet, which is concentrated at Portland, not to disperse for maneuver leave for the present. All vessels of the Second Fleet are remaining at their home ports in proximity to their balanced crews. On Monday began the first of the cabinets on the European situation, which thereafter continued daily or twice a day. It is to be hoped that sooner or later a detailed account of the movement of opinion in the cabinet during this period will be compiled and given to the world. There is certainly no reason for anyone to be ashamed of honest and sincere counsel given either to preserve the peace or to enter upon a just and necessary war. Meanwhile, it is only possible, without breach of constitutional propriety, to deal in the most general terms with what took place. The cabinet was overwhelmingly pacific. At least 3/4 of its members were determined not to be drawn into a European quarrel unless Great Britain were herself attacked, which was not likely. Those who were in this mood were inclined to believe first of all that Austria and Serbia would not come to blows. Secondly, that if they did, Russia would not intervene. Thirdly, if Russia intervened, that Germany would not strike. Fourthly, they hoped that if Germany struck at Russia, it ought to be possible for France and Germany mutually to neutralize each other without fighting. They did not believe that if Germany attacked France, she would attack her through Belgium, or that if she did, the Belgians would forcibly resist. And it must be remembered that during the whole course of this week, Belgium not only never asked for assistance from the guaranteeing powers, but pointedly indicated that she wished to be left alone. So here were 6 or 7 positions, all of which could be wrangled over, and about none of which any final proof could be offered, except the proof of events. It was not until Monday, August 3rd, that the direct appeal from the King of the Belgians for French and British aid raised an issue which united the overwhelming majority of ministers and enabled Sir Edward Grey to make his speech on that afternoon to the House of Commons. My own part in these events was a very simple one. It was, first of all, to make sure that the diplomatic situation did not get ahead of the naval situation, and that the Grand Fleet should be in its war station before Germany could know whether or not we should be in the war, and therefore, if possible, before we had decided ourselves. Secondly, it was to point out that if Germany attacked France, she would do so through Belgium, that all her preparations had been made to this end, and that she neither could nor would adopt any different strategy, or go round any other way. To these 2 tasks I steadfastly adhered. Every day there were long cabinets from 11 onwards. Streams of telegrams poured in from every capital in Europe. Sir Edward Grey was plunged in his immense double struggle, A, to prevent war, and B, not to desert France should it come. I watched with admiration his activities at the Foreign Office and cool skill in council. Both these tasks acted and reacted on one another from hour to hour. He had to try to make the Germans realize that we were to be reckoned with, without making the French or Russians feel that they had us in their pockets. He had to carry the cabinet with him in all he did. During the many years we acted together in the cabinet, and the earlier years in which I read his Foreign Office telegrams, I thought I had learnt to understand his methods of discussion and controversy, and perhaps without offense I might describe them. After what must have been profound reflection and study, the Foreign Secretary was accustomed to select 1 or 2 points in any important controversy which he defended with all his resources and tenacity. They were his fortified villages. All around in the open field the battle ebbed and flowed, but if at nightfall these points were still in his possession, his battle was won. All other arguments had expended themselves, and these key positions alone survived. The points which he selected over and over again proved to be inexpugnable. They were particularly adapted to defense. They commended themselves to sensible and fair-minded men. The sentiments of the patriotic Whig, the English gentleman, the public schoolboy, all came into the line for their defense, and if they were held, the whole front was held, including much debatable ground. As soon as the crisis had begun, he had fastened upon the plan of a European conference, and to this end every conceivable endeavor was made by him. To get the great powers together around a table, in any capital that was agreeable with Britain there to struggle for peace, and if necessary to threaten war against those who broke it, was his plan. Had such a conference taken place, there could have been no war. Mere acceptance of the principle of a conference by the Central Powers would have instantly relieved the tension. A will to peace at Berlin and Vienna would have found no difficulties in escaping from the terrible net which was drawing in upon us all, hour by hour. But underneath the diplomatic communications and maneuvers, the baffling proposals and counter-proposals, the agitated interventions of Tsar and Kaiser, flowed a deep tide of calculated military purpose. As the ill-fated nations approached the verge, the sinister machines of war began to develop their own momentum and even to take control themselves. The Foreign Secretary's second cardinal point was the English Channel. Whatever happened, if war came, we could not allow the German fleet to come down the Channel to attack the French ports. Such a situation would be insupportable for Great Britain. Everyone who counted was agreed on that from a very early stage in our discussions. But in addition, we were, in a sense, morally committed to France to that extent. No bargain had been entered into. All arrangements that had been concerted were, as has been explained, specifically preluded with a declaration that neither party was committed to anything further than consultation together if danger threatened. But still the fact remained that the whole French fleet was in the Mediterranean. Only a few cruisers and flotillas remained to guard the northern and Atlantic coasts of France, and simultaneously with that redisposition of forces, though not contingent upon it or dependent upon it, we had concentrated all our battleships at home, and only cruisers and battle cruisers maintained British interests in the Mediterranean. The French had taken their decision on their own responsibility without prompting from us, and we had profited by their action to strengthen our margin in the line of battle at home. Whatever disclaimers we had made about not being committed, could we, when it came to the point, honorably stand by and see the naked French coasts ravaged and bombarded by German dreadnoughts under the eyes and within gunshot of our main fleet. It seemed to me, however, very early in the discussion that the Germans would concede this point to keep us out of the war, at any rate till the first battles on land had been fought without us. And sure enough they did. Believing as I did and do that we could not, for our own safety and independence, allow France to be crushed as the result of aggressive action by Germany, I always from the very earliest moment concentrated upon our obligations to Belgium, through which I was convinced the Germans must inevitably march to invade France. Belgium did not bulk very largely in my sentiments at this stage. I thought it very unlikely that she would resist. I thought, and Lord Kitchener, who lunched with me on Tuesday, 28th, agreed, that Belgium would make some formal protest and submit. A few shots might be fired outside Liège or Namur, and then this unfortunate state would bow its head before overwhelming might. Perhaps even there was a secret agreement allowing free passage to the Germans through Belgium. How otherwise would all these preparations of Germany, the great camps along the Belgian frontier, the miles and miles of sidings, the intricate network of railways, have been developed? Was it possible that German thoroughness could be astray on so important a factor as the attitude of Belgium? Those wonderful events which took place in Belgium on Sunday and Monday and in the week that followed could not be foreseen by us. I saw in Belgium a country with whom we had had many differences over the Congo and other subjects. I had not discerned in the Belgium of the late King Leopold the heroic nation of King Albert. But whatever happened to Belgium, there was France whose very life was at stake, whose armies, in my judgment, were definitely weaker than those by whom they would be assailed, whose ruin would leave us face to face alone with triumphant Germany. France, then schooled by adversity to peace and caution, thoroughly democratic, already stripped of 2 fair provinces, about to receive the final smashing blow from overwhelming brutal force. Only Britain could redress the balance, could defend the fair play of the world. Whatever else failed, we must be there, and we must be there in time. A week later, every British heart burned for little Belgium. From every cottage, laboring men, untrained to war but with the blood of an unconquered people in their veins, were hurrying to the recruiting stations with intent to rescue Belgium. But at this time it was not Belgium one thought of, but France. Still, Belgium and the treaties were indisputably an obligation of honor binding upon the British state such as British governments have always accepted, and it was on that ground that I personally, with others, took my stand. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. The Crisis, July 24th to July 30th. I will now examine the alternative question of whether more decided action by Sir Edward Grey at an early stage would have prevented the war. We must first ask, at what early stage? Suppose after Agadir, or on the announcement of the new German Navy law in 1912, the Foreign Secretary had, in cold blood, proposed a formal alliance with France and Russia, and in execution of military conventions consequential upon the alliance, had begun to raise by compulsion an army adequate to our responsibilities, and to the part we were playing in the world's affairs. And suppose we had taken this action as a united nation. Who shall say whether that would have prevented or precipitated the war? But what chance was there of such action being unitedly taken? The cabinet of the day would never have agreed to it. I doubt if 4 ministers would have agreed to it. But if the cabinet had been united upon it, the House of Commons would not have accepted their guidance. Therefore, the foreign minister would have had to resign. The policy which he had advocated would have stood condemned and perhaps violently repudiated, and with that repudiation would have come an absolute veto upon all those informal preparations and non-committal discussions on which the defensive power of the Triple Entente was erected. Therefore, by taking such a course in 1912, Sir Edward Grey would only have paralyzed Britain, isolated France, and increased the preponderant and growing power of Germany. Suppose again that now, after the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia, the Foreign Secretary had proposed to the Cabinet that if matters were so handled that Germany attacked France or violated Belgian territory, Great Britain would declare war upon her. Would the Cabinet have assented to such a communication? I cannot believe it. If Sir Edward Grey could have said on Monday that if Germany attacked France or Belgium, England would declare war upon her, might there not still have been time to ward off the catastrophe? The question is certainly arguable. But the knowledge which we now have of events in Berlin tends to show that even then the German government were too deeply committed by their previous action. They had before their eyes the deliberate British announcement that the fleet was being held together. That, at least, was a serious, if silent, warning. Under its impression, the German Emperor, as soon as he returned to Berlin, made on this same Monday and succeeding days strong efforts to bring Austria to reason, and so to prevent war. But he could never overtake events or withstand the contagion of ideas. However this may be, I am certain that if Sir Edward Grey had sent the kind of ultimatum suggested, the Cabinet would have broken up, and it is also my belief that up till Wednesday or Thursday at least, the House of Commons would have repudiated his action. Nothing less than the deeds of Germany would have converted the British nation to war. To act in advance of those deeds would have led to an exposure of division worse than the guarded attitude which we maintained, which brought our country into the war united. After Wednesday or Thursday, it was too late. By the time we could speak decisive words of warning, the hour of words had certainly passed forever. It is true to say that our entente with France and the military and naval conversations that had taken place since 1906 had led us into a position where we had the obligations of an alliance without its advantages. An open alliance, if it could have been peacefully brought about at an earlier date, would have exercised a deterring effect upon the German mind, or at the least would have altered their military calculations. Whereas now we were morally bound to come to the aid of France, and it was our interest to do so, and yet the fact that we should come in appeared so uncertain that it did not weigh as it should have done with the Germans. Moreover, as things were, if France had been in an aggressive mood, we should not have had the unquestioned right of an ally to influence her action in a pacific sense. And if, as the result of her aggressive mood, war had broken out and we had stood aside, we should have been accused of deserting her, and in any case would have been ourselves grievously endangered by her defeat. However, in the event there was no need to moderate the French attitude. Justice to France requires the explicit statement that the conduct of her government at this awful juncture was faultless, She assented instantly to every proposal that could make for peace. She abstained from every form of provocative action. She even compromised her own safety, holding back her covering troops at a considerable distance behind her frontier and delaying her mobilization in the face of continually gathering German forces till the latest moment. Not until she was confronted with the direct demand of Germany to break her treaty and abandon Russia did France take up the challenge, and even had she acceded to the German demand, she would only, as we now know, have been faced with a further ultimatum to surrender to German military occupation as a guarantee for her neutrality the fortresses of Toul and Verdun. There never was any chance of France being allowed to escape the ordeal. Even cowardice and dishonor would not have saved her. The Germans had resolved that if war came from any cause, they would take and break France forthwith as its first operation. The German military chiefs burned to give the signal, and were sure of the result. She would have begged for mercy in vain. She did not beg. The more I reflect upon this situation, the more convinced I am that we took the only practical course that was open to us or to any British cabinet, and that the objections which may be urged against it were less than those which would have attended any other sequence of action. After hearing the discussions at Monday's cabinet and studying the telegrams, I sent that night to all our commanders-in-chief the following very secret warning. July 27, 1914. This is not the warning telegram, but European political situation makes war between Triple Entente and Triple Alliance powers by no means impossible. Be prepared to shadow possible hostile men of war and consider dispositions of HM ships under your command from this point of view. Measure is purely precautionary. No unnecessary person is to be informed. The utmost secrecy is to be observed. On Tuesday morning, I sent the following minute to the First Sea Lord, to which he replied marginally the same day. July 28, 1914. Side note: will go north with fleet. 1. It would appear that the minesweepers should be quietly collected at some suitable point for attendance on the battle fleet, should it move. Side note: done. 2. Let me have a short statement on the coal position and what measures you propose. Side note: yes. 3. I presume Firedrake and Lurcher will now join their proper flotilla. Side note: have been ordered away. 4. All the vessels engaged on the coast of Ireland should be considered as available on mobilization, and on receipt of the warning telegram should move to their war stations without the slightest delay. Side note: will be done as soon as FO concur. 5. It would certainly be desirable that Triumph should be quietly mobilized, and that she should be ready to close the China flagship with available destroyers. The position of the German heavy cruisers in China waters makes it clear that this can be done. Please examine and report what disadvantages this mobilization would entail. We can then discuss whether it is worthwhile taking them in the present circumstances. Side note: should concentrate at Hong Kong at once. The China squadron must be capable of concentrating as soon as the warning telegram is sent and before a main action is necessary. Without the Triumph, the margin of superiority is small, and any reinforcement from other stations would be slow. Side note: decided no at conference. 6. You should consider whether the position of the Goeben at Pola does not justify the detachment of the New Zealand to join the Mediterranean flag. Side note: settled personally with O of IGS. 7. Yesterday, after consultation with the Prime Minister, I arranged personally with the Chief of the Imperial General Staff for the better guarding of magazines and oil tanks against evilly disposed persons and attacks by aircraft. These measures have now been taken. See attached letter from the Chief of the Imperial General Staff and my reply. You should direct the Director of Operations Division to obtain full detailed information from the War Office of what has been done, and in the event of any place being overlooked, to make the necessary representations. Side note: done. 8. Director of the Air Division should be asked to report the exact positions of the aircraft which were concentrated yesterday in the neighborhood of the Thames estuary, and further to state what is being done to reach a complete understanding between the side note LB aircraft and the military authorities in charge of the aerial gun defenses at various points. This is of the utmost importance if accidents are to be avoided. WSC. The official warning telegram was dispatched from the Admiralty on Wednesday, the 29th. On this same day, I obtained from the Cabinet the authority to put into force the precautionary period regulations. The work of Otley and of Hankey, and generally of the Committee of Imperial Defense, was now put to the proof. It was found in every respect thorough and comprehensive, and all over the country emergency measures began to astonish the public. Naval harbors were cleared, bridges were guarded, steamers were boarded and examined, watchers lined the coasts. First Sea Lord, Fourth Sea Lord, Director of Air Department, July 29, 1914. In the present stage of aeronautics, the primary duty of British aircraft is to fight enemy aircraft and thus afford protection against aerial attack. This should be made clear to air officers, Commander-in-Chief, NOR, and Admiral of Patrols, in order that machines may not be needlessly used up in ordinary scouting duties. After the primary requirement is well provided for, whatever aid is possible for coastal watch and extended defense scouting should be organized. But the naval aircraft are to regard the defense against attack from the air as their first and main responsibility. They must be carefully husbanded. WSC. July 28, 1914. Director, Intelligence Division. Please mark off on my table of battleship strength all British and German dreadnought battleships available for war, A, in the next month, and B, at the end of 3 months. You should include the 2 Turkish ships in your calculation. Let me also have a similar table about battle cruisers. WSC. Our war arrangements comprised an elaborate scheme for dealing with vessels under construction. In 1912, measures had been taken to keep it perpetually up to date. The principle was that for the first 3 months of a war, all efforts should be concentrated on finishing ships that could be ready in the first 6 months, other vessels whose dates of completion were more remote being somewhat retarded. This ensured the greatest possible superiority in the early months, and would give us time to see what kind of a war it was and how it went, before dealing with more distant contingencies. The plan, of course, covered all ships building in Great Britain for foreign powers. Of these there were 2 battleships building for Turkey, 3 flotilla leaders for Chile, 4 destroyers for Greece, and 3 monitors for Brazil. There were also other important ships, including a Chilean and a Brazilian battleship and a Dutch cruiser, which would not be ready till much later. The Turkish battleships were vital to us. With a margin of only 7 dreadnoughts, we could not afford to do without these 2 fine ships. Still less could we afford to see them fall into bad hands and possibly be used against us. Had we delivered them to Turkey, they would, as the event turned out, have formed with the Goeben a hostile force which would have required a force of not less than 5 British dreadnought battleships or battle cruisers to watch them. Thus, the British numbers would have been reduced by 3 instead of being increased by 2. One of the Turkish battleships, the Reshadia, which Armstrongs were building on the Tyne when the crisis began, was actually complete. The Turkish crew, over 500 strong, had already arrived to take her over and were lying in their steamer in the river. There seemed to be a great danger of their coming on board, brushing aside Messrs. Armstrongs, workmen, and hoisting the Turkish flag, in which case a very difficult diplomatic situation would have been created. I determined to run no risks, and on the 31st July I sent written instructions that adequate military guards were to be placed on board this vessel, and that in no circumstances was she to be boarded by the Turks. It has sometimes been made a ground for reproach against me that the requisition of these ships was one of the causes which brought Turkey into the war 3 months later. We now know that negotiations were taking place from the 24th of July onwards between the Germans and the leaders of the Committee of Union and Progress for an alliance between Germany and Turkey, and that such alliance was actually signed on August 2nd. It is interesting to read in the German official history what they knew about our preparations at this time. At 6:20 p.m. on July 28, the following telegram was received in Berlin from the German naval attaché. Admiralty are not publishing ships' movements. Second Fleet remains fully manned. Schools closed in naval bases. Preliminary measures taken for recall from leave. According to unconfirmed news, First Fleet still at Portland. 1 submarine flotilla left Portsmouth. It is to be assumed that Admiralty is preparing for mobilization on the quiet. He telegraphed later on the same day as follows. As already reported by telegram, the British fleet is preparing for all eventualities. In broad outline, the present distribution is as follows. First Fleet is assembled at Portland. The battleship Bellerophon, which was proceeding to Gibraltar for refit, has been recalled. The ships of the Second Fleet are at their bases. They are fully manned. The schools on shore have not reopened. Ships of the Second and Third Fleets have coaled, completed with ammunition and supplies, and are at their bases. In consequence of the training of reservists, just completed, latter can be manned more quickly than usual and with more or less practiced personnel, the Times says, within 48 hours. The destroyer and patrol flotillas and the submarines are either at or en route for their stations. No leave is being granted. Officers and men already on leave have been recalled. In the naval bases and dockyards, great activity reigns. In addition, special measures of precaution have been adopted, all dockyards, magazines, oil tanks, etc., being put under guard. Repairs of ships in dockyard hands are being speeded up. A great deal of night work is being done. The press reports that the Mediterranean squadron had left Alexandria. It is said that it will remain at Malta. All ships and squadrons have orders to remain ready for sea. Outwardly complete calm is preserved in order not to cause anxiety by alarming reports about the fleet. Movements of ships, which are generally published daily by the Admiralty, have been withheld since yesterday. The above preparations have been made on the Admiralty's independent initiative. The result is the same, whoever gave the orders. The German naval attaché thus showed himself extremely well informed. As I have already mentioned in an earlier chapter, the general warrant to open the letters of certain persons which I had signed 3 years before as Home Secretary had brought to light a regular network of minor agents, mostly British, in German pay in all our naval ports. Had we arrested them, others of whom we might not have known would have taken their place. We therefore thought it better, having detected them, to leave them at large. In this way one saw regularly from their communications, which we carefully forwarded, what they were saying to their paymasters in Berlin during these years, and we knew exactly how to put our hands upon them at the proper moment. Up to this point, we had no objection to the German government knowing that exceptional precautions were being taken throughout the Navy. Indeed, apart from details, it was desirable that they should know how seriously we viewed the situation. But the moment had now come to draw down the curtain. We no longer forwarded the letters, and a few days later, on a word from me to the Home Secretary, all these petty traders, who for a few pounds a month were seeking to sell their country, were laid by the heels. Nor was it easy for the Germans to organize on the spur of the moment others in their places. The most important step remains to be recounted. As early as Tuesday, July 28, I felt that the fleet should go to its war station. It must go there at once and secretly. It must be steaming to the north, while every German authority, naval or military, had the greatest possible interest in avoiding a collision with us. If it went thus early, it need not go by the Irish Channel and north about. It could go through the Straits of Dover and through the North Sea, and therefore the island would not be uncovered even for a single day. Moreover, it would arrive sooner and with less expenditure of fuel. At about 10 o'clock, therefore, on the Tuesday morning, I proposed this step to the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff, and found them wholeheartedly in favor of it. We decided that the fleet should leave Portland at such an hour on the morning of the 29th as to pass the Straits of Dover during the hours of darkness, that it should traverse these waters at high speed and without lights, and with the utmost precaution proceed to Scapa Flow. I feared to bring this matter before the Cabinet, lest it should mistakenly be considered a provocative action likely to damage the chances of peace. It would be unusual to bring movements of the British fleet in home waters from one British port to another before the Cabinet. I only therefore informed the Prime Minister, who at once gave his approval. Orders were accordingly sent to Sir George Callahan, who was told incidentally to send the fleet up under his second-in-command and to travel himself by land through London in order that we might have an opportunity of consultation with him. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, Home Fleets, July 28, 1914, sent 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Wednesday, the First Fleet is to leave Portland for Scapa Flow. Destination is to be kept secret except to flag and commanding officers. As you are required at the Admiralty, Vice Admiral, 2nd Battle Squadron, is to take command. Course from Portland is to be shaped to southward, then a middle channel course to the Straits of Dover. The squadrons are to pass through the straits without lights during the night and to pass outside the shoals on their way north. Agamemnon is to remain at Portland, where the Second Fleet will assemble. We may now picture this great fleet, with its flotillas and cruisers, steaming slowly out of Portland Harbor, squadron by squadron, scores of gigantic castles of steel wending their way across the misty, shining sea, like giants bowed in anxious thought. We may picture them again as darkness fell, 18 miles of warships running at high speed and in absolute blackness through the narrow straits, bearing with them into the broad waters of the north the safeguard of considerable affairs. Although there seemed to be no conceivable motive, chance, or mischance which could lead a rational German admiralty to lay a trap of submarines or mines, or have given them the knowledge and the time to do so, we looked at each other with much satisfaction when on Thursday morning, the 30th, at our daily staff meeting, the flagship reported herself and the whole fleet well out in the center of the North Sea. The German ambassador lost no time in complaining of the movement of the fleet to the Foreign Office. According to the German official naval history, he reported to his government on the evening of the 30th that Sir Edward Grey had answered him in the following words: "The movements of the fleet are free of all offensive character, and the fleet will not approach German waters." But, adds the German historian, the strategic concentration of the fleet had actually been accomplished with its transfer to Scottish ports. This was true. We were now in a position, whatever happened, to control events, and it was not easy to see how this advantage could be taken from us. A surprise torpedo attack before or simultaneous with the declaration of war was at any rate one nightmare gone forever. We could at least see for 10 days ahead. If war should come, no one would know where to look for the British fleet. Somewhere in that enormous waste of waters to the north of our islands, cruising now this way, now that, shrouded in storms and mists, dwelt this mighty organization. Yet from the Admiralty building we could speak to them at any moment if need arose. The King's ships were at sea. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 10 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. The Mobilization of the Navy, July 31st to August 4th. The meteor flag of England shall yet terrific burn, till danger's troubled night depart, and the star of peace return. Campbell. Cabinet tension. The opposition leaders. The naval reserves. British decision to close the channel to German warships. Germany declares war upon Russia. General mobilization of the Navy. Sir John Jellicoe appointed Commander-in-Chief. German invasion of Luxembourg and Belgium. Monday, August 3rd, in the House of Commons. British ultimatum to Germany. Nation and empire. Situation in the Mediterranean. Menace of the Goeben. Admiralty instructions to Sir Berkeley Milne, August 4th. The Goeben found. Cabinet veto on hostilities. Italian Declaration of Neutrality. First escape of the Goeben. Awaiting the signal. Commence hostilities against Germany. There was complete agreement in the Cabinet upon every telegram sent by Sir Edward Grey and in his handling of the crisis. But there was also an invincible refusal on the part of the majority to contemplate British intervention by force of arms should the Foreign Secretary's efforts fail and a European war begin. Thus, as the terrific week wore on and the explosion became inevitable, it seemed probable that a rupture of the political organism by which the country had so long been governed was also rapidly approaching. I lived this week entirely in the official circle, seeing scarcely anyone but my colleagues of the Cabinet or of the Admiralty, and moving only to and fro across the Horse Guards between Admiralty House and Downing Street. Each day as the telegrams arrived showing the darkening scene of Europe, and the cabinets ended in growing tension, I pulled over the various levers which successively brought our naval organization into full preparedness. It was always necessary to remember that if peace was preserved, every one of these measures, alarmist in their character and involving much expense, would have to be justified to a liberal House of Commons. That assembly, once delivered from the peril, would certainly proceed upon the assumption that British participation in a continental struggle would have been criminal madness. Yet it was not practicable often to divert the main discussions of the Cabinet into purely technical channels. It was therefore necessary for me to take a peculiar and invidious personal responsibility for many things that had to be done when their turn came. I had also to contemplate a break-up of the government instrument. Judged by reports and letters from members, the attitude of the House of Commons appeared most uncertain. On Thursday evening, I entered into communication with the Unionist leaders through Mr. F. E. Smith. I informed him of the increasing gravity of the European situation and of the military preparations which were everywhere in progress in Europe. I stated that no decision had been reached by the Cabinet, and that I had received letters from one or two Unionists of influence protesting vehemently against our being drawn into a continental war. I asked him to let me know where he and his friends stood on the supreme issue. He replied at once that he himself was unreservedly for standing by France and Belgium. After consulting with Mr. Bonar Law, Sir Edward Carson, and others who were gathered at Sir Edward Goulding's house at Wargrave, he sent me the following written assurance, which I showed to Mr. Asquith the next morning, Saturday. Mr. F. E. Smith to Mr. Churchill. July 31st, 1914. I have spoken to my friends of whom you know, and I have no doubt that on the facts as we understand them, and more particularly on the assumption, which we understand to be certain, that Germany contemplates a violation of Belgian neutrality, the government can rely upon the support of the Unionist party in whatever manner that support can be most effectively given. Saturday, August 1st, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord. It seems certain that the order to mobilize will be issued after Cabinet this morning. Have everything in readiness. Examination service should be put into force simultaneously. WSC. At the Cabinet, I demanded the immediate calling out of the fleet reserves and the completion of our naval preparations. I based this claim on the fact that the German Navy was mobilizing and that we must do the same. The Cabinet, who were by no means ill-informed on matters of naval organization, took the view after a sharp discussion that this step was not necessary to our safety, as mobilization only affected the oldest ships in the fleet, and that our main naval power was already in full preparedness for war and the fleet in its war station. I replied that though this was true, we needed the Third Fleet ships, particularly the older cruisers, to fulfill the roles assigned to them in our war plan. However, I did not succeed in procuring their assent. On Saturday evening, I dined alone at the Admiralty. The foreign telegrams came in at short intervals in red boxes which already bore the special label, Subcommittee, denoting the precautionary period. The flow was quite continuous, and the impression produced on my mind after reading for nearly an hour was that there was still a chance of peace. Austria had accepted the conference, and intimate personal appeals were passing between the Tsar and the Kaiser. It seemed to me, from the order in which I read the series of telegrams, that at the very last moment Sir Edward Grey might succeed in saving the situation. So far no shot had been fired between the great powers. I wondered whether armies and fleets could remain mobilized for a space without fighting and then demobilize. I had hardly achieved this thought when another Foreign Office box came in. I opened it and read, "Germany has declared war on Russia." There was no more to be said. I walked across the Horse Guards Parade and entered 10 Downing Street by the garden gate. I found the Prime Minister upstairs in his drawing-room. With him were Sir Edward Grey, Lord Haldane, and Lord Crewe. There may have been other ministers. I said that I intended instantly to mobilize the fleet, notwithstanding the Cabinet decision, and that I would take full personal responsibility to the Cabinet the next morning. The Prime Minister, who felt himself bound to the Cabinet, said not a single word, but it was clear from his look that he was quite content. As I walked down the steps of Downing Street with Sir Edward Grey, he said to me, "You should know I have just done a very important thing. I have told Cambon that we shall not allow the German fleet to come into the Channel." I went back to the Admiralty and gave forthwith the order to mobilize. We had no legal authority for calling up the naval reserves, as no proclamation had been submitted to His Majesty in view of the Cabinet decision, but we were quite sure that the fleet men would unquestioningly obey the summons. This action was ratified by the Cabinet on Sunday morning, and the royal proclamation was issued some hours later. Another decision, and a painful one, was required. Sir George Callahan's command of the home fleets had been extended by a year, and was now due to end on the 1st of October. It had been announced that he would then be succeeded by Sir John Jellicoe. Further, our arrangements prescribed that Sir John Jellicoe should act as second in command in the event of war. The First Sea Lord and I had a conference with Sir George Callahan on his way through London to the north on the 30th. As the result of this conference, we decided that if war came, it would be necessary to appoint Sir John Jellicoe immediately to the chief command. We were doubtful as to Sir George Callahan's health and physical strength being equal to the immense strain that would be cast upon him, and in the crash of Europe it was no time to consider individuals. Sir John Jellicoe left London for the fleet with sealed instructions, directing him on the seals being broken to take over the command. On the night of August 2nd, when we considered war certain, we telegraphed to both admirals, apprising them of the Admiralty decision. It was naturally a cruel blow to Sir George Callahan to have to lay down his charge at such a moment, and his protests were re-echoed by practically all the principal admirals who had served under him and by Sir John Jellicoe himself. It was also a grave matter to make a change in the command of the fleets at this juncture. However, we did what we thought right, and that without an hour's delay. Sir John Jellicoe assumed command on the evening of August 3rd, and received almost immediately an order from the Admiralty to proceed to sea at daylight on the 4th. The Cabinet sat almost continuously throughout the Sunday, and up till luncheon time it looked as if the majority would resign. The grief and horror of so many able colleagues were painful to witness. But what could anyone do? In the luncheon interval, I saw Mr. Balfour, a veritable rock in times like these, and learned that the Unionist leaders had tendered formally in writing to the Prime Minister their unqualified assurances of support. I returned to the Admiralty. We telegraphed to our commanders-in-chief. Today, August 2nd, at 2:20, the following note was handed to the French and German ambassadors. Begins. The British government would not allow the passage of German ships through the English Channel or the North Sea in order to attack the coasts or shipping of France. Ends. Be prepared to meet surprise attacks. The French naval attaché, the Comte de Saint-Seine, had been summoned. The following is the precis of our conversation. August 2nd, 1914. The First Lord, in the presence of the First Sea Lord and Chief of the War Staff, informed the French naval attaché of the Cabinet's decision and the note on naval matters handed to Mr. Cambon at 2:20 p.m., August 2nd. In order to prepare for the possibility of an alliance being concluded between the governments, but without prejudging the question, the following preliminary steps are to be taken. The package containing the secret signal books to be distributed and opened, but not used. Mutual regulations for the entry of Allied ships into each other's ports to be issued now. The officers in command of the Mediterranean and China stations will be given permission to enter into communication with the French senior officers in command on their stations. Certain staff questions were discussed, but the First Lord clearly pointed out that these involved no question of policy, which would have to be decided by Parliament. The general direction of the naval war to rest with the British Admiralty. The direction of the Allied fleets in the Mediterranean to rest with the French, the British Admiral being junior. In the event of the neutrality of Italy being assured, France would undertake to deal with Austria, assisted only by such British ships as would be required to cover German ships in that sea, and secure a satisfactory composition of the Allied fleet. The arrangement come to locally on the China station would be carried out under the general direction of the British Admiral. British naval bases would be at the disposal of the French. Should any portion of the German main fleet make its way south towards the Mediterranean, it would be followed by a superior British force. The attaché was asked to communicate the above at once to his government by telegraph and obtain full knowledge and authority for a further discussion on details tonight. Meanwhile, events were influencing opinion hour by hour. When the Cabinet met on Sunday morning, We were in presence of the violation of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg by the German troops. In the evening, the German ultimatum to Belgium was delivered. The next day arrived the appeal of the King of the Belgians that the guaranteeing powers should uphold the sanctity of the treaty regarding the neutrality of Belgium. This last was decisive. By Monday, the majority of Mr. Asquith's colleagues regarded war as inevitable. Discussion was resumed on Monday morning in a different atmosphere, though it seemed certain that there would be numerous resignations. Before the cabinet separated on Monday morning, Sir Edward Grey had procured a predominant assent to the principal points and general tone of his statement to Parliament that afternoon. Formal sanction had been given to the already completed mobilization of the fleet and to the immediate mobilization of the army. No decision had been taken to send an ultimatum to Germany or to declare war upon Germany, still less to send an army to France. These supreme decisions were never taken at any cabinet. They were compelled by the force of events and rest on the authority of the Prime Minister. We repaired to the House of Commons to hear the statement of the Foreign Secretary. I did not know which of our colleagues had resigned or what the composition of a war government would be. The aspect of the assembly was odd but resolute. No one could mistake its intention. Sir Edward Grey made his statement with the utmost moderation. In order that there should be no ground for future reproaches, he informed the House that the Germans were willing to comply with the British demand that no German warships should be sent into the English Channel. The somber march of his argument carried this weighty admission forward in its stride. When he sat down, he was possessed in an overwhelming measure of the support of the Assembly. Neither he nor I could remain long in the House. Outside, I asked him, "What happens now?" "Now," he said, "we shall send them an ultimatum to stop the invasion of Belgium within 24 hours." Some of the ministers still clung to the hope that Germany would comply with the British ultimatum and would arrest the onrush of her armies upon Belgium. As well recall the avalanche, as easily suspend in mid-career the great ship that has been launched and is sliding down the ways. Germany was already at war with Russia and France. It was certain that in 24 hours she would be at war with the British Empire also. All through the tense discussions of the cabinet, one had in mind another greater debate which must begin when these were concluded. Parliament, the nation, the dominions would have to be convinced. That the cause was good, that the argument was overwhelming, that the response would be worthy, I did not for a moment doubt. But it seemed that an enormous political task awaited us, and I saw in the mind's eye not only the crowded House of Commons, but formidable assembly of the people throughout the land requiring full and swift justification of the flaming action taken in their name. But such cares were soon dispersed. When the council doors had opened and ministers had come into the outer air, the British nation was surging forward in its ancient valor, and the empire had sprung to arms. Men met each other with erected look. The steps were higher that they took. Friends to congratulate their friends made haste, and long inveterate foes saluted as they passed. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, a drama of intense interest and, as it ultimately proved, of fateful consequence, was being enacted. The event which would dominate all others if war broke out was the main shock of battle between the French and German armies. We knew that the French were counting on placing in the line a whole army corps of their best troops from North Africa, and that every man was needed. We were informed also that they intended to transport these troops across the Mediterranean as fast as ships could be loaded, under the general protection of the French fleet, but without any individual escort or system of convoys. The French General Staff calculated that whatever happened, most of the troops would get across. The French fleet disposed between this stream of transports and the Austrian fleet afforded a good guarantee. But there was one ship in the Mediterranean which far outstripped in speed every vessel in the French navy. She was the Goeben. The only heavy ships in the Mediterranean that could attempt to compete with the Goeben in speed were the 3 British battlecruisers. It seemed that the Goeben, being free to choose any point on a front of 300 or 400 miles, would easily be able to avoid the French battle squadrons and, brushing aside or outstripping their cruisers, break in upon the transports and sink one after another of these vessels, crammed with soldiers. It occurred to me at this time that perhaps that was the task she had been sent to the Mediterranean to perform. For this reason, as a further precaution, I had suggested to the First Sea Lord as early as July 28 that an additional battlecruiser, the New Zealand, should be sent to reinforce our squadron. When it came to the pinch a few days later, Admiral Bouet de Lapeyre, the French commander-in-chief, adopted a system of convoys, and on August 4th he prudently delayed the embarkation of the troops until he could organize adequate escorts. But of this change of plan the Admiralty was not advised. On July 30th, I called for the war orders of the Mediterranean Command and discussed them fully with the First Sea Lord. These orders, issued in August 1913, had to take into consideration a variety of political contingencies with respect to Great Britain at war with Germany only, with Germany and Austria only, or with Germany, Austria, and Italy, and Great Britain and France allied together against each or any of the 3 aforesaid opponents. The course to be followed differed somewhat in each case. Briefly, if Britain found herself single-handed against the whole Triple Alliance, we should temporarily have to abandon the Mediterranean and concentrate at Gibraltar. In all other cases, the concentration would be at Malta, and if the French were allies, our squadrons would join them for a general battle. It now seemed necessary to give the commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean some more specific information and directions. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, Mediterranean, July 30th, 1914. It now seems probable, should war break out and England and France engage in it, that Italy will remain neutral and that Greece can be made an ally. Spain also will be friendly and possibly an ally. The attitude of Italy is, however, uncertain, and it is especially important that your squadron should not be seriously engaged with Austrian ships before we know what Italy will do. Your first task should be to aid the French in the transportation of their African army by covering and, if possible, bringing to action individual fast German ships, particularly Goeben, which may interfere with that transportation. You will be notified by telegraph when you may consult with the French admiral. Except in combination with the French as part of a general battle, Do not at this stage be brought to action against superior forces. The speed of your squadrons is sufficient to enable you to choose your moment. You must husband your force at the outset, and we shall hope later to reinforce the Mediterranean. These directions, on which the First Sea Lord and I were completely in accord, gave the Commander-in-Chief guidance in the general conduct of the naval campaign. They warned him against fighting a premature, single-handed battle with the Austrian fleet, in which our battle cruisers and cruisers would be confronted with Austrian dreadnought battleships. They told him to aid the French in transporting their African forces, and they told him how to do it by covering and, if possible, bringing to action individual fast German ships, particularly Goeben. So far as the English language may serve as a vehicle of thought, the words employed appear to express the intentions we had formed. Sir Berkeley Milne accordingly replied on July 31st that he would keep his forces concentrated in readiness to assist the French fleet to protect the transports, and he rightly left our trade in the eastern Mediterranean to shift for itself. In this posture, he awaited permission to consult with the French admiral. This permission could not be given him till August 2nd at 7:06 p.m., when I telegraphed as follows to our commanders-in-chief all over the world. Situation very critical. Be prepared to meet surprise attacks. You can enter into communication with the French senior officer on your station for combined action in case Great Britain should decide to become ally of France against Germany. Earlier that same day, the following, initialed both by the First Sea Lord and myself, was also sent to Sir Berkeley Milne from the Admiralty. Goeben must be shadowed by 2 battle cruisers. Approaches to Adriatic must be watched by cruisers and destroyers. Remain near Malta yourself. It is believed that Italy will remain neutral, but you cannot yet count absolutely on this. At 12:50 a.m. on August 3rd, I emphasized the importance of the Goeben compared with all other objectives by a further telegram, which I drafted myself to Sir Berkeley Milne. Watch on mouth of Adriatic should be maintained, but Goeben is your objective. Follow her and shadow her wherever she goes, and be ready to act on declaration of war, which appears probable and imminent. Early on the morning of August 4, we were delighted by the following news from the Commander-in-Chief, Mediterranean, to the Admiralty. Indomitable, indefatigable, shadowing Goeben, and Breslau, 37 degrees 44 minutes north, 7 degrees 56 minutes east. We replied, "Very good. Hold her. War imminent. This to go now. Goeben is to be prevented by force from interfering with French transports. This to await early confirmation." I then sent the following minute to the Prime Minister and Sir Edward Grey. Memorandum. Most urgent. Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey. German battle-cruiser Goeben and fast light cruiser Breslau have been found west of Sicily and are being shadowed by British battle-cruisers Indomitable and Indefatigable. It would be a great misfortune to lose these vessels, as is possible in the dark hours. She is evidently going to interfere with the French transports which are crossing today. The following telegram has already been sent. Good. Hold her. War imminent. We wish to add this. If Goeben attacks French transports, you should at once engage her. An immediate decision is required. WSC. Sir Edward Grey agreed to this, and so did the Prime Minister, but the latter asked that it should be mentioned to the Cabinet, which was meeting almost immediately for their confirmation. On this I sent, before going to the Cabinet, the following: If Goeben attacks French transports, you should at once engage her. You should give her fair warning of this beforehand. The Cabinet, however, adhered formally to the view that no act of war should be committed by us before the expiration of the ultimatum. The moral integrity of the British Empire must not be compromised at this solemn moment for the sake of sinking a single ship. The Goeben, of course, did not attack the French transports. In fact, though this we did not know at the time, she was steaming away from the French transport routes when sighted by the Indomitable and Indefatigable. Even if, however, she had attacked transports, the decision of the British Cabinet would have prevented our battle cruisers from interfering. This decision obviously carried with it still more imperative veto against opening fire on the Goeben if she did not attack French transports during the hours when we had her in our power. I cannot impeach the decision. It is right that the world should know of it, but little did we imagine how much this spirit of honorable restraint was to cost us and all the world. In consequence of the Cabinet decision, the First Sea Lord sent by my directions the following telegram from the Admiralty. Admiralty to all ships, August 4th, 2:05 p.m. The British ultimatum to Germany will expire at midnight, Greenwich Mean Time, August 4th. No act of war should be committed before that hour, at which time the telegram to commence hostilities against Germany will be dispatched from the Admiralty. Special addition to Mediterranean, Indomitable, Indefatigable. This cancels the authorization to Indomitable and Indefatigable to engage Goeben if she attacks French transports. At about the same time, I received the following minute from the First Sea Lord. August 4th. First Lord, in view of the Italian declaration of neutrality, proposed to telegraph to Commander-in-Chief, Mediterranean, acquainting him and enjoining him to respect this rigidly and not to allow a ship to come within 6 miles of the Italian coast. B. Considering how disastrous it would be if any petty incident occurred which could cause trouble at this fateful moment with Italy, and approving of the First Sea Lord's precaution, I replied in writing. August 4th. So proceed. Foreign Office should intimate this to Italian government. WSC. Thereupon, at 12:55 p.m., the following telegram was sent by the Admiralty to the Commander-in-Chief in the Mediterranean. Italian government have declared neutrality. You are to respect this neutrality rigidly and should not allow any of His Majesty's ships to come within 6 miles of Italian coast. This certainly, as it turned out, was destined to complicate the task of catching the Goeben, but not, as it will appear, in a decisive manner. During the afternoon, I sent the following minute to the Chief of the Staff and the First Sea Lord. August 4th, 1914. I presume you have fully informed French Admiralty of our intentions and that the closest cooperation has been established at all points with the French fleet. If not, this should be done immediately. WSC. On this, the Chief of the Staff sent the following telegram to all stations. You can enter into the closest cooperation with the French officers on your station. Throughout this long summer afternoon, 3 great ships, Hunted and Hunters, were cleaving the clear waters of the Mediterranean in tense and oppressive calm. At any moment, the Goeben could have been smitten at under 10,000 yards range by 16 12-inch guns firing nearly treble her own weight of metal. At the Admiralty, we suffered the tortures of Tantalus. At about 5 o'clock, Prince Louis observed that there was still time to sink the Goeben before dark. In the face of the cabinet decision, I was unable to utter a word. Nothing less than the vital safety of Great Britain could have justified so complete an overriding of the authority of the cabinet. We hoped to sink her the next day. Where could she go? Pola seemed her only refuge throughout the Mediterranean. According to international law, nothing but internment awaited her elsewhere. The Turks had kept their secret well. As the shadows of night fell over the Mediterranean, the Goeben increased her speed to 24 knots, which was the utmost that our 2 battle cruisers could steam. She increased her speed still further. We have since learned that she was capable for a very short time of an exceptional speed, rising even to 26 or 27 knots. Aided by this, she shook off her unwelcome companions and vanished gradually in the gathering gloom. We shall return to this story in due course. At 5:50 p.m., we sent the following message. Admiralty to all ships. General message. The war telegram will be issued at midnight, authorizing you to commence hostilities against Germany, but in view of our ultimatum, they may decide to open fire at any moment. You must be ready for this. Now, after all the stress and convulsion of the preceding 10 days, there came to us at the Admiralty a strange interlude of calm. All the decisions had been taken. The ultimatum to Germany had gone. It must certainly be rejected. War would be declared at midnight. As far as we had been able to foresee the event, all our preparations were made. Mobilization was complete. Every ship was in its station, every man at his post. All over the world, every British captain and admiral was on guard. It only remained to give the signal. What would happen then? It seemed that the next move lay with the enemy. What would he do? Had he some deadly surprise in store? Some awful design, long planned and perfected, ready to explode upon us at any moment now? Would our ships in foreign waters have been able to mark down their German antagonists? If so, morning would witness half a dozen cruiser actions in the outer seas. Telegrams flowed in from the different naval stations round our coasts, reporting the movements of vessels and rumors of sightings of enemies. Telegrams still flowed in from the chancelleries of Europe as the last futile appeals of reason were overtaken by the cannonade. In the war room of the Admiralty, where I sat waiting, one could hear the clock tick. From Parliament Street came the murmurs of the crowd, but they sounded distant and the world seemed very still. The tumult of the struggle for life was over. It was succeeded by the silence of ruin and death. We were to awake in pandemonium. I had the odd sense that it was like waiting for an election result. The turmoil of the contest seemed finished. The votes were being counted, and in a few hours the announcement would be made. One could only wait, but for what a result! Although the special duties of my office made it imperative that I, of all others, should be vigilant and forward in all that related to preparation for war, I claim, as these pages show, that in my subordinate station I had in these years before the war done nothing wittingly or willingly to impair the chances of a peaceable solution, and had tried my best as opportunity offered to make good relations possible between England and Germany. I thank God I could feel also in that hour that our country was guiltless of all intended purpose of war. Even if we had made some mistakes in the handling of this awful crisis, though I do not know them, from the bottom of our hearts we could say that we had not willed it. Germany, it seemed, had rushed with head down and settled resolve to her own undoing, and if this were what she had meant all along, if this was the danger which had really menaced us hour by hour during the last 5 years, and would have hung over us hour by hour until the crash eventually came, was it not better that it should happen now? Now that she had put herself so hopelessly in the wrong, now that we were ready beyond the reach of surprise, now that France and Russia and Great Britain were all in line together? The First Sea Lord and the Chief of Staff came in with French admirals who had hurried over to concert in detail arrangements for the cooperation of the two fleets in the Channel and in the Mediterranean. They were fine figures in uniform and very grave. One felt in actual contact with these French officers how truly the crisis was life or death for France. They spoke of basing the French fleet on Malta, that same Malta for which we had fought Napoleon for so many years, which was indeed the very pretext of the renewal of the war in 1803. Malta ou la guerre. Little did the Napoleon of St. Helena dream that in her most desperate need France would have at her disposal the great Mediterranean base which his strategic instinct had deemed vital. I said to the admirals, "Use Malta as if it were Toulon." The minutes passed slowly. Once more now, in the march of centuries, Old England was to stand forth in battle against the mightiest thrones and dominations. Once more in defense of the liberties of Europe and the common right must she enter upon a voyage of great toil and hazard across waters uncharted, towards coasts unknown, guided only by the stars. Once more, the far-off line of storm-beaten ships was to stand between the continental tyrant and the dominion of the world. It was 11 o'clock at night, 12 by German time, when the ultimatum expired. The windows of the Admiralty were thrown wide open in the warm night air. Under the roof from which Nelson had received his orders were gathered a small group of admirals and captains, and a cluster of clerks, pencil in hand, waiting. Along the Mall, from the direction of the palace, the sound of an immense concourse singing "God Save the King" floated in. On this deep wave there broke the chimes of Big Ben, and as the first stroke of the hour boomed out, a rustle of movement swept across the room. The war telegram, which meant commence hostilities against Germany, was flashed to the ships and establishments under the white ensign all over the world. I walked across the Horse Guards parade to the cabinet room and reported to the Prime Minister and the ministers who were assembled there that the deed was done. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. War, the Passage of the Army, August 4th to August 22nd, 1914. The time to visualize what will fall under the harrow of war is before the harrow is set in motion. Afterwards comes inevitableness with iron lips, and fatalism with unscrutinizing gaze, and us with filmed eyes, and instinct with her cry, "Do not look too closely. Seeing one must keep one's senses." Mary Johnston, Cease Firing, Chapter 24. British Strategy. The Great War Council, August 5th. 4 divisions or 6. Changes in the Cabinet. Lord Kitchener, Secretary of State for War. Organization of the British Armies. Lord Kitchener's task. The Royal Naval Division. Departure of the German and Austrian ambassadors. The Board of Admiralty in War. Responsibilities of the First Lord. Procedure. The German method. Relative naval strength. The prospects of battle. British command of the sea. Paralysis of the German mercantile marine. Frustration of the German attack on trade. The Goeben at Messina on August 5th. Knowledge and dispositions of Sir Berkeley Milne. Orders to the Indomitable. The Southern exit. No contact with the French. The Goeben and Breslau leave Messina. Rear Admiral Trowbridge's successive decisions. Second escape of the Goeben. Explanations. A sinister fatality. Final abandonment of the pursuit. Transportation of the British Army to France. Instructions to Sir John Jellicoe. Covering movements of the fleet. Safe passage of the army. The deadly hush. The entry of Great Britain into war with the most powerful military empire which has ever existed was strategically impressive. Her large fleets vanished into the mists at one end of the island. Her small army hurried out of the country at the other. By this double gesture, she might seem to uninstructed eyes to divest herself of all her means of defense, and to expose her coasts nakedly to the hostile thrust. Yet these two movements, dictated by the truest strategy, secured at once our own safety and the salvation of our allies. The Grand Fleet gained a station whence the control of the seas could be irresistibly asserted. The regular army reached in the nick of time the vital post on the flank of the French line. Had all our action been upon this level, we should today be living in an easier world. The differences which had prevailed about entering the war were aggravated by a strong cross-current of opinion, by no means operative only in the Cabinet, that if we participated, it should be by naval action alone. Men of great power and influence, who throughout the struggle labored tirelessly and rendered undoubted services, were found at this time resolutely opposed to the landing of a single soldier on the continent. And, if everything had not been prepared, if the plan had not been perfected, if it had not been the only plan, and if all military opinion had not been industriously marshaled around it, who shall say what fatal hesitancy might not have intervened? On the afternoon of August 5th, the Prime Minister convened an extraordinary council of war at Downing Street. I do not remember any gathering like it. It consisted of the ministers most prominently associated with the policy of our entering the war, the chiefs of the Navy and the Army, all the high military commanders, and in addition Lord Kitchener and Lord Roberts. Decision was required upon the question, how should we wage the war that had just begun? Those who spoke for the War Office knew their own minds and were united. The whole British Army should be sent at once to France, according to what may justly be called the Haldane Plan. Everything in that minister's 8 years' tenure of the War Office had led up to this and had been sacrificed for this. To place an army of 4 or 6 divisions of infantry thoroughly equipped with their necessary cavalry on the left of the French line within 12 or 14 days of the order to mobilize, and to guard the home island meanwhile by the 14 territorial divisions he had organized, was the scheme upon which, aided by Field Marshals Nicholson and French, he had concentrated all his efforts and his stinted resources. It was a simple plan, but it was a practical plan. It had been persistently pursued and laboriously and minutely studied. It represented approximately the maximum war effort that the voluntary system would yield, applied in the most effective and daring manner to the decisive spot. And mobilization schemes, railway graphics, timetables, the organization of bases, depots, supply arrangements, etc., filling many volumes, regulated and ensured a thorough and concerted execution. A commander whose whole life led up to this moment had been chosen. All that remained to be done was to take the decision and give the signal. At this point, I reported on behalf of the Admiralty that our mobilization being in every respect complete and all our ships in their war stations, we would waive the claim we had hitherto made in all the discussions of the Committee of Imperial Defense that 2 regular divisions should be retained in Great Britain as a safeguard against invasion, and that so far as the Admiralty was concerned, not 4, but the whole 6 divisions could go at once, that we would provide for their transportation and for the security of the island in their absence. This considerable undertaking was made good by the Royal Navy. Discussion then turned upon the place to which they should be dispatched. Lord Roberts inquired whether it was not possible to base the British Army on Antwerp so as to strike, in conjunction with the Belgian armies, at the flank and rear of the invading German hosts. We were not able from an Admiralty point of view to guarantee the sea communications of so large a force on the enemy side of the Straits of Dover, but only inside the Anglo-French flotilla cordon, which had already taken up its station. Moreover, no plans had been worked out by the War Office for such a contingency. They had concentrated all their thought upon integral cooperation with the French left wherever it might be. It was that or nothing. Another discussion took place upon how far forward the British Expeditionary Force should be concentrated. Some high authorities, dwelling on the fact that the mobilization of the British Army had begun 3 days later than the French, were for concentrating it around Amiens for intervention after the first shock of battle had been taken. But in the end, Sir John French and the Forward School had their way, and it was felt that we must help France in the way the French staff thought would be most effective. When I next went to the cabinet after the declaration of war, I found myself with new companions. During the previous 7 years, Lord Morley had always sat on the left of the Prime Minister, and I had always sat next to Lord Morley. Many a wise and witty admonition had I received penciled in scholarly phrase from my veteran neighbor, and many a charming courtesy such as he excelled in had graced the toilsome path of business. He had said to me on the Sunday of resolve, "If it has to be, I am not the man to do it. I should only hamper those like you who have to bear the burden." Now he was gone. In his place sat Lord Kitchener. On my left also there was a fresh figure, the new Minister of Agriculture, Lord Lucas. I had known him since South African war days, when he lost his leg, and to know him was to delight in him. His open, gay, responsive nature, his witty, ironical, but never unchivalrous tongue, his pleasing presence, his compulsive smile, made him much courted by his friends, of whom he had many, and of whom I was one. Young for the cabinet, heir to splendid possessions, happy in all that surrounded him, he seemed to have captivated fortune with the rest. Both these two men were marked for death at the hands of the enemy, the young minister grappling with his adversary in the high air, the old field marshal choking in the icy sea. I wonder what the 20 politicians round the table would have felt if they had been told that the prosaic British cabinet was itself to be decimated in the war they had just declared. I think they would have felt a sense of pride and of relief in sharing to some extent the perils to which they were to send their countrymen, their friends, their sons. At the Council of War on August 5th, Lord Kitchener had not yet become Secretary of State for War, but I knew that his appointment was impending. The Prime Minister, then also Secretary of State for War, could not possibly be burdened with the continuous flow of interdepartmental work proceeding between the War Office and the Admiralty, and requiring to be transacted between ministers. He therefore invited Lord Kitchener to undertake ministerial charge of the War Office, and the Field Marshal, who had certainly not sought this post in any way, had no choice but to accept. My relations with Lord Kitchener had been limited. Our first meeting had been on the field of Omdurman, when, as a lieutenant in the 21st Lancers, I had been sent back to report verbally to the Commander-in-Chief the position of the advancing Dervish army. He had disapproved of me severely in my youth, had endeavored to prevent me from coming to the Sudan campaign, and was indignant that I had succeeded in getting there. It was a case of dislike before first sight. On my side, I had dealt with his character and campaigns in 2 bulky volumes, conceived throughout in a faithful spirit of critical impartiality. It was 12 years before I saw him again, when we were formally introduced to each other and had a brief talk at the Army Manoeuvres in 1910. I got to know him a little at the Malta Conference in 1912, and thenceforward we used to talk over imperial defense topics when from time to time we met. On these occasions I had found him much more affable than I had been led to expect from my early impressions or from all I had heard about him. In the week before the war we had lunched and dined together 2 or 3 times, and we had discussed all the possibilities so far as we could foresee them. I was glad when he was appointed Secretary of State for War, and in those early days we worked together on close and cordial terms. He consulted me constantly on the political aspects of his work, and increasingly gave me his confidence in military matters. Admiralty and War Office business were so interlaced that during the whole of the first 10 months we were in almost daily personal consultation. I cannot forget that when I left the Admiralty in May 1915, the first, and with one exception, the only one of my colleagues who paid me a visit of ceremony was the overburdened Titan whose disapprobation had been one of the disconcerting experiences of my youth. As is well known, the British armies on mobilization consisted of a highly organized expeditionary force of 6 regular divisions of infantry and a cavalry division. In addition, there were 2 regular infantry divisions, the 7th and 8th, which had to be collected from their garrisons all over the empire or formed out of troops surplus to the expeditionary force at home. And it was decided also to employ 2 divisions, half British and half native, from India. Behind these trained forces, unquestionably of a very high order, stood 14 territorial divisions and 13 mounted brigades to whom the defense of Britain must be confided. These were little trained, lightly equipped with artillery, but composed of far-sighted and intelligent men who had not waited for the hour of danger to make their country's cause their own. In 6 months, or, as some thought, in a shorter period, such troops could be made to play their part. Lord Kitchener now came forward to the Cabinet on almost the first occasion after he joined us, and in soldierly sentences proclaimed a series of inspiring and prophetic truths. Everyone expected that the war would be short, but wars took unexpected courses, and we must now prepare for a long struggle. Such a conflict could not be ended on the sea or by sea power alone. It could be ended only by great battles on the continent. In these the British Empire must bear its part on a scale proportionate to its magnitude and power. We must be prepared to put armies of millions in the field and maintain them for several years. In no other way could we discharge our duty to our allies or to the world. These words were received by the Cabinet in silent assent, and it is my belief that had Lord Kitchener proceeded to demand universal national service to be applied as it might be required, his request would have been acceded to. He, however, proposed to content himself with calling for volunteers, and in the first instance to form 6 new regular divisions. It would have been far better to have formed the new volunteers upon the cadres of the Territorial Army, each of which could have been duplicated or quadruplicated in successive stages. But the new Secretary of State had little knowledge of and no faith in the British territorial system. The name itself was to him a stumbling block. In the War of 1870, he had been present at a battle on the Loire, probably Le Mans, in which the key of the position, confided to French territorial troops, had been cast away, entailing the defeat of the whole army. He dwelt on this incident to me on several occasions, and I know it had created fixed impressions in his mind. Vain to explain how entirely different were the characters of the troops forming the French and British territorial forces, the former aged conscripts in their last periods of service, the latter keen and ardent youths of strong military predilections. They were territorials, and that was the end of it. This, at the very outset, aggravated the difficulties of his already gigantic task. He set himself to create the cadres first of 6, then of 12, and ultimately of 24 Kitchener Army divisions, at the same time that the recruits were pouring in upon him by the 100,000. That this vast feat of improvisation was accomplished must certainly rank among the wonders of the time. The arguments against compulsory service, cogent as they no doubt were soon reinforced by the double event of overwhelming numbers of volunteers and of a total lack of arms and equipment. Apart from the exiguous stores held by the regular army, there was literally nothing. The small scale of our military forces had led to equally small factories for war material. There were no rifles, there were no guns, and the modest supplies of shells and ammunition began immediately to flash away with what seemed appalling rapidity. Many months must elapse, even if the best measures were taken, before new sources of supply, even on a moderate scale, could be opened up. One was now to learn for the first time that it took longer to make a rifle than a gun, and rifles were the cruelest need of all. We had nothing but staves to put in the hands of the eager men who thronged the recruiting stations. I ransacked the fleet and the Admiralty stores and scraped together another 30,000 rifles, which literally meant another 30,000 men in the field. Afloat, only the Marines would have their rifles. Jack must, in the last resort, trust to his cutlass as of old. At the moment when Lord Kitchener began the formation of his first 6 new army divisions, and before the great rush of recruits had begun, I offered him the Royal Naval Division, which he gladly accepted. Before the war, we had foreseen the fact that the Navy would, on mobilization, have many thousands of men in their depots for whom there would be no room in any ship of war that we could send to sea. I had therefore proposed to the Committee of Imperial Defense in 1913 the formation of 3 brigades, one composed of Marines and the other 2 of men of the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve and of the Royal Fleet Reserve. These brigades it was intended to use to assist in home defense in the early stages of a war. The cadres were therefore easily formed from the available resources. The Marine Brigade was already virtually in existence, and it was clear that all 3 would be ready for action long before any of the new troops that were being raised. The naval volunteers, who longed to serve afloat, accepted the new task with many heartburnings, but with boundless loyalty. Alas, for most of them it proved a fateful decision. Few there were of that gallant company that survived unscathed. As for their deeds, they will not be forgotten in the history even of these crowded times. It fell to my lot to prescribe the arrangements for the departure of the German ambassador and, 8 days later, of his Austrian colleague. Accordingly, on the morning of August 5th, I sent my Naval Secretary, Admiral Hood, in uniform to the German embassy, desiring to know in what manner we might facilitate Prince Lichnowsky's wishes and convenience. While the German mob were insulting and even pelting the departing French and British ambassadors, we set ourselves to work with meticulous care to secure the observance of every propriety and courtesy towards those for whom we were responsible. Prince Lichnowsky has given his own record of his ceremonious treatment, which appeared to make a marked impression upon his mind. To Count Mensdorff, the Austrian ambassador, I wrote as follows: August 13th, 1914. My naval secretary, Admiral Hood, who brings this letter, is instructed to put himself at your disposal in arranging for the comfort and convenience of your journey by sea. If there is any way in which I can be of service to you at this time, you will not, I hope, fail to command me. Although the terrible march of events has swept aside the ancient friendship between our countries, the respect and regard which spring from so many years of personal association cannot pass from the hearts of your English friends. The Austrian ambassador asked that a ship might be provided to take him direct to Trieste, and that consideration might be shown to a number of unhappy Austrian non-combatants long resident in London who now had to fly the country. I therefore arranged that upwards of 200 persons should embark in the ambassador's ship. I felt sure that in taking these measures, I was acting in accord with what British dignity required. The position of the Admiralty in relation to the fleet, and of the First Lord in relation to his naval colleagues under conditions of war, requires explanation. The control of the main armies was divided between the War Office and General Headquarters, but in the Admiralty these functions were inevitably combined to a far larger extent. The naval commander-in-chief, living with his actual fighting fleet and always ready at a few hours' notice to lead it personally into full battle, stood much nearer to the event than his military counterpart. The staff which he could accommodate upon his flagship, the volume of business which he could transact, were necessarily limited by physical conditions. Everything must be ready to move at the shortest notice into extreme danger, and staff, office, organization, commander-in-chief might vanish out of existence in an instant. The first duty of commander-in-chief was to keep his mind and body fit for the supreme task of personally commanding the mighty array of ships when in contact with the enemy, the vigilant guarding of the fleet from danger, its training for battle, its organization, its efficiency, and the direct personal conduct of individual operations were all concentrated in one man. But this was enough. It was the duty of the Admiralty, so far as possible, to shield him from all further responsibilities or anxieties, to lap him round with securities and assistance, and to bear all other parts of the great load of war themselves. The Admiralty itself was also in direct contact with the event. It not only exercised administrative control over the Navy and over the whole of the preparations for strengthening and developing the fleet, it not only determined the strategic distribution of our naval power in every theater, but from its wireless masts or by cable, it issued information often of a vital character to ships in many instances actually in contact with the enemy. It was the only place from which the supreme view of the naval scene could be obtained. It was the intelligence center where all information was received, where alone it could be digested, and whence it was transmitted wherever required. It moved the fleets, squadrons, and flotillas out of harbor when information pointed to enemy's activities being probable. It specified the minimum forces which should be employed in any operation, while leaving the commander-in-chief free to add to them at his discretion. Apart from actual battle or the tactical conduct of particular operations, in which the Admiralty never interfered, it decided every important question arising out of the conduct of the naval war. Robed in the august authority of centuries of naval tradition and armed with the fullest knowledge available, the Board of Admiralty wielded unchallenged power. As these conditions arose naturally and inevitably and will certainly be reproduced in one form or another should there be a future war, it is of high importance to pierce beneath the corporate responsibility of this organism and lay bare how the machine actually worked. In practice, it resolved itself, and could only resolve itself, into the intimate comradeship and cooperation of the First Lord and the First Sea Lord. with the Chief of the Staff, not at this time a member of the board, standing at their side. By the letters patent and orders in council constituting his office, the First Lord is responsible to Crown and Parliament for all the business of the Admiralty. In virtue of this, he delegates to an eminent sailor the responsibility for its technical and professional conduct. But he cannot thus relieve himself either in theory or in fact. He is held strictly accountable for all that takes place. For every disaster he must bear the blame. The credit of victories rightly goes to the commanders who gain them. The burden of defeat or miscarriage must be shouldered by the Admiralty, and the censures of the nation fall primarily upon its head. How, then, is a civilian minister appointed for political or parliamentary reasons and devoid of authoritative expert knowledge to acquit himself of this duty? Clearly, it depends upon the character, temperament, and capacity both of the First Lord and the First Sea Lord. They must settle it between themselves, and if they cannot agree wholeheartedly on the momentous problems with which they are confronted in swift succession, another combination must be chosen by the sovereign on the advice of the Prime Minister. I interpreted my duty in the following way. I accepted full responsibility for bringing about successful results, and in that spirit I exercised a close general supervision over everything that was done or proposed. Further, I claimed and exercised an unlimited power of suggestion and initiative over the whole field, subject only to the approval and agreement of the First Sea Lord on all operative orders. Right or wrong, that is what I did, and it is on that basis that I wish to be judged. In practice, the difficulties were less than would be imagined. Indeed, over long periods of unending crisis and tension, the machine worked very smoothly. The second, third, and fourth Sea Lords dropped back upon the outbreak of war into the positions the supply boards had occupied in the great naval wars of the past. They were the providers of men, of ships, and of stores. They took no part, or only a very occasional part, in strategic decisions. It was the responsibility of the First Sea Lord to keep the Second Sea Lord fully informed of what was in progress in order that the latter could replace him temporarily at a moment's notice. In practice, however, both Prince Louis and Lord Fisher worked more closely with the Chief of the Staff, and these two presented themselves to me always in full accord. The constitutional authority of the Board of Admiralty was exercised at that time in accordance with the long custom by two members of the board, sitting together with the Secretary of the Admiralty. Thus, the Admiralty War Group at the beginning of the struggle consisted of the First Lord, the First Sea Lord, the Chief of the Staff, and the Secretary. To these were added, when the First Sea Lord wished and on particular occasions, the Second Sea Lord and certain special advisers, of whom more anon. We met every day and sometimes twice a day, reviewed the whole position, and arrived at a united decision on every matter of consequence. The execution was confided to the Chief of the Staff. The Secretary registered, recorded, and apart from the orders given by the War Staff, took the consequential action. Besides our regular meetings, the First Sea Lord and I consulted together constantly at all hours. Within the limits of our agreed policy, either he or I gave in writing authority for telegrams and decisions which the Chief of the Staff might from hour to hour require. Moreover, it happened in a large number of cases that, seeing what ought to be done and confident of the agreement of the First Sea Lord, I myself drafted the telegrams and decisions in accordance with our policy, and the Chief of the Staff took them personally to the First Sea Lord for his concurrence before dispatch. In addition to these urgent executive matters, the regular flow of Admiralty papers passed upwards from the First Sea Lord or other lords to me for decision by minute, and I further, by minutes and memoranda, initiated discussion and action over the whole area of naval business. The advantages and disadvantages of these methods must be judged by their general results, but it is instructive to compare them with those which we now know prevailed at the German Admiralty. On the outbreak of war, the Naval Secretary of State, von Tirpitz, himself an admiral, found himself cut off entirely from the strategical and quasi-tactical control of the fleets, to such an extent that he declares he did not know the naval war plans. He was confined to purely administrative business, and thus charged, he was carried off as an adjunct to the Emperor's suite at Great Headquarters. The naval staff, headed in the first instance by von Pohl, alone had the ear of the Emperor and received from the lips of the All-Highest indications of his imperial pleasure. The position of Admiral von Tirpitz was therefore most unhappy. The naval staff warded him off the Emperor as much as possible, and persuaded the Emperor to repulse his efforts to break in. The Emperor, oppressed with the whole burden of the state, gave to the staff from time to time directions and uttered passing expressions, which thereafter operated with irresistible authority. It is to this state of affairs that Admiral von Tirpitz ascribes the paralysis which gripped the German fleet through the first critical months of the naval war. This it was, according to him, that lost the opportunity of fighting the supreme battle under the least unfavorable conditions, enabled the control of the seas to pass into our hands practically without a struggle, and secured the uninterrupted transport of our armies to the continent. If our solution of the difficult problem of naval war direction was imperfect, so also was that of our enemy. A study of the tables and diagrams set out in the appendix shows that our known margin of superiority in home waters was smaller then than at any subsequent moment in the war. The Grand Fleet, as concentrated in its northern war station on August 1st, 1914, comprised 24 vessels classified as dreadnoughts or better. In addition, the battlecruiser Invincible was at Queenstown, watching the Atlantic. The 2 Lord Nelsons were with the Channel Fleet, and 3 battlecruisers were in the Mediterranean. The Germans actually mobilized 16 ships, similarly classed. We could not be absolutely certain, though we thought it unlikely, that they might not have ready 2 or even 3 more, and these of the greatest power. Happily, every British ship was ready and in perfect order. None was under repair. Our strength for an immediate fleet action was 24 to a certain 16 and a possible 19. These figures do not, as the tables in the appendix reveal, do justice to the full material strength of the British fleets as a whole, still less to the gun power of the British line of battle, which, after the dreadnoughts, comprised 8 King Edwards, markedly superior to the next 8 Germans. But apart from all that may be said on this, and of the confidence which it inspired, the fact remains that from 5 to 8 dreadnoughts was all the certain numerical superiority we had. There was not much margin here for mischance, nor for the percentage of mechanical defects which in so large a fleet has to be expected, and no margin whatever for a disaster occasioned by surprise had we been unready. To a superficial observer who from the cliffs of Dover or Portland had looked down upon a battle squadron of 6 or 7 ships, lying in distant miniature below, the foundation upon which the British world floated would have presented itself in a painfully definite form. If the intelligence and courage of British seamen were not all that we believed them to be, if the workmanship which had built these great vessels were not honest and thorough, if our seamanship or our gunnery had turned out to be inferior, if some ghastly novelty or blunder supervened, the battle might be very even. It is easy to understand how tense were the British naval expectations. If the German Navy was ever to fight a battle, now at the beginning was its best chance. The German Admiralty knew, of course, what ships we had available, and that we were mobilized, concentrated, and at sea. Even if they assumed the extraordinary fact that every one of our dreadnoughts was ready, and that not one of them had developed a defect, they could fight, to German eyes, a battle 16 against a maximum 27. Heavy odds from their point of view, still heavier when the survey was extended to the whole of the fleets, but yet odds far less heavy than they would have to face after 6 months, after 12 months, or at any later period. For look at the reinforcements which were approaching these two opposing fleets. They must assume that, in addition to completing our own vessels, we should requisition every battleship building for a foreign power in our yards, and on this basis 7 great ships must join the Grand Fleet within 3 months, and 12 great ships within 6 months, against which only 3 in 3 months and 5 in 6 months could be reckoned on their side, leaving the balance in 3 months at 34 to 19, and in 6 months at 39 to 21. And this took no account of 3 battle cruisers in the Mediterranean and 1, Australia, in the Pacific, which obviously we could bring home if necessary. Here, then, was the least unfavorable moment for Germany. Here was the best chance they would ever see. Was it not also the strategic moment? Might they not assume that the transportation of the British Army to France would be a grave preoccupation for the Admiralty? Was it not clear that a victory, even a partial victory, would be more fruitful at this juncture than at any other? 42 fast German merchant cruisers needed only a breathing space to get loose and to arm upon the seas, requiring afterwards to be hunted down one by one. Might not, above all, the interruption and delay in the transportation of the army be of real effect in the supreme trial of strength on land? The German staff believed in a short war. They were staking everything upon a supreme trial of strength on land. Why should not the German fleet be hurled in too and play its part for what it was worth in the supreme decision? To what other use could it ever be put? We therefore looked for open battle on the sea. We expected it, and we courted it. The news that the two navies were approaching each other to take a decision in blue water would have been received in the fleet with unaffected satisfaction, and at the Admiralty with composure. We could not send our Grand Fleet into the minefields and submarine-infested areas of the Heligoland Bight, but had battle been offered by the enemy under any conditions which did not put us at a serious disadvantage, it would have been at once accepted. In fact, however, the sober confidence of the Admiralty was based upon calculations of relative naval strength, the soundness of which was not disputed by the German naval staff. Even von Tirpitz, the advocate of action, writes, Against an immediate fight was the fact that the whole English fleet was ready for battle when the war broke out, owing to the test mobilization, whereas only our active squadrons were ready. Great Britain, says the official German naval history, had secured extensive military advantages by her test mobilization and her subsequent measures, regardless of the uneasiness necessarily provoked thereby, which advantage Germany could not counter or overtake. The German staff felt that even if this was the best chance for a trial of strength, it was still a chance so hazardous and even so forlorn that it was not worth taking. And their battle fleet remained hoarded up in harbor for an ignominious day, imposing upon the British, no doubt, a continued and serious expenditure of our resources for naval purposes, gaining for Germany substantial advantages of a secondary character, but not exercising any decisive influence upon the whole course of the war. So we waited, and nothing happened. No great event immediately occurred. No battle was fought. The Grand Fleet remained at sea. The German fleet did not quit the shelter of its harbors. There were no cruiser actions. A German mine-layer, sowing a minefield off Harwich, was chased and sunk by a flotilla of destroyers led by the Amphion, and the Amphion returning was blown up on the German minefield. Otherwise, silence unbroken by cannon brooded over the broad and narrow waters. But during that silence, and from its first moment, the sea power of Great Britain ruled unchallenged throughout the world. Every German cruiser in foreign waters vanished into the immense spaces of the sea. Every German merchant ship, from the earliest moment when the entry of Britain into the war became apparent, fled for neutral harbors. 7 out of 8 potential commerce destroyers were bottled up without ever a shot being fired. German seaborne trade outside the Baltic ceased to exist from the night of August 4th. On the other hand, after a few days of hesitation, the swarming mercantile marine of Britain, encouraged by a government insurance of no more than 6%, began to put to sea, and even before the main armies had met in battle on the continent, the whole vast ocean traffic of the British Empire was proceeding with the utmost activity. By the end of August, the rate of insurance had already fallen to 6%, and the Admiralty was able to announce that of the 42 German liners from whom attacks on trade were to be apprehended, 11 were tied up unarmed in harbors of the United States, watched outside territorial limits by British cruisers. 6 had taken refuge in other neutral harbors, where they were either dismantled or observed. 14 were in German ports gripped by the blockade. 6 were held as prizes in British hands, and only 5 remained unaccounted for and unlocated. The fate of these 5 will be recounted later. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. War, The Passage of the Army, August 4th to August 22nd, 1914. All fell out in these respects, therefore, in broad accordance with the views set forth in my Memorandum on Commerce Protection of August 23, 1913, revised in April 1914, which is printed in full in the appendix for the benefit of the thorough. None of those gloomy prophecies which had formed the staple of so many debates and articles, that our merchant ships would be hunted from the seas by German raiders, that scores of additional British cruisers would be required for commerce protection, that British merchant ships, once safe in harbor, would not venture to sea, materialized, and they might be relegated to the limbo of exploded alarms. The three great naval dangers which had bulked most largely in our minds in the years before the war: first, the danger of surprise of the fleet; second, the mine danger; third, paralysis of our seaborne trade, rolled away behind us like giant waves which a ship has finally surmounted. More than 100 years had passed since the British Navy had been called upon to face an emergency of the first magnitude. If 100 years hence, in similar circumstances, it is found equally ready, we shall have no more reason to complain of our descendants than they have reason to complain of us. It is time to return to the Mediterranean. Admiral Souchon, the German commander, having outdistanced our shadow cruisers in the darkness of the night, pursued his course to Messina, where he arrived with the Goeben and Breslau on the morning of August 5th. He had already received, as we now know, a telegram sent from Nauen at 1:35 a.m. on the preceding day by the German Admiralty. This message gave him all important information. It stated that an alliance had been concluded between Germany and Turkey, and directed him to proceed to Constantinople immediately. Of this treaty we knew nothing. All our reports were of an entirely different tenor, nor was it till long afterwards that we learnt the true attitude of Turkey at this hour. On arrival at Messina, the Goeben and Breslau began to coal from German colliers. This occupied the whole of the day, the whole of the night, and the greater part of the next day, the 6th. Exactly 36 hours elapsed before the Goeben moved. Meanwhile, the light cruiser Gloucester, watching off the southern exit of the Straits of Messina, reported at 3:35 p.m. on August 5th to Sir Berkeley Milne that the strength of the wireless signals she was taking in indicated that the Goeben must be at Messina. The British commander-in-chief had left the Malta Channel in his flagship, the Inflexible, after midnight of August 4th, and at about 11 a.m. on August 5th he had assembled all his 3 battle-cruisers and 2 light cruisers off Pantellaria Island, midway between Sicily and the African coast. According to his own published account, he had learned on the 4th that the German mail steamer General was remaining at Messina at the disposition of the Goeben. He therefore believed, throughout the whole of the 5th, that the Goeben, Breslau, and General were all at Messina. His belief was correct. One of his battle-cruisers, the Indomitable, had to coal. He sent her to Biserta. This was an important decision. Considering that he believed that the Goeben was at Messina, and that he intended himself to watch to the northward with 2 battle-cruisers, some authorities have held that it would have been a sensible precaution to let this 3rd ship coal at Malta, where facilities were certain and instant, and whence she could so easily move to close the southern exit from Messina, or join Rear Admiral Trowbridge in the mouth of the Adriatic, as that officer had been led to expect. By sending the Indomitable to coal at Malta, he could have placed 2 battle-cruisers watching the northern exit and 1 at the southern. But the commander-in-chief decided to keep all 3 battle-cruisers together in his own hand and to patrol off the western end of Sicily between Sardinia and Biserta. The southern exit was therefore left completely open to the Goeben, and a severe action was reserved for Rear Admiral Trowbridge if, as seemed likely, she ran up the Adriatic. At 5 p.m. on the 5th, Sir Berkeley Milne received the signal sent by the Gloucester at 3:35 p.m., reporting the presence of the Goeben at Messina. Here was certain confirmation of his belief. He was at this moment about 100 miles west of Sicily. He continued, however, to cruise with his 2 ships between Sicily and Sardinia, and as late as the evening of August 6th, his orders to the Indomitable were still to join him thereabouts. He did this because he considered that placing all 3 battle-cruisers in this position was his surest way of carrying out the instructions of the Admiralty telegram of July 30th about aiding the French in the transport of their African army. That it was one method of carrying out these orders cannot be disputed, and the Admiral has set out in his book the reasons which led him to adopt it. The superior speed of the Goeben made it necessary, he states, if he were to intercept her, that he should stand a long way off and have timely notice of her approach. To place this whole force in this way between her and the French transports was, he argues, the best chance of catching the Goeben if she tried to attack them. He reported his intended dispositions late on the 4th to the Admiralty, whose only comment upon them was, watch over the Adriatic should be maintained for the double purpose of preventing the Austrians from coming out or the Germans from entering. The exceedingly prompt manner in which the Goeben had been found, although in the open sea, on the 4th, had given the Admiralty the feeling that the Admiral on the spot had a grip of the situation and needed no further directions. Sir Berkeley Milne had not, however, succeeded in communicating with the French Admiral, although he had made repeated attempts by wireless and had sent the Dublin to Biserta with a letter. He did not know where the French fleet or the French transports were. He did not tell the Admiralty this. The Admiralty, for their part, after the general telegram of August 4th enjoining immediate consultation with the French, assumed that the 2 commanders-in-chief in the Mediterranean were acting in concert. They did not therefore ask the French for any information, nor was any volunteered by the French Admiralty. Any inquiry addressed to Paris would have elicited the fact that the French had changed their plans and that no transports were yet at sea. All parties were on this point to some extent in fault. Meanwhile, the British ambassador in Rome was endeavoring to tell the Admiralty as soon as the pressure on the wires allowed that the Goeben was at Messina. The news did not reach London till 6 p.m. on August 5th. The Admiralty passed it without comment, though with some delay, to Sir Berkeley Milne, who already knew from other sources. It is a fair criticism on the Admiralty that they did not immediately they knew the Goeben was at Messina authorize the British ships to follow her into the Straits. The point was not put to me either by the First Sea Lord or the Chief of the Staff, and as I had not myself been concerned in initiating or drafting the telegram about rigidly respecting Italian neutrality, it was not specially in my mind. Had it been put to me, I should at once have consented. This was no petty incident, and the prize was well worth the risk of vexing the Italians. In fact, permission to chase through the Straits was given by the Admiralty, unasked, to Sir Berkeley Milne, as soon as it was realized that the Goeben was escaping unblocked to the southward. It was then too late. In pursuance of the orders he had received from Germany, Admiral Souchon, with the Goeben and Breslau, having at length completed coaling and made his will, steamed out of Messina harbor at 5 p.m. on August 6th, cleared for action and with his bands playing. He no doubt expected to encounter at least 1 and possibly 2 of the British battle cruisers as soon as he was outside territorial waters. In view of the fact that, as he was aware, his position must have been accurately known to the British commander-in-chief for many hours, this assumption was not unreasonable. Unhappily, as has been described, every one of the 3 British battle cruisers was otherwise engaged. Thus, when the German admiral rounded the southern point of Italy and turned eastward, The only three antagonists whose combination of power and speed he had to dread were already far astern. Still, there was the British armored cruiser squadron watching the Adriatic. This squadron consisted of 4 good ships, Defence, Warrior, Duke of Edinburgh, and Black Prince. It was commanded by Rear Admiral Trowbridge, who had also under his orders 8 destroyers, and was being joined by the light cruiser Dublin and 2 more destroyers from Malta. It is necessary to restate the facts of this officer's action. On the assumption, which was dominant, that the Goeben would make for Pola, Admiral Trowbridge was well placed for meeting her. It was not until he heard from the Gloucester that she had turned south and was persistently steering on a southeasterly course that any new decision was required from him. He received no orders to quit his station from Sir Berkeley Milne. He was in constant hope of receiving a battle-cruiser. But Admiral Trowbridge decided to act on his own responsibility. 8 minutes after midnight of August 6th, i.e., 08, August 7th, he gave orders to his 4 cruisers and his 8 destroyers to steam southward at full speed for the purpose of intercepting the Goeben. He also signaled to the Dublin, Captain John Kelly, at that moment coming from Malta to join him with the 2 extra destroyers, to head her off. He reported his decision to the Commander-in-Chief. Thus, at midnight, August 6th to 7th, 16 British vessels were converging upon the Goeben and Breslau, and were in positions from which they could hardly fail to intercept the enemy shortly after daylight. At 3:50 a.m., however, after further reflection and having received no orders or reply from Sir Berkeley Milne, Admiral Trowbridge became convinced that he could not hope to engage the Goeben under the advantageous conditions of the half-light of dawn, and that in an action fought in broad waters in full daylight, his 4 ships would be sunk one after another by the Goeben, who all the time would keep outside the range, 16,000 yards, of the British 9.2-inch guns. This is thought by some naval officers to be an extreme view. The limited ammunition of the Goeben would have had to have been wonderfully employed to have sunk all 4 British armored cruisers, seriatim, at this long range. Moreover, if the Goeben and Breslau had become involved in an action, it is hard to believe that none of the 16 British cruisers and destroyers which were available could have closed in upon them and attacked them with gun or torpedo. All the destroyers were capable of reaching the enemy and could have found their opportunity to attack. It would have been indeed a prodigious feat on the part of the Germans to dispose of so many antagonists at once. However, the admiral came to the conclusion that the Goeben was a superior force, which by his instructions, passed to him by the Commander-in-Chief, he was not to engage. And in this conclusion he has been sustained by a British naval court-martial. He thereupon desisted from his attempt to intercept the Goeben, turned his ships and destroyers, and entered the harbor of Zante about 10 a.m., preparatory to resuming his watch in the Adriatic. The Dublin and her 2 destroyers, having asked and been refused permission to make a daylight attack, had attempted to intercept the Goeben before dawn, but did not succeed in finding her in the darkness. By 6 o'clock, therefore, on the morning of August 7th, the Goeben, already the fastest capital unit in the Mediterranean, was steaming on an unobstructed course for the Dardanelles, carrying with her for the peoples of the East and Middle East more slaughter, more misery, and more ruin than has ever before been borne within the compass of a ship. Thus, of all the British vessels which were or could have been brought within effective distance, none did anything useful, excepting only the 2 light cruisers Dublin and Gloucester, commanded, as it happened, by 2 brothers. The Dublin, Captain John Kelly, as we have seen, did all in her power to place herself athwart the enemy's course and to fight him by night or day. And the Gloucester, Captain W.A. Howard Kelly, hung on to the heels of the Goeben till late in the afternoon, in extreme danger and with the utmost tenacity, and only relinquished the chase under the direct orders of the Commander-in-Chief. Various explanations have been offered for the failure to bring the Goeben to action after the declaration of war, and every telegram sent by the Admiralty was searched to find phrases which could justify or palliate what had occurred. For instance, it was pleaded that the sentence in the Admiralty telegram to the Commander-in-Chief of July 30, "Do not at this stage be brought to action against superior forces, except in combination with the French as part of a general battle," justified Admiral Trowbridge in refraining from attacking the Goeben with his 4 armored cruisers. On this, it may be observed that this sentence is clearly shown by the context to refer to the Austrian fleet against whose battleships it was not desirable that our 3 battle cruisers should be engaged without battleship support. Secondly, it was contained in a telegram giving the Commander-in-Chief general directions for the strategic conduct of the naval campaign in the Mediterranean. It was not intended by the Admiralty to govern tactical action. The words, however, acquired a more particular significance when they were repeated, as they were, by the Commander-in-Chief to his subordinate Admiral Trowbridge. But even so, it ought not to have been treated as a veto upon British ships ever engaging superior forces, however needful the occasion. This was an unreasonable reading of the Admiralty instructions. On such a reading, both the Gloucester and the Dublin were guilty of disobedience. On such a reading, pedantically construed, no individual British ship in the Mediterranean would have been allowed to fight a vessel stronger by a single gun. Nobody ever honestly supposed that such doctrines were being laid down by the Admiralty. Moreover, the self-same telegram specifically emphasized the importance of bringing the Goeben to action and singled out that vessel particularly among all the hostile forces in the Mediterranean. No such conception of his duty was taken by either of the captains Kelly, nor was it the view of Sir Berkeley Milne himself, for he disapproved strongly of Admiral Trowbridge's abandonment of the chase. Again, it has been urged that the sentence, "Your first task should be to aid the French in the transportation of their African army," imposed upon Sir Berkeley Milne the duty of placing all 3 of his battle cruisers west of Sicily. Thus wrested from their context and from the whole series of Admiralty telegrams, these directions have been made to serve as an explanation. Against them must be read the full text. On July 30, "Your first task should be to aid the French in the transportation of their African army by covering and, if possible, bringing to action individual fast German ships, particularly Goeben." And again on August 2nd, "Goeben must be shadowed by 2 battle cruisers." And again on August 3rd, "Goeben is your objective. Follow her and shadow her wherever she goes, and be ready to act on declaration of war, which appears probable and imminent." And again on August 4th, "Good. Hold her. War imminent." Certainly, if the Commander-in-Chief in the Mediterranean had, in reliance upon these dominant and reiterated instructions, managed to put 1 battle cruiser each side of the Straits of Messina, instead of all on one side, and if in consequence he had brought the Goeben to action, as would have been inevitable, and if he had thus protected the French transports in the most effectual manner by fighting the Goeben, no one could have found fault with him on the score that he had exceeded his orders. The reader is now in a position to form his own judgment on this affair. I have indicated plainly the point on which the Admiralty was in fault, namely, in not spontaneously lifting the prohibition to enter Italian waters the moment we learned the Goeben was at Messina. The conduct of Rear Admiral Trowbridge was subsequently investigated by a court of inquiry composed of the 3 commanders-in-chief of Portsmouth, Devonport, and Chatham. As the result of their report, he was tried by court-martial at Portland in September and honorably acquitted of all blame. His career in the Navy was, however, at an end, the general feeling of the service not accepting the view that the 4 armored cruisers and other vessels at his disposal ought not to have fought the Goeben. In view of his acquittal, he was appointed to take charge of the naval guns which we sent with a mission to Serbia. In this capacity, his work was distinguished and successful. He gained the confidence and respect of the Serbians and their government, and he proved on numerous occasions that whatever might be thought of his reasons for not attacking the Goeben, want of personal courage was not among them. After studying the reports of Sir Berkeley Milne and other officers concerned, the First Sea Lord recorded the opinion that Admiral Milne had taken the best measures with the force at his disposal, that his dispositions were the proper ones, and that they were successful inasmuch as they prevented the Germans from carrying out their primary role of interrupting French troops crossing from Africa. On this I find that my sole comment was, August 27, "The explanation is satisfactory. The result, unsatisfactory." Thereafter, on August 30th, 1914, the Admiralty issued a statement that the conduct and dispositions of Sir Berkeley Milne in regard to the German vessels Goeben and Breslau have been the subject of the careful examination of the Board of Admiralty, with the result that their lordships have approved the measures taken by him in all respects. In all this story of the escape of the Goeben, one seems to see the influence of that sinister fatality which, at a later stage and on a far larger scale, was to dog the enterprise against the Dardanelles. The terrible ifs accumulate. If my first thoughts, on July 27, of sending the New Zealand to the Mediterranean had materialized, if we could have opened fire on the Goeben during the afternoon of August 4, if we had been less solicitous for Italian neutrality, if Sir Berkeley Milne had sent the Indomitable to coal at Malta instead of Biserta, if the Admiralty had sent him direct instructions when on the night of the 5th they learned where the Goeben was, if Rear Admiral Trowbridge in the small hours of August 7 had not changed his mind, if the Dublin and her 2 destroyers had intercepted the enemy during the night of the 6th and 7th, the story of the Goeben would have ended there. There was, however, as it turned out, one more chance of annulling the doom of which she was the bearer. That chance, remote though it was, the fates were vigilant to destroy. At 1 a.m. on August 8th, Sir Berkeley Milne, having collected and coaled his 3 battle cruisers at Malta, set out at a moderate speed on an easterly course in pursuit of the Goeben. At this juncture, the fates moved a blameless and punctilious Admiralty clerk to declare war upon Austria. The code telegram ordering hostilities to be commenced against Austria was inadvertently released without any authority whatever. The mistake was repaired a few hours later, But the first message reached Sir Berkeley Milne at 2 p.m. on August 8, when he was halfway between Sicily and Greece. His original war orders had prescribed that in the event of a war with Austria, he should in the first instance concentrate his fleet near Malta, and faithful to these instructions, he turned his ships about and desisted from the pursuit of the Goeben. 24 hours were thus lost before orders could reach him to resume it. But the Goeben herself had come to a standstill. Admiral Suchon was cruising irresolutely about the Greek islands, endeavoring to make sure that he would be admitted by the Turks to the Dardanelles. He dallied 36 hours at Denusa and was forced to use his telltale wireless on several occasions. It was not till the evening of the 10th that he entered the Dardanelles, and the curse descended irrevocably upon Turkey and the East. From the 9th to the 22nd of August, the army was crossing the Channel. This was a period of great anxiety to us. All the most fateful possibilities were open. We were bound to expect a military descent upon our coasts with the intention of arresting or recalling our army, or a naval raid into the Channel to cut down the transports, or a concentrated submarine attack upon these vessels crowded with our troops. The great naval battle might begin at any moment, either independently or in connection with any of these operations. It was a period of extreme psychological tension. In continued anxiety lest some capital mistake should be made through a different sense of proportion prevailing in the fleet and at the Admiralty, I drew up the following appreciation, which, with the concurrence of the First Sea Lord, was sent officially to Sir John Jellicoe. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, Home Fleets, August 8, 1914. Sent 10:15 p.m. 1. Tomorrow, Sunday, the expeditionary force begins to cross the Channel. During that week, the Germans have the strongest incentives to action. They know that the expeditionary force is leaving, and that the mobilization and training of the territorial army is incomplete. They may well argue that a raid or raids now upon the East Coast would interrupt, confuse, and probably delay the departure of the army, and further, that it might draw the Grand Fleet rapidly south to interfere with the landing. 2. Alternatively or simultaneously, they may attempt to rush the straits and interrupt the passage of the army. It seems in the last degree improbable that if they did so, they would use their modern battle fleet. Their principle has been, according to all we know about them, to aim at a general battle with the British fleet when by attrition and accident our margin of superiority has been reduced. They may be assumed to know our general dispositions in the south, and the strong and numerous submarine flotillas of which we and the French dispose. They must apprehend that the straits are mined. Since the distance across the Channel can be covered in 6 to 8 hours, 3 hours' notice of their approach would enable every transport to reach safety. To force the straits and enter the Channel with their best ships means the certain loss of units which it is vital to them to preserve if they are ever to fight a general battle. And this sacrifice, with all its hazards, would lead them only into an Anglo-French lake, lined with fortified harbors and infested with torpedo craft, at the end of which lies the Atlantic Ocean and the Grand Fleet, wherever it is, certainly between them and home. If this plan were followed by the Germans, we should mine the Straits of Dover heavily behind them, and leave you to engage them at your convenience. 3. A far more probable German plan would be A. to send a fast division to rush the straits and attack the transports, while at the same time B. making raids on the East Coast to create a diversion. Our dispositions in the channel and its approaches provide fully for A. With regard to B, it is not considered that more than 10,000 men can be spared from Germany at present for raids. Such raid or raids would inconvenience the military arrangements, but the army is ready to meet the raiders if they land. Their lordships would wish to emphasize that it is not part of the Grand Fleet's duty to prevent such raids, but to deal with the enemy's battle fleet. The enemy's older ships will possibly be used to cover either one or more raids. Their main battle fleet may be in rear to support them. They may expect you to come direct to prevent the raid, and therefore may lay one or more lines of mines across your expected course, or use their submarines for the same purpose. Whereas if you approach from an easterly or northeasterly direction, i.e. behind them, you would cut the German battle fleet from its base, the landed raiders from all reinforcements, and you would approach by a path along which the chance of meeting mines would be sensibly reduced. In our view, therefore, you should ignore the raid or raids and work by a circuitous route so as to get between the enemy's fleet, or covering force, and home. It would seem undesirable to come south of latitude 57 degrees until news of a raid has been actually received. And even then, the possibility of the German battle fleet being still in the Heligoland Bight, i.e. behind you, cannot be excluded. This appreciation of the situation is not intended to hamper your discretion to act according to circumstances. The naval dispositions by which the passage of the army was covered have been fully described in the official history of the war and in other service works. The northern approaches to the Straits of Dover were patrolled by cruiser squadrons and by flotillas from Harwich and the Thames. The Straits of Dover were minutely watched by the British and French destroyer flotillas of the Dover Cordon and by the submarine flotillas of Commodore Keyes. Behind these, there was constituted on August 7th the Channel Fleet, comprising 19 battleships of the 5th, 7th, and 8th battle squadrons, now all fully mobilized. This fleet, having assembled under the command of Admiral Birney at Portland, cruised in readiness for battle at the western end of the Channel, at such distances from the Dover Cordon as its commander might judge convenient. The western entrance to the Channel was guarded by other cruiser squadrons. During the first few days of the transportation, no great numbers of troops were crossing the Channel, but from the 12th to the 17th, the bulk of the army was in transit, and the strategic tension reached its climax. Until this period was reached, the Grand Fleet was kept in its northern station and was even permitted to cruise northwards of the Orkneys. But on August 12th, Admiral Jellicoe was directed to re-enter the North Sea and to cruise southward into a position of effective proximity. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, Home Fleets, August 12, 1914. We cannot wholly exclude the chance of an attempt at a landing during this week on a large scale supported by High Sea Fleet. In addition to the possibilities explained in Admiralty Appreciation of Situation sent you 8th, extraordinary silence and inertia of enemy may be prelude to serious enterprises. Our view remains as expressed in Appreciation, and even if larger landing forces were employed, the general principles of action would remain unaltered, except that the urgency of interrupting the landing would, of course, be greater. You ought, however, to be nearer the theater of decisive action, as we originally contemplated, and now that you have shaken off the submarine menace, or as soon as you can do so, it would appear necessary to bring the fleet to the eastward of the Orkneys, passing either north or south of the Shetlands, keeping well out of sight of land and stopping traffic if necessary. Cruiser sweeps to the south and southeast should be made as convenient. Acknowledge this immediately upon receipt. During the 3 days of heaviest transportation, August 15th, 16th, and 17th, the Heligoland Bight was closely blockaded by submarines and destroyers, supported between the Horn Reef and the Dogger Bank by the whole of the Grand Fleet. Thus, battle in open water was offered to the German Navy during the 3 days when their inducements to fight were at their maximum. But except for an occasional submarine, no sign betrayed the existence of the enemy's naval power. All went well. Not a ship was sunk, not a man was drowned. All arrangements worked with the utmost smoothness and punctuality. The Army concentration was completed 3 days in advance of Sir John French's original undertaking to General Lanrezac, and with such secrecy was the whole of this vast operation enshrouded, that on the evening of August 21st, only a few hours before the British cavalry patrols were in contact with the Germans, General von Kluck, commanding the 1st German Army in Belgium, received from the Supreme Command no better information than the following: a landing of British troops at Boulogne and their advance from about Lille must be reckoned with. It is believed that no landing of British troops on a big scale has yet taken place. 3 days later, the whole British Army was fighting the Battle of Mons. The silence at sea was accompanied by a suspense on land. Except for the overrunning and trampling down of Liege and a French raid into Alsace, only the covering troops of the great armies were in contact. There was a long, stifling pause before the breaking of the storm. All over Europe, millions of men, pouring along the roads and railroads, flowing across the Rhine bridges, draining from the farthest provinces of the wide Russian Empire, streaming northwards from southern France and northern Africa, were forming in the immense masses of maneuver or the lines of battle. There was plenty to fill the newspapers, but to those who understood what was coming, the fortnight with which this chapter is concerned seemed oppressed by a deathly hush. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 12, part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. The Battle in France, August 20th to September 6th, 1914. For while the dagger gleamed on high, reeled soul and sense, reeled brain and eye. Scott, The Lady of the Lake, Canto 5 through 16. Germany's choice, prudence or audacity. Her dangerous compromise. The French offensive school. One view of French strategy. Plan 17. Its complete failure. The dispatch of the 6th Division. The morrow of Mons. Fears for the Channel ports. The Lloyd George of Agadir. The British base shifted to Saint-Nazaire. Some expedients. The retreat. A press communiqué. The eve of the Marne. The Russian pressure. Lord Kitchener's journey to Paris. Correspondence with Sir John French. A day on the Aisne. The Sea Flank Project. Lord Kitchener's wise restraint. Prudence and audacity may be alternated, but not mixed. Having gone to war, it is vain to shrink from facing the hazards inseparable from it. At the outset of the war, Germany had a choice between a prudent and an audacious strategy. She could either have fallen, as she did, upon France with her main strength and held off Russia meanwhile, or have fallen upon Russia with ample forces and stood on the defensive against France. If she had taken the second course, she would have said to France and to Europe, "This is an Eastern quarrel. Let us endeavor to limit the area of the conflict. We are going to rescue our ally Austria from Russia. We have no dispute with France. We have no intention of invading French territory. Unless you attack us, we shall not touch you. If you attack us, we shall have to defend ourselves. As for Belgium, it is sacred to us." The German government would then have appealed to England to help to localize the struggle, and a well-meaning effort would most probably have been made with that object. France would therefore have had to choose between deserting her ally and invading Germany in cold blood alone. Neither Belgium nor England would have entered the war. By the winter, the Russian armies would have been torn to pieces in the east, and France brought to a standstill before barbed wire and entrenchments on German soil in the west. France would therefore have appeared the aggressor, who had made a treaty with Russia in order to get back her lost provinces, and then in pursuance of this treaty had flagrantly invaded Germany and had been arrested by the defenders of the fatherland. On the other hand, the moment Russia was beaten, overwhelming German forces could be brought to bear on France. And if in this second stage the Germans had chosen to violate the neutrality of Belgium, Britain, if she had intervened at all, would have intervened divided and too late. All these tremendous political strategic considerations were present in the minds of British ministers, and Mr. Lloyd George in particular would never believe, until the mass invasion of Belgium was an actual fact, that the Germans would be so unwise as to ignore them. Ludendorff, however, tells us that the German General Staff rejected such a plan for one decisive reason, namely, that it involved a long war. This answer seems insufficient. Germany had long and deliberately committed herself to the alternative plan of the invasion of France through Belgium, with the intention of destroying the French armies in a few weeks. This was a decision of extreme hazard and audacity, flying in the face of world opinion, openly assuming the role of the aggressor, committing a hideous wrong against Belgium, incurring probably Belgian resistance and possibly, as they must apprehend, British intervention. But having embarked on such an audacious adventure, the Germans failed to concentrate wholly upon it. In order to secure victory in a few weeks in France before England could develop her strength, they must be prepared to endure serious injuries in the East. The German force opposing Russia was therefore rightly cut down to the absolute minimum. But to carry their plan through in its integrity, more territory should have been yielded to the Russian invaders, and in no circumstances should any reinforcements have been transferred from the west to the eastern front until the decision in the west had been reached. I had throughout the greatest misgivings of an impulsive offensive by the French based, not on calm calculations of numbers, distances, and times, but upon the psychology of the French nation, the best traditions of the French army, the natural élan of the poilu. I knew, of course, that the offensive school held the dominance in France. One could see its reflection in the language of our military men, though these were strongly anchored to modern realities by unpleasant recollections of the Boer War. Without knowing with any certainty or exactness the French plan, I dreaded, whenever I reflected on the problem, an impetuous onset followed by a shattering shock. As between the two nations, France and Germany, it would be natural for the stronger to be left to take the offensive and invade the weaker. 4 or 5 marches from the frontier, the task of the invader becomes very difficult and may be made more difficult still. The defenders have superior communications from flank to flank and from front to rear. They fall back on carefully chosen, well-prepared positions and on ample magazines of munitions and supplies. The invader finds himself in a hostile country, surrounded by spies, with bridges and roads, especially lateral roads, broken and disorganized, and important junctions defended by fortresses still in the hands of the enemy. He is thus forced to deliver the first great battle on ground selected and prepared by his opponent. It is surely at this moment, and after this first shock has been sustained under the best conditions, that the opportunity for the offensive energy of the weaker power presents itself. If the Germans invaded France, it seemed to me in those days that the French would be wise to act as follows. They should entrench themselves conveniently along or near their frontier, constructing a vast system of field fortifications, open and concealed, sham and real, according to every device known at the time, and in these positions they should await the first shock of the Germans. I believed that the Germans did not appreciate the tremendous power of modern weapons, particularly the rifle. I based this on what I had seen of their methods in their maneuvers of 1906 and 1909, and on what I had learned about rifle fire in the South African War. The Germans were the challengers. They were the stronger, but not, in my opinion, strong enough for the continuous storming and reduction of well-fortified positions held by French regular armies or by British troops. I did not, of course, contemplate that the French would dig one uniform line along the whole length of their frontier. They would naturally treat the problem selectively, here resisting with their utmost strength, there allowing the enemy to penetrate and bulge into unpromising country or into some well-considered tactical area, only to be brought up by lines 15 to 20 miles in the rear. They would not hesitate to sell the Germans, piece by piece, a certain amount of ground for disproportionate losses. The universal tactical object to be pursued in this first phase should be to force the Germans to expose themselves in the open to the rifle and artillery fire of well-trained Frenchmen. It would be reasonable to hope that a process of this kind, continued for 3 or 4 days along the whole front, would have resulted in far heavier losses to the Germans than to the French, and that a larger proportion of the German than of the French armies would have been deployed and extended. One hoped in this way to see the French take toll of the manhood of the German nation at the outset of the war, as the British Army did on a small scale at Mons and Le Cateau. This would in no way have excluded tactical action by means of counterattacks wherever opportunities presented themselves. Meanwhile, at least 2/5 of the French armies should have been held back in a great mass of maneuver northeast of Paris. With this mass of maneuver, I hoped the British Army would have been associated. This general disposition should not have been compromised by any effort to proceed to the relief of Belgium, except with cavalry and small detachments to encourage the Belgians and to gain time. I was, of course, firmly persuaded, in common with the British General Staff, that the main German encircling movement would take place through Belgium and would comprise considerable forces west of the Belgian Meuse. I hoped that if this movement eventuated and prolonged itself in great strength, the French would find an opportunity of using the greater part of their armies of maneuver against it after the Germans had been well punished along the whole front. At any rate, that is the sort of way in which I thought then, before the event, and think still, the French command might best have safeguarded the vital interests of France. Very different, however, were the ideas of General Joffre. The famous Plan 17 consisted in a general offensive in an easterly and northeasterly direction by 4 French armies, with the last remaining army in reserve behind their center. It was based upon an ardent faith that the French right would penetrate deeply into Alsace and Lorraine, and an obstinate belief that the French left would be turned by a German movement west of the Meuse through Belgium. Both these calculations were to be completely falsified by the first events of the war. From the very earliest days, it was clear that the views which the British General Staff had consistently held since 1911 of a great German turning movement through Belgium, probably on both sides of the Belgian Meuse, were correct. Why should the Germans, with their eyes open, throw first Belgium and then the British Empire into the scales against them, unless for an operation of supreme magnitude? Besides, there were the evidences of their long preparations, camps, railways, and railway sidings, which the British staff under Sir John French and Sir Henry Wilson had so minutely studied. Lastly, reported with much accuracy from day to day, there came the enormous troop movements on the German right towards and into Belgium on both sides of the Meuse. Before the end of the first week in August, General Lanrezac, the commander of the left French army, the 5th, was raising loud cries of warning and alarm about the menace to his left, and indeed his rear, if he carried out the role assigned to him and attacked as ordered in a northeasterly direction. By the end of the second week, the presence of the accumulating masses of the German right could no longer be denied by the French High Command, and certain measures, tardy and inadequate, were taken to cope with it. Nevertheless, after the raid of a corps and a cavalry division into Alsace on the 13th August, General Joffre began his offensive into Lorraine with the 2 armies of the French right, the center armies conforming a few days later, and up till the evening of the 18th, General Lanrezac and the left French army were still under orders to advance northeast. 3 days later, this same army was defending itself in full battle from an attack from the north and northwest. It had been compelled to make a complete left wheel. The main shock began on the 20th, when the 2 armies of the French right battered themselves in vain against the strongly prepared German defenses. By the 21st, the French center armies were definitely stopped, and by noon on the 23rd, General Lanrezac and the French army of the left were outflanked and beaten. Meanwhile, our small army, thrust hurriedly forward towards Mons to shield the French left, found itself in presence of not less than 4 army corps with numerous cavalry constituting the swinging fist and saber of the German encircling advance. By the evening of the 23rd, Plan 17 had failed in every single element. The French armies of the right were thrown back into France and were entirely occupied in defending themselves. Their armies of the center and the left were in full retreat towards Paris and the south, and the British army, isolated and beset by overwhelming numbers, was in the direst peril of complete destruction. So much for Plan 17. The utmost secrecy had naturally been maintained by the French about their general plan. The existence of their nation was at stake. Neither the British cabinet nor what was left of the War Office were in a position to understand what was passing. I do not know how far Lord Kitchener was specially informed. I think it very improbable that he shared the secrets of the French headquarters to the extent of being able to measure what was happening on the front as a whole. If he shared them, he did not show it by any remark which escaped him. He knew, of course, all there was to be known about the situation of our own army, and a good deal about the forces contiguous to it. As the shock drew near, Prince Louis and I felt it our duty at the Admiralty to free Lord Kitchener's hands in every respect and to bear to the full our burden of responsibility. I therefore wrote to him on the 22nd of August as follows. The Admiralty are confident of their ability to secure this country against invasion or any serious raid. If you wish to send the 6th Division abroad at once, we should not raise any objection from the naval standpoint. The situation, now that both the Navy and the Territorials are mobilized and organized, is entirely different from those which have been discussed in the Invasion Committee of the CID, and if you want to send the last regular division, the First Sea Lord and I are quite ready to agree, and so far as possible to accept responsibility. He replied, It is very doubtful if the division now crossing will get up in time to take part in the battle now impending on the Sambre. As soon as I can, I will let you know about the 6th Division going over. If I send it, we have practically nothing left. Late on the evening of August 23rd, I had a talk with Lord Kitchener. We knew the main battle had been joined and that our men had been fighting all day, but he had received no news. He was darkly hopeful. The map was produced. The dense massing of German divisions west of the Belgian Meuse and curling round the left flank of the Anglo-French line was visible as a broad effect. So was the pivot of Namur, in front of which this whole vast turning movement seemed precariously to be hinged. He had in his mind a great French counterstroke, a thrust at the shoulder, as it were, of the long, straining, encircling arm which should lop it off or cripple it fatally. He said of the Germans, "They are running a grave risk. No one can set limits to what a well-disciplined army can do. But if the French were able to cut in here," he made a vigorous arrow northwest from Namur, "the Germans might easily have a Sedan of their own on a larger scale." I had a pleasing vision of the first phase of Austerlitz, with the Austrians stretching and spreading their left far out to the villages of Telnitz and Sokolnitz, while Napoleon remained crouched for his spring at the Pratzen Plateau. But had France a Napoleon? One had marched through Charleroi 99 years before. Was there another? And were the Germans like the Austrians and Russians of Austerlitz? However, we went anxiously but hopefully to our slumbers. At 7 o'clock the next morning, I was sitting up in bed in Admiralty House, working at my boxes, when the door of my bedroom opened and Lord Kitchener appeared. These were the days before he took to uniform, and my recollection is that he had a bowler hat on his head, which he took off with a hand which also held a slip of paper. He paused in the doorway, and I knew in a flash, and before ever he spoke, that the event had gone wrong. Though his manner was quite calm, his face was different. I had the subconscious feeling that it was distorted and discolored, as if it had been punched with a fist. His eyes rolled more than ever. His voice, too, was hoarse. He looked gigantic. "Bad news," he said heavily, and laid the slip of paper on my bed. I read the telegram. It was from Sir John French. "My troops have been engaged all day with the enemy on a line roughly east and west through Mons. The attack was renewed after dark, but we held our ground tenaciously. I have just received a message from GOC, 5th French Army, that his troops have been driven back, that Namur has fallen, and that he is taking up a line from Maubeuge to Rocroi. I have therefore ordered a retirement to the line Valenciennes-Longueville-Maubeuge, which is being carried out now. It will prove a difficult operation if the enemy remains in contact. I remember your precise instructions as to method and direction of retirement if necessity arises. I think that immediate attention should be directed to the defense of Havre." I did not mind it much till I got to Namur. Namur fallen, Namur taken in a single day, although a French brigade had joined the Belgians in its defense. We were evidently in the presence of new facts and of a new standard of values. If strong fortresses were to melt like wisps of vapor in a morning sun, many judgments would have to be revised. The foundations of thought were quaking. As for the strategic position, it was clear that the encircling arm was not going to be hacked off at the shoulder, but would close in a crushing grip. Where would it stop? What of the naked channel ports? Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne. "Fortify Havre," said Sir John French. One day's general battle, and the sanguine advance and hoped-for counterstroke had been converted into "Fortify Havre." It will be difficult to withdraw the troops if the enemy remains in contact. A disquieting observation. I forget much of what passed between us, but the apparition of Kitchener Agonistes in my doorway will dwell with me as long as I live. It was like seeing old John Bull on the rack. When I met the admirals later, at 10, they were deeply perturbed about these channel ports. They had never taken the War Office view of the superiority of the French army. They saw in this first decisive shock the confirmation of their misgivings. Someone suggested we should at any rate make sure of the Cotentin Peninsula as an ample place of arms, girt on 3 sides by the sea, from which the British armies of the future might proceed to the rescue of France. Fortify Havre, indeed. Already we look to Cherbourg and Saint-Nazaire. British Admiralty to French Admiralty, August 24th, 1914. Admiralty think it most important to naval interests to defend Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne as long as possible. We release Admiral Royer's armored cruiser squadron to cooperate in the land defenses of these 3 places. We will reinforce him, if necessary, with a battle squadron. French flotilla bases and naval stores at Calais and Boulogne can be transferred to Dover, and all preparations for that should be immediately worked out. We wish also to receive without delay French views about land defenses of Dunkirk, Boulogne, Calais, and Havre, and what military prospects are of holding on to all of them. We will, of course, assist in any way in our power. Lastly, we are considering shifting all military stores of British Expeditionary Force, now at Boulogne, to Cherbourg. We wish to know French views on the necessity for this as the result of the present battle becomes more clear. First Lord to Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet, August 24th, 1914. Personal. News from France is disappointing and serious results of battle cannot yet be measured, as it still continues over enormous front. I have had the telegrams about it repeated to you. We have not entered the business without resolve to see it through, and you may be assured that our action will be proportioned to the gravity of the need. I have absolute confidence in final result. No special action is required from you at present, but you should address your mind to a naval situation which may arise where Germans control Calais and French coasts, and what ought to be the position of Grand Fleet in that event. I had not seen the Chancellor of the Exchequer except at cabinets since the fateful Sunday before the war. I had been buried in the Admiralty, and he in the Treasury. I sustained vague general impressions of a tremendous financial crisis, panic, bankruptcies, suspension of the Bank Act, moratoriums, paper money, like a distant tumult. I realized that he, aided by the Lord Chief Justice, Lord Reading, was riding the storm and regaining effective control of events, but I did not attempt to follow and appreciate the remarkable sequence of decisions by which an unprecedented, unimaginable situation was met. Now, however, with this fateful news, I felt intensely the need of contact with him, and I wanted to know how it would strike him and how he would face it. So I walked across the Horse Guards parade and made my way to the tunnel entrance of the Treasury Board room. It must have been about 10 o'clock in the morning, and, as I opened the door, I saw the room was crowded. One of that endless series of conferences with all the great business and financial authorities of Britain, by means of which the corner was turned, was in progress. He saw me at once. I beckoned with my finger, and he came out. We went into a little room scarcely bigger than a cupboard, which adjoined, and I told him what had happened. I was relieved and overjoyed at his response. He was once again the Lord George of Agadir. Not since the morning of the Mansion House speech, 3 years before, had I seen him so strong and resolute for our country, or so sure of its might. First Lord to Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet, August 25th, 1914. British retirement on French frontier successfully and skillfully effected. Army now in strong position, well supported. Our casualties reported not severe considering continued engagement with 2 German corps and 2 cavalry divisions. Enemy was well punished and lost heavily. Main battle has still to be fought. General impression better this morning. Hope all is well with you. Then came the days of retreat. We saw that the French armies of the right were holding their own, but all the center and left was marching southwards towards Paris as fast as possible, while our own 5 divisions were, for several days, plainly in the very jaws of destruction. At the Admiralty, we received requests to shift the base of the whole army from Havre to Saint-Nazaire, and with this complicated business, we had to cope. The process of retreat continued day after day. A seemingly irresistible compulsion was pressing and forcing backwards the brave armies of France. Why should it stop? Would they ever be able to turn? If France could not save herself, nothing could save her. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. The Battle in France, August 20th to September 6th, 1914. Casting about for help in this bitter time, I ventured to make the suggestions which follow, but it was not found possible, in view of all the difficulties, to give effect to them. Mr. Churchill to Lord Kitchener, August 28th, 1914. Here's an idea which deserves examination. The Siberian troops would, if used against Germany and Austria, have to come south at an awkward moment and derange the communications, so I am told. On the other hand, it would probably be easy to send them to Archangel, and it is roughly only 6 days from Archangel to Ostend. If a couple of Russian corps d'armée were transported round this route, it would be possible to strike at the German communications in a very effective manner. It is an interesting idea, though I dare say it would not greatly commend itself to the Russians. Don't trouble to answer. Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey, Lord Kitchener, September 5th, 1914. I hear from many sources of the keen and widespread desire of individual Americans to take part in the war on our side. It has been stated that 50,000 or 60,000 Americans have volunteered, including a number of Virginians. I also hear that wealthy Americans are anxious to subscribe to the equipment of a force. There is no doubt that a large number of American citizens of quality and character are anxious to fight on our side. The value and advantage of such aid cannot be overrated from any point of view. I am ignorant of the law on these subjects, but foreign legions have played their part in many wars. It ought to be possible to organize in Canada an American volunteer force amounting to at least a division, which could go into action as such. Nothing will bring American sympathy along with us so much as American bloodshed in the field. What is wanted now is that there should be an announcement made that we will accept the services of Americans who come to Canada or England and volunteer, that they will be formed into units in which they can serve together with their friends and comrades, that they will be able to choose their own regimental officers, and that the British government will bear the whole expense of equipment and transportation, and that they shall share in every way the perils and fortunes of our troops. I believe there is a source of fighting manhood here of the highest possible quality, whose very employment would produce beneficial reactions in every direction. The problem is how to set up the rallying flag in Canada, and so indicate where those who wish to help us can go to join. WSC. Personally, I was hopeful that the wave of invasion would spend its fury, and as I had indicated in my memorandum of 3 years before, I believed that if the French forces had not been squandered by precipitate action on the frontiers, an opportunity of striking the decisive blow would occur about the 40th day. In order to encourage my colleagues, I reprinted this memorandum and circulated it to the whole Cabinet on September 2nd, pointing out that I had never counted upon a victorious issue at the frontiers, had always expected that the French armies would be driven into retreat by the 20th day, but that, in spite of this, there were good hopes of success. but I had no means of measuring the forces by which this result would be achieved, except by the most general processes. Meanwhile, the impression of an overwhelming disaster was conveyed to England through 100 channels. Newspaper correspondents made their way in the confusion to the very fringe of the German advance. Stragglers by the thousand and even detachments from the British Army appeared in a desperate condition far to its rear and on its flanks. In spite of the censorship, the reports in the papers were alarming, while rumor far exceeded anything that was printed. Acute distress was manifested. In these circumstances, at the request of Lord Kitchener and the Prime Minister, I drafted on Sunday, September 4th, the following communiqué, which was universally accepted as coming from the Army, and I hope and believe gave comfort without concealing the truth. It is now possible to make another general survey, in continuation of that issued on August 30th, of the operations of the British Army during the last week. No new main trial of strength has taken place. There have indeed been battles in various parts of the immense front which in other wars would have been considered operations of the first magnitude, but in this war they are merely the incidents of the strategic withdrawal and contraction of the Allied forces necessitated by the initial shock on the frontiers and in Belgium, and by the enormous strength which the Germans have thrown into the Western theater, while suffering heavily through weakness in the Eastern. The British Expeditionary Army has conformed to the general movement of the French forces and acted in harmony with the strategic conceptions of the French General Staff. Since the battle at Cambrai, Le Cateau, on August 26th, where the British troops successfully guarded the left flank of the whole line of French armies from a deadly turning attack supported by enormous force, the 7th French Army has come into operation on our left, and this, in conjunction with the 5th Army on our right, has greatly taken the strain and pressure off our men. The 5th French Army in particular, on August 29, advanced from the line of the Oise River to meet and counter the German forward movement, and a considerable battle developed to the south of Giza. In this, the 5th French Army gained a marked and solid success, driving back with heavy loss and in disorder 3 German Army corps, the 10th, the Guard, and a reserve corps. It is believed that the commander of the 10th German Corps was among those killed. In spite of this success, however, and all the benefits which flowed from it, the general retirement to the south continued, and the German armies, seeking persistently after the British troops, remained in practically continuous contact with our rear guards. On August 30 and 31, the British covering and delaying troops were frequently engaged, and on September 1st a very vigorous effort was made by the Germans, which brought about a sharp action in the neighborhood of Compiègne. This action was fought principally by the 1st British Cavalry Brigade and the 4th Guards Brigade, and was entirely satisfactory to the British. The German attack, which was most strongly pressed, was not brought to a standstill until much slaughter had been inflicted upon them and until 10 German guns had been captured. The brunt of this creditable affair fell upon the Guards Brigade, who lost in killed and wounded about 300 men. After this engagement, our troops were no longer molested. Wednesday, September 2nd, was the first quiet day they had had since the Battle of Mons on August 23rd. During the whole of this period, marching and fighting had been continuous, and in the whole period the British casualties had amounted, according to the latest estimates, to about 15,000 officers and men. The fighting, having been in open order upon a wide front, with repeated retirements, has led to a large number of officers and men, and even small parties, missing their way and getting separated, and it is known that a very considerable number of those now included in the total will rejoin the colors safely. These losses, though heavy in so small a force, have in no wise affected the spirit of the troops. They do not amount to a third of the losses inflicted by the British force upon the enemy, and the sacrifice required of the army has not been out of proportion to its military achievements. In all, drafts amounting to 19,000 men have reached our army or are approaching them on the line of communications, and advantage is being taken of the 5 quiet days that have passed since the action of September 1st to fill up the gaps and refit and consolidate the units. The British Army is now south of the Marne and is in line with the French forces on the right and left. The latest information about the enemy is that they are neglecting Paris and are marching in a southeasterly direction towards the Marne and towards the left and center of the French line. The 1st German Army is reported to be between La Ferté-sous-Jouarre and Assise-Villefort. The 2nd German Army, after taking Reims, has advanced to Château-Thierry and to the east of that place. The 4th German Army is reported to be marching south on the west of the Argonne between Suippes and Ville-sur-Torba. All these points were reached by the Germans on September 3rd. The 7th German Army has been repulsed by a French corps near D'Ainville. It would therefore appear that the enveloping movement upon the Anglo-French left flank has been abandoned by the Germans, either because it is no longer practicable to continue such a great extension, or because the alternative of a direct attack upon the Allied line is preferred. Whether this change of plan by the Germans is voluntary, or whether it has been enforced upon them by the strategic situation and the great strength of the Allied armies in their front, will be revealed by the course of events. There is no doubt whatever that our men have established a personal ascendancy over the Germans, and that they are conscious of the fact that with anything like even numbers, the result would not be doubtful. At this time, I knew, of course, that another supreme battle was impending. My principal fear was that the French would turn too soon and make their new effort before the German thrust had reached its full extension. I was glad, therefore, to learn on September 3rd that the French government were quitting Paris, as it showed a resolve to treat the capital just as if it were an ordinary tactical feature, to be fought round or through as might be convenient in a purely military sense. It also showed a determination to continue the war whatever might happen to Paris. We were now at the 35th day of mobilization. The Germans must be strung out in their pursuit and far ahead of supplies, munitions, and drafts. The great mass of Paris, with its circle of forts, must either, like a breakwater, divide the oncoming German waves, or by compelling them to pass wholly to the east of it, serve as a secure flank for the French. And at this culminating moment, the Russian pressure began to produce substantial effects. Honor must ever be done to the Tsar and Russian nation for the noble ardor and loyalty with which they hurled themselves into the war. A purely Russian treatment of their military problem would have led the Russian armies into immediate withdrawals from their frontiers until the whole of their vast mobilization was completed. Instead of this, they added to a forward mobilization an impetuous advance not only against Austria, but into Germany. The flower of the Russian army was soon to be cut down in enormous and fearful battles in East Prussia. But the results of their invasion were gathered at the decisive point. The nerve of the German headquarters failed. On August 25th, 2 army corps and a cavalry division of the German right were withdrawn from France. On August 31st, Lord Kitchener was able to telegraph Sir John French. 32 trains of German troops were yesterday reported moving from the western field to meet the Russians. Awful was the responsibility of General Joffre and the French High Command for the decision which must now be taken. To turn too late was to risk the demoralization of the armies. To turn too soon was to court another, and this time a final defeat. And how compute the balance of all the agonies and pressures simultaneously operating and reciprocally interacting, which should determine the dread issue? Whatever the mistakes of the opening phase, however wrong the tactical and strategic conceptions which had induced them, immortal glory crowns the brows of those who gave the fateful signal and lights the bayonets of the heroic armies that obeyed it. On September 6th, being the 37th day of mobilization, all the French armies between Verdun and Paris, together with the British Army and the French forces in Paris and to the north of Paris, turned upon their pursuers and sprang at their throats. The Battle of the Marne had begun. I may now be permitted to descend to a small scale of events and to refer to an incident which has caused both stir and controversy. By the 27th of August, the Cabinet had formed the opinion that great friction had arisen between Sir John French and General Lanrezac, and also between the British and French headquarters. Actually, the difference was with General Lanrezac, who Sir John French considered had not given him due notice of his intention to retire after the battle on the 22nd and 23rd. We were concerned with the apparent intention of the British Army to retire and refit behind the French left. Their losses, so far reported to us, did not exceed 10,000 men. We could not measure the exhaustion of the troops, nor the extent of the disorganization inseparable from continued fighting and retreating. We accordingly decided to send Lord Kitchener at once to see the British and French commanders-in-chief and make sure that nothing that Britain could do should be left undone. If Lord Kitchener had gone in plain clothes, no difficulty would have arisen. But his appearance in Paris in the uniform of a field marshal, senior to the commander-in-chief at that dark and critical moment, wounded and disconcerted Sir John French deeply, and not unnaturally. I labored my utmost to put this right, and to make it clear that the Cabinet, and not Lord Kitchener, were responsible. Admiralty, September 4th, 1914. Mr. Churchill to Sir John French. I have wanted so much to write to you and yet not to bother you with reading letters. Still, I suppose there are moments when you can find the leisure to read a few lines from a friend. The Cabinet was bewildered by your telegram proposing to retire from the line, coming on the top of a casualty list of 6,000, and your reports as to the good spirit of the troops. We feared that you and Joffre might have quarreled, or that something had happened to the army of which we had not been informed. In these circumstances, telegraphing was useless, and a personal consultation was indispensable if further misunderstandings were to be avoided. I am sure it would be wise to have some good officer on your staff, like, say, Major Swinton, who could, without troubling you unduly, give us a clear and complete impression of what is taking place day by day. Our only wish is to sustain and support you. We are at a point where losses will only rouse still further the spirit of the nation, provided they are incurred, as yours have been, in brilliant and successful action. But we ought to be kept in a position to form a true and connected impression of the course of events. For my own part, I am only anxious that you shall be sustained and reinforced in every way, and I look forward confidently to seeing you ere long at the head of 250,000 men, and in the spring of 500,000. I enclose you a paper which I wrote 3 years ago, which seems to have been borne out by the course of events, and which I hope will continue to be confirmed. In case any further difficulties arise, and you think I can be of any use, you have only to send for me, and subject to the naval situation, I could reach you very quickly by motor car or aeroplane. It is hard sitting here day after day with so many friends engaged. The resolution of the nation is splendid. It is a different country to the one you left. God guard you and prosper our arms. France, September 6, 1914. Sir John French to Mr. Churchill. Thank you very much for your kind and encouraging letter. It was a keen pleasure to hear from you and to read your words. I have had a terribly anxious time, and the troops have suffered severely, but they are simply glorious. I think you have heard me say that I would be ready to take on any enemy in Europe half as strong again. I say that more than ever now. I can't find words to say all I think of them. There has been some extraordinary misunderstanding at home as to my relations with General Joffre, the French C&C. We have been on the very best terms all through, and he has spoken most kindly of the help he has received from us. I can't understand what brought Kitchener to Paris. I am writing to you as one of my greatest friends, and I know you'll let me write freely and privately. His visit was really most unfortunate. He took me away from the front to visit him in Paris on a very critical day when I should have been directing the operation most carefully. And I tell you, between ourselves, strictly, that when I returned to my headquarters, I found a very critical situation existing. 8 p.m., and authoritative orders and directions badly needed. It was the day when the Guards and a cavalry brigade were so heavily engaged. I do beg of you, my dear friend, to add one more to all the many great kindnesses you have done me, and stop this interference with field operations. In reply, I sent further explanations which, aided as they were by victory, proved acceptable. Sir John French to Mr. Churchill. General Headquarters, British Forces, September 10th, 1914. Thank you, my dear friend, with all my heart for your truly kind reply to my letter, and also for your previous letter of the 4th. I fear I was a little unreasonable about Kay and his visit, but we have been through a hard time, and perhaps my temper isn't made any better by it. However, as usual, you have poured balm into my wounds, although they may have been only imaginary, and I am deeply grateful. Since I wrote to you last, the whole atmosphere has changed, and for 5 solid days we have been pursuing instead of pursued, and the Germans have had simply hell. This very day we have captured several hundred, cut off a whole lot of transport, and got 10 or 12 guns, and the ground is strewn with dead and wounded Germans. Something like this happened yesterday and the day before, But this is nothing to what they have lost in front of the 5th and 6th French armies, which have been much more strongly opposed. They are indeed fairly on the run, and we are following hard. What a wonderful forecast you made in 1911. I don't remember the paper, but it has turned out almost as you said. I have shown it to a few of my staff. I was afraid of Joffrey's strategy at first, and thought he ought to have taken the offensive much sooner. But he was quite right. I felt it vitally important to my whole structure of thought on this war problem to see for myself with my own eyes what was passing at the front and what were the conditions of this new war, and to have personal contact with Sir John French. Reflection and imagination can only build truly when they are checked point by direct impressions of reality. I believed myself sufficiently instructed to derive an immense refreshment of judgment from a personal investigation without incurring the opposite danger of a distorted view through particular experiences. But it was not until the armies came to a standstill along the line of the Enna that I felt justified in asking Lord Kitchener to allow me to accept the repeated invitations of Sir John French. He gladly gave his permission, and I started the next morning. On the 16th September, the Duke of Westminster drove me from Calais to the British headquarters at La Fère and Tardenois. We made a fairly wide detour as we had no exact information as to where the flanks of the moving armies actually lay, and it was not until nightfall that we fell in with the left flank of the British line. Sir John had all his arrangements ready-made for me, and the next day, between daylight and dark, I was able to traverse the entire British artillery front from the edge of the Cronat Plateau on the right to the outskirts of Soissons on the left. I met everybody I wanted to meet and saw everything that could be seen without unnecessary danger. I lunched with the Greys, then commanded by that fine soldier, Colonel Bulkeley Johnson. I had a long talk with Sir Henry Rawlinson on a haystack from which we could observe the fire of the French artillery near Soissons. I saw for the first time what then seemed the prodigy of a British aeroplane threading its way among the smoke puffs of searching shells. I saw the big black German shells, the coal boxes, and Jack Johnsons, as they were then called, bursting in Pacy village, or among our patient, impassive batteries on the ridge. I climbed to a wooded height beneath which the death-haunted bridge across the Enna was visible. When darkness fell, I saw the horizon lighted with the quick flashing of the cannonade. Such scenes were afterwards to become commonplace, but their first aspect was thrilling. I dined with the young officers of the headquarters staff and met there, for the last time, alas, my brilliant, gallant friend Hugh Donnay. Early next morning I opened with Sir John French the principal business I had to discuss, namely the advantages of disengaging the British Army from its position on the Enna, and its transportation to its natural station on the sea flank in contact with the Navy. I found the Field Marshal in the most complete accord, and I undertook to lay his views before Lord Kitchener and the Prime Minister, who I knew would welcome such a development. I started home immediately and reached London the next morning. Contact with the army was always a great encouragement to everyone who visited France. In the field, in spite of the newly dug graves and hurrying ambulances, there was not the same sense of tragedy as hung around our windows in Whitehall. But I could not share the universal optimism of the staff. It was firmly believed and loudly declared on every side that if all available reinforcements in officers and men were sent to the army without delay, the war would be finished by Christmas. Fierce were the reproaches that the War Office were withholding vitally needed officers, instructors, and material for the purpose of training vast armies that would never be ready in time. I combated these views to the best of my ability, being fully convinced of Lord Kitchener's commanding foresight and wisdom in resisting the temptation to meet the famine of the moment by devouring the seed corn of the future. I repeated the memorable words he had used to the Cabinet that the British Empire must participate in the land war on the greatest scale, and that in no other way could victory be won. Taking a complete survey, I consider now that this prudent withholding from the Army in the field in the face of every appeal and demand, the key men who alone could make the new armies, was the greatest of the services which Lord Kitchener rendered to the nation at this time, and it was a service which no one of lesser authority than he could have performed. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. On the Oceans. Expeditions against the German colonies. The Imperial reinforcements. The Admiralty at full strain. General situation in the outer seas. The price of concentration at home. The Königsberg and the Emden in the Indian Ocean. The convoy system. General situation in the Pacific. British dispositions. Japan declares war on Germany. Overwhelming forces of the Allies. Difficulty of their task. Fox and Geese. Problem of Admiral von Spee. Limitations on his action. Plight of cruisers without bases. Telltale coal. The Admiralty problem. The capture of Samoa. The Great Australasian Convoy. The capture of New Guinea. Depredations of the Emden. Concentration against the Emden. Public dissatisfaction on Admiralty statement. Sailing of the Australasian convoy to Colombo. The Canadians cross the Atlantic. First Imperial concentration complete. On an August morning, behold the curious sight of a British cabinet of respectable Liberal politicians sitting down deliberately and with malice aforethought to plan the seizure of the German colonies in every part of the world. A month before, with what horror and disgust would most of those present have averted their minds from such ideas! But our sea communications depended largely upon the prompt denial of these bases or refuges to the German cruisers. And further, with Belgium already largely overrun by the German armies, everyone felt that we must lose no time in taking hostages for her eventual liberation. Accordingly, with maps and pencils, the whole world was surveyed. 6 separate expeditions were approved in principle and remitted to the staffs for study and execution. An enterprising captain had already on the outbreak of war invaded the German colony of Togoland. We now proposed, in conjunction with the French, to attack the Cameroons, a much more serious undertaking. General Botha had already declared his intention of invading German Southwest Africa. The New Zealand and Australian governments wished at once to seize Samoa and the German possessions in the Pacific. An Anglo-Indian expedition was authorized for the attack of German East Africa. The staff work in preparation for the military side of this last expedition was by no means perfect and resulted in a serious rebuff. The transportation of the expeditionary forces simultaneously in all these different directions, while the seas were still scoured by the German cruisers, threw another set of responsibilities upon the Admiralty. From the middle of September onwards, we began to be at our fullest strain. The great map of the world, which covered one whole wall of the war room, now presented a remarkable appearance. As many as 20 separate enterprises and undertakings dependent entirely upon sea power were proceeding simultaneously in different parts of the globe. Apart from the expeditions set forth above, the enormous business of convoying from all parts of the empire the troops needed for France, and of replacing them in some cases with territorials from home, lay heavy upon us. It was soon to be augmented. It had been easy to set on foot the organization of the 3 naval brigades and other divisional troops for the Royal Naval Division, but at a very early stage I found the creation of the artillery beyond any resources of which I could dispose. We could, and did, order 100 field guns in the United States, but the training, mounting, and equipping of the artillerymen could not and ought not to be undertaken apart from the main preparation of the army. My military staff officer, Major Ollivant, at this stage had a very good idea which provoked immediately far-reaching consequences. He advised me to ask Lord Kitchener for a dozen British batteries from India to form the artillery of the Royal Naval Division, letting India have territorial batteries in exchange. I put this to Lord Kitchener the same afternoon. He seemed tremendously struck by the idea. What would the cabinet say? He asked. If the government of India refused, could the cabinet overrule them? Would they? Would I support him in the matter? And so on. I had to leave that night for the north to visit the fleet, which was lying in Loch Ewe, on the west coast of Scotland. 48 hours later, when I returned, I visited Lord Kitchener and asked him how matters were progressing. He beamed with delight. Not only, he said, am I going to take 12 batteries, but 31, and not only am I going to take batteries, I am going to take battalions. I'm going to take 39 battalions. I'm going to send them territorial divisions instead. 3 territorial divisions. You must get the transports ready at once. After we had gloated over this prospect of succoring our struggling front, I observed that I could now count on the 12 batteries for the Royal Naval Division. Not one, he said. I am going to take them all myself, and he rubbed his hands together with every sign of glee. So the Naval Division was left again in the cold, and had to go forward as infantry only. This new development involved a heavy addition to our convoy work, and the situation in the Indian and Pacific Oceans must now be examined by the reader. When the war began, the Germans had the following cruisers on foreign stations: Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Emden, Nuremberg, Leipzig, China, Königsberg, East Africa and Indian Ocean, Dresden, Karlsruhe, West Indies. All these ships were fast and modern, and every one of them did us serious injury before they were destroyed. There were also several gunboats, Geyer, Planet, Comet, Nusa, and Eber, none of which could be ignored. In addition, we expected that the Germans would try to send to sea upwards of 40 fast-armed merchantmen to prey on commerce. Our arrangements were, however, as has been narrated, successful in preventing all but 5 from leaving harbor. Of these 5, the largest, the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, was sunk by the High Flyer, Captain Buller, on August 26th. The Cap Trafalgar was sunk on September 14th by the British armed merchant cruiser Carmania, Captain Noel Grant, after a brilliant action between these 2 naked ships, and the 3 others took refuge and were interned in neutral harbors some months later. Our dispositions for preventing a cruiser and commerce raider attack upon our trade were from the outset very largely successful, and in the few months with which this volume deals, every one of the enemy's ships was reduced to complete inactivity, sunk, or pinned in port. Nevertheless, it is a fair criticism that we ought to have had more fast cruisers in foreign waters, and in particular that we ought to have matched every one of the German cruisers with a faster ship as it was our intention to do. The Karlsruhe in the West Indies gave a chance to our hunting vessels at the outbreak of war, and the Königsberg in the Indian Ocean was sighted a few days earlier. But our ships were not fast enough to bring the former to action or keep in close contact with the latter till war was declared. As will be seen, nearly every one of these German cruisers took its prey before being caught, not only of merchant ships, but of ships of war. The Scharnhorst and Gneisenau sank the Monmouth and Good Hope. The Königsberg surprised and destroyed the Pegasus, and the Emden sank the Russian cruiser Zemchug and the French destroyer Mosquet. Certainly, they did their duty well. The keynote of all the Admiralty dispositions at the outbreak of war was to be as strong as possible in home waters in order to fight a decisive battle with the whole German Navy. To this end, the foreign stations were cut down to the absolute minimum necessary to face the individual ships abroad in each theater. The fleet was weak in fast light cruisers, and the whole of my administration had been occupied in building as many of them as possible. None of the Arethusa's had, however, yet reached the fleet. We therefore grudged every light cruiser removed from home waters, feeling that the fleet would be tactically incomplete without its sea cavalry. The principle of first things first, and of concentrating in a decisive theater against the enemy's main power, had governed everything, and had led to delay in meeting an important and well-recognized subsidiary requirement. The inconvenience in other parts of the globe had to be faced. It was serious. Nowhere did this inconvenience show itself more than in the Indian Ocean. After being sighted and making off on the 31st of July, the Königsberg became a serious preoccupation on all movements of troops and trade. Another fast German cruiser, the Emden, which on the outbreak of war was on the China station, also appeared in the middle of September in Indian waters, and being handled with enterprise and audacity began to inflict numerous and serious losses upon our mercantile marine. These events produced consequences. By the end of August, we had already collected the bulk of the 7th Division from all the fortresses and garrisons of the Empire. During September, the 2 British Indian divisions, with additional cavalry, in all nearly 50,000 men, were already crossing the Indian Ocean. On top of this came the plans for exchanging practically all the British infantry and artillery in India for territorial batteries and battalions, and the formation of the 27th, 28th, and 29th Divisions of regular troops. The New Zealand contingent must be escorted to Australia, and there, with 25,000 Australians, await convoys to Europe. Meanwhile, the leading troops of the Canadian Army, about 25,000 strong, had to be brought across the Atlantic. All this was, of course, additional to the main situation in the North Sea and to the continued flow of drafts, reinforcements, and supplies across the Channel. Meanwhile, the enemy's fleet remained intact, waiting, as we might think, its moment to strike, and his cruisers continued to prey upon the seas. To strengthen our cruiser forces, we had already armed and commissioned 24 liners as auxiliary cruisers, and had armed defensively 54 merchantmen. Another 40 suitable vessels were in preparation. In order to lighten the strain in the Indian Ocean and to liberate our light cruisers for their proper work of hunting down the enemy, I proposed the employment of our old battleships, Canopus class, as escorts to convoys. Besides employing these old battleships on convoy, we had also at the end of August sent 3 others abroad as rallying points for our cruisers in case a German heavy cruiser should break out. Thus, the Glory was sent to Halifax, the Albion to Gibraltar, and the Canopus to the Cape de Verde station. Naval history afforded numerous good examples of the use of a protective battleship to give security and defensive superiority to a cruiser force, to serve, in fact, as a floating fortress round which the faster vessels could maneuver, and on which they could fall back. These battleships also gave protection to the colliers and supply ships at the various oceanic bases, without which all our cruiser system would have broken down. The reader will see the system further applied as the war advances. At the beginning of September, I decided that the whole convoy system in the Indian Ocean must be put on a regular basis. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Sir Henry Jackson, September 5th, 1914. There is no use in our sending escorts which are weaker than the enemy's ship from which attack is to be apprehended. Armed merchant cruisers can in no case be counted on except as an additional reinforcement. Single troop ships may be escorted by one war vessel, if that vessel is stronger than the Königsberg. No convoys of transports are to go across the Indian Ocean or Red Sea unless escorted by at least 2 war vessels, one of which must be stronger than the Königsberg. In large convoys of over 6 vessels, a third, and in very large convoys, a 4th warship should be added. Military needs must give way to the limitations of escort. 6 ships, including the Fox, are available, and it ought to be possible to organize fortnightly, if not 12-day convoys from Bombay. Commander-in-Chief, East Indies, should be directed to submit, by telegraph, a scheme for such convoys. All transports which may want convoy must be held over till the next is ready. W.S.C. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, September 15th, 1914. In order to accelerate the dispatch of the 3rd Division from India to France and the 7 battalions to German East Africa, it is proposed that the transports now conveying the Territorial Division to Egypt shall go on to Bombay. It has also been decided to exchange 31 batteries of British Indian regular artillery for service in Europe with an equal number of territorial batteries, which are to embark shortly from home. The ships carrying the territorial batteries will also go on to Bombay and be available as additional transport. Please concert these measures with the War Office. It is most important that these double convoys each way should hit off our fortnightly escorts, which are the governing consideration. Pray let me have a scheme showing how all this movement can be fitted in with the greatest speed and smoothness. W.S.C. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Sir Henry Jackson, September 18, 1914. In addition to the 2 divisions now coming from India and the expedition for German East Africa, we must expect the following: A. A 3rd Indian Division. B. 31 batteries of field artillery from India, to be exchanged for an equal amount of territorial artillery from home. C. 39 battalions of British infantry from India, to be exchanged for an equal number of territorial battalions from home. D. As many more Indian troops as India in these circumstances finds it convenient to dispatch. E. Reinforcements to make good wastage of Indian troops in the field. These later movements are not all finally settled and approved, but it is certain that from now till Christmas we shall require to maintain regular fortnightly convoys. We cannot delay till then the work of hunting down Königsberg and Emden by our own fast cruisers, nor can we keep these vessels employed indefinitely on duties for which they are unsuited. It is necessary that 3 old battleships, including Ocean from Gibraltar, should proceed at once to the East Indies station to relieve, as they arrive, first Dartmouth and Chatham, and next Black Prince. Minerva should go on to India with the transports she is now escorting to Egypt, and the East Indies convoy force should be as follows: Suez, 2 Majestics, and Minerva. Bombay, 1 Majestic, Swiftsure, and Fox. These escorts should sail every fortnight to exchange transports at the rendezvous 500 miles east of Aden. Modern ships would be released for other duties as these came on the spot. 2. In the Mediterranean, the French should be asked to supply 4 old battleships and 2 old armored cruisers for convoy duty between Marseille and Port Said, and asked to arrange fortnightly sailings via Malta to fit in with the Indian convoy service. We will escort all transports from England to Malta at times which will enable the French convoys to take them up en route. 3. The force at the Dardanelles must be raised to a strength sufficient to fight the Turco-German fleet. As soon, therefore, as the French escort becomes available, Indomitable should join Indefatigable. Defense should also be ordered there from Malta. Weymouth should come home. The 4 destroyers from the canal should rejoin their flotilla at the Dardanelles. 4. In view of the above, I agree that Fox should remain with the Indian convoy, and that Dartmouth should take the 3 transports to Mombasa, afterwards hunting Königsberg. 5. The whole of this should be coordinated and worked out into a regular timetable of sailings, to which the military must adhere, sending more or less transports, according to their convenience. It must be clearly understood that no intermediate sailings are possible. W.S.C. The position in the Pacific was also complicated. When I went to the Admiralty at the end of 1911, arrangements were made to form the China Squadron of the Defense, the Minotaur, and an armored cruiser of the County class. These two first-named ships were in themselves of very satisfactory disposition against the powerful German armored cruisers, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. They were approximately equal to the Germans in modernity, size, and speed, but of heavier metal, firing a broadside of 2,520 pounds, as against 1,725 pounds of their rivals. But as time passed and the pressure upon us grew more severe, we had in 1913 to bring one of these ships, Defense, back to the Mediterranean. In order to fill the gap with the least possible inroad upon our home strength, Prince Louis being First Sea Lord, we devised a frugal scheme by which the Triumph, one of the two battleships which had been built for and bought from Chile to prevent their falling into Russian hands at the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, was made to serve as a depot ship manned on mobilization from the crews of the river gunboats on the Yangtze and the West River. Her sister, the Swiftsure, shortly afterwards became the flagship in the East Indies. These two ships had the good speed for battleships of their date of 20.1 knots. They carried 4 10-inch and no less than 14 7.5-inch guns. They were not heavily armored, and according to our ideas, they were a compromise between the battleship and the armored cruiser. Differing in conception at many points from the standard types of the Royal Navy, these vessels did not fit homogeneously into any of our battle squadrons, and were conveniently employed on special duties. Without the Triumph, Admiral Durham's squadron, Minotaur and Hampshire, with the light cruiser Yarmouth, would on the outbreak of war have had little or no margin, though the Minotaur was the strongest of all our armored cruisers. But once the Triumph was mobilized, our superiority, except in speed, was overwhelming, and we could afford to see how greater matters went at home before deciding whether to reinforce the China station or not. In the first hours of the crisis, my thoughts had turned to the China station. As early as the 28th of July, I proposed to the First Sea Lord the discreet mobilization of the Triumph and the concentration of the China Squadron upon her, and this was accordingly effected in good time. 5,000 miles to the southward was the Australian Squadron, consisting of the battle cruiser Australia and the two excellent modern light cruisers, Sydney and Melbourne. The Australia by herself could, of course, defeat the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, though by running different ways one of the pair could have escaped destruction. Our last look around the oceans before the fateful signal left us therefore in no immediate anxiety about the Pacific. On the outbreak of war, the French armored cruisers Montcalm and Duplex, and the Russian light cruisers Askold and Zemchug in the Far East, were placed under British command, thus sensibly increasing our predominance. A few days later, an event of the greatest importance occurred. The attitude of Japan towards Germany suddenly became one of fierce menace. No clause in the Anglo-Japanese treaty entitled us to invoke the assistance of Japan. But it became evident before the war had lasted a week that the Japanese nation had not forgotten the circumstances and influences under which they had been forced, at the end of the Chinese War, to quit Port Arthur. they now showed themselves resolved to extirpate all German authority and interests in the Far East. On the 15th, Japan addressed an ultimatum to Germany, demanding within 7 days the unconditional surrender of the German naval base Tsingtao, Kiaochao. Couching this demand in the very phrases in which 19 years before they had been summoned to leave Port Arthur at the instance of Germany. In reply, the German emperor commanded his servants to resist to the end, and here, as almost in every other place where Germans found themselves isolated in the face of overwhelming force, he was obeyed with constancy. The advent of Japan into the war enabled us to use our China squadron to better advantage in other theaters. The Newcastle was ordered across the Pacific, where our 2 old sloops, the Algerine and Shearwater, were in jeopardy from the German light cruiser Leipzig. The Triumph was sent to participate with a small British contingent in the Japanese attack upon the fortress of Tsingtao. General arrangements were made by the British and Japanese Admiralties, whereby responsibility for the whole of the northern Pacific, except the Canadian coast, was assumed by Japan. The table following sets forth the rival forces in the Western Pacific at the outbreak of war. Even without the ships employed by Japan or the great Japanese reserves which lay behind them, the superior strength of the Allies was overwhelming. But the game the 2 sides had to play was by no means as unequal as it looked. It was indeed the old game of fox and geese. The 2 powerful German cruisers, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, with their 2 light cruisers, formed a modern squadron fast and formidable in character. Our battle cruiser, Australia, could catch them and could fight them single-handed. The Minotaur and the Hampshire could just catch them and, as we held, could fight them with good prospects of success. But it would be a hard-fought action. If the Triumph were added to Minotaur and Hampshire, there was no risk at all in the fight, but almost insuperable difficulty in bringing the enemy to action. Among the light cruisers, the Yarmouth, Melbourne, Sydney, and the Japanese Chikuma could both catch and kill Emden or Nuremberg. Of our older light cruisers, Fox and Encounter could have fought Emden or Nuremberg, with a chance of killing or at least of crippling them before being killed, but neither was fast enough to catch them. Our remaining cruisers could only be used in combination with stronger vessels. With our forces aided by 2 French and 2 Russian ships, and by the Japanese to the extent which will be described, the Admiralty had to protect all the expeditions, convoys, and trade in the Pacific. To wit, warships in the Western Pacific, August to October 1914. Battle cruisers. British, Australia. Japanese, Ibuki. Battleships. British, Triumph. Armored cruisers. German, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau. British, Minotaur, Hampshire. French, Montcalm, Duplex. Fast light cruiser. German, Emden, Nuremberg. British, Yarmouth, Melbourne, Sydney, Philomel. Japanese, Chikuma. Older light cruisers. British, Encounter, Pioneer, Pyramus, Psyche. Russian, Askold, Zemchug. Ships on fixed patrolling beats, not available for offensive action. Armed merchant cruisers. Germany, Prince Eitel, Prince Friedrich. Britain, Empress of Asia, Empress of Japan, Empress of Russia, Himalaya. Gunboats. German, Geyer. British, Cadmus, Clio. French, Kersaint, Zélie. The New Zealand convoy to Australia. The Australian and New Zealand convoy from Australia to Europe. The convoy of the British Far Eastern garrisons to Europe. The convoy of Indian troops to relieve our Far Eastern garrisons. The expedition to Samoa. The expedition to New Guinea. All these were in addition to the general trade, which continued uninterruptedly. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. On the Oceans. Admiral von Spee, the German commander in the Pacific, had therefore no lack of objectives. He had only to hide and to strike. The vastness of the Pacific and its multitude of islands offered him their shelter, and once he had vanished, who should say where he would reappear? On the other hand, there were considerable checks on his action and a limit, certain, though indefinite, to the life of his squadron. With the blockade of Tsingtao, he was cut off from his only base on that side of the world. He had no means of docking his ships or executing any serious repairs, whether necessitated by battle or steaming. The wear and tear on modern ships is considerable, and difficulties multiply with every month out of dock. To steam at full speed or at high speed for any length of time on any quest was to use up his life rapidly. He was a cut flower in a vase, fair to see, yet bound to die, and to die very soon if the water was not constantly renewed. Moreover, the process of getting coal was one of extraordinary difficulty and peril. The extensive organization of the Admiralty kept the closest watch in every port on every ton of coal and every likely collier. The purchase of coal and the movement of a collier were telltale traces which might well lay the pursuers on his track. His own safety and his power to embarrass us alike depended upon the uncertainty of his movements. But this uncertainty might be betrayed at any moment by the movement of colliers or by the interception of wireless messages. Yet how could colliers be brought to the necessary rendezvous without wireless messages? There existed in the Pacific only 5 German wireless stations: Yap, Apia, Nauru, Rabaul, Angar, all of which were destroyed by us within 2 months of the outbreak of war. After that, there remained only the wireless on board the German ships, with which it was very dangerous to breathe a word into the ether. Such was the situation of Admiral von Spee. The problem of the Admiralty was also delicate and complex. All our enterprises lay simultaneously under the shadow of a serious potential danger. You could make scare schemes which showed that von Spee might turn up with his whole squadron almost anywhere. On the other hand, we could not possibly be strong enough every day, everywhere, to meet him. We had, therefore, either to balance probabilities and run risks, or reduce our movements and affairs to very narrow limits. Absolute security meant something very like absolute paralysis. Yet fierce would have been the outcry attendant upon either stagnation or disaster. We decided deliberately to carry on our affairs and to take the risk. After all, the oceans were as wide for us as for von Spee. The map of the world in the Admiralty War Room measured 20 feet by 30. Being a seaman's map, its center was filled by the greatest mass of water on the globe. The enormous areas of the Pacific filled upwards of 300 square feet. On this map, the head of an ordinary veil pin represented the full view to be obtained from the masts of a ship on a clear day. There was certainly plenty of room for ships to miss one another. As has been stated, the British China Squadron mobilized and concentrated at Hong Kong, and the Australian Navy at Sydney. Admiral von Spee was at Ponape in the Caroline Islands when Great Britain declared war upon Germany. From Hong Kong and Sydney to Ponape, the distances were each about 2,750 miles. Although Japan had not yet entered the war, the German admiral did not attempt to return to Kiao Chau, as this might have involved immediate battle with the British China Squadron. He proceeded only as far as the Ladrone Islands, German, where the Emden from Kiao Chau, escorting his supply ships, met him on August 12th. He sent the Emden into the Indian Ocean to prey on commerce and turn himself eastwards towards the Marshall Islands. On August 22nd, he detached the Nuremberg to Honolulu to obtain information and send messages, to cut the cable between Canada and New Zealand, and to rejoin him at Christmas Island on September 8th. Here he was in the very center of the Pacific. The Admiralty knew nothing of these movements beyond a report that he was coaling at the Caroline Islands on August 9th. Thereafter, he vanished completely from our view. We could know nothing for certain. The theory of the Admiralty staff, however, endorsed by Sir Henry Jackson, who was making a special and profound study of this theater, was that he would go to the Marshall Islands and thereafter would most probably work across to the west coast of South America, or double the Horn on his way back to Europe. This theory, and the intricate reasoning by which it was supported, proved to be correct. In the main, though we could by no means trust ourselves to it and always expected unpleasant surprises, it was our dominant hypothesis. It is on this basis that the operations in the Pacific should be studied. As early as August 2nd, the New Zealand government, ever in the van of the Empire, had convinced themselves that war was inevitable, and had already made proposals for raising forces and striking at the enemy. The Operations Division of the War Staff proposed in consequence the capture of Samoa and the destruction of the wireless station there, and this was recommended to me by the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff as a feasible operation. By August 8, New Zealand telegraphed that if a naval escort could be furnished, the expedition to attack Samoa could start on August 11th. The staff concurred in this, holding that the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were adequately covered by the Australian squadron. I assented the same day. It was arranged that the expedition should meet the battle-cruiser Australia and the French cruiser Montcalm at or on the way to Noumea. Another expedition from Australia to attack German New Guinea had also been organized by the government of the Commonwealth. The uncertainty about the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau invested all movements in those waters with a certain hazardous delicacy. It was thought, however, that the light cruisers Melbourne and Sydney could convoy the Commonwealth New Guinea expedition northward, keeping inside the Barrier Reef, and that before they came out into open waters, the New Guinea convoy could be joined by Australia and Montcalm, who would by then have completed the escort of the New Zealand expedition to Samoa. We thought it above all things important that these expeditions, once they had landed and taken possession of the German colonies, should be self-sufficing, and that no weak warships should be left in the harbors to support them. Any such vessels, apart from the difficulty of sparing them, would be an easy prey for the two large German cruisers. Samoa was occupied on the 30th of August. The wireless station at Nauru was destroyed on the 10th September. The Australian contingent was picked up by the battle-cruiser Australia on September 9 and arrived at Rabaul safely 2 days later. We had now to provide for the Australian convoy to Europe, which was due to leave Sydney on September 27 for Port Adelaide, where they would be joined by the New Zealand contingent and its own escort, as well as by the Australian fleet, Australia, Sydney, and Melbourne, as soon as they were free from the New Guinea expedition. Our original proposal for the escort of the Australian army was, therefore, Australia, Sydney, and Melbourne, with the small cruisers from New Zealand. To cover the Commonwealth during the absence of all her fleet, it was arranged that the Minotaur, together with the Japanese Ibuki and Chikuma, should come south to New Britain Islands. In the middle of September, the New Zealand contingent was due to sail for Adelaide. The Australia and her consorts were still delayed in New Guinea, where some delay was caused by the German resistance. Great anxiety was felt in New Zealand at the prospect of throwing their contingent across to Australia with no better escort than the two P-class cruisers. They pointed out the dangers from the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which on September 14th had been reported off Samoa. The Admiralty view was that it was most improbable that the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau could know of the contemplated New Zealand expedition, still less of the date of its sailing, that in order to deliver an attack in New Zealand waters they would have to steam far from their coaling bases north of the equator, and would indeed have to be accompanied by their colliers, greatly reducing their speed and hampering their movements. In these circumstances, the Admiralty foresaw but little danger to the New Zealand convoy in the first part of their voyage, were unable to provide further protection for this stage, and expressed the opinion that the risk should be accepted. To this decision, the New Zealand government bowed on September 21, and it was settled that the New Zealand convoy should sail on the 25th. Meanwhile, however, renewed exploits by the Emden in the Bay of Bengal created a natural feeling of alarm in the mind of the New Zealand and Australian public, and without prejudice to our original view, we decided to make arrangements to remove these apprehensions. On the 24th, news arrived that the New Guinea expedition had successfully overcome all opposition, and we then determined on the following change of plans, with respect to Minotaur and Ibuki to go to Wellington and escort the New Zealanders to Adelaide, while Australia and Montcalm, after convoying the auxiliaries and weak warships back from New Guinea to within the shelter of the Barrier Reef, should hunt for the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in the Marshall Islands, whither it seemed probable they were proceeding. This decision altered the composition of the escort of the Australian convoy, and their protection across the Pacific and Indian Oceans was to an important extent confided to a vessel which flew the war flag of Japan. This historic fact should be an additional bond of goodwill among the friendly and allied nations who dwell in the Pacific. Meanwhile, the depredations of the Emden in the Bay of Bengal continued. On the 22nd, she appeared off Madras, bombarded the Burma Company's oil tanks, and threw a few shells into the town before she was driven off by the batteries. This episode, following on the disturbance of the Calcutta-Colombo trade route and the numerous and almost daily sinkings of merchant ships in the Bay of Bengal, created widespread alarm, and on October 1st, I sent the following minute to the First Sea Lord, proposing, inter alia, a concentration on a large scale in Indian waters against the Emden. This concentration would comprise Hampshire, Yarmouth, Sydney, Melbourne, Chikuma, Japan, Zemchug and Askold, Russian, Psyche, Pyramus, and Philomel, a total of 10, and was capable of being fully effective in about a month. October 1st, 1914. Secretary, Chief of Staff, First Sea Lord. 3 transports, empty but fitted for carrying cavalry, are delayed in Calcutta through fear of Emden. This involves delaying transport of artillery and part of a cavalry division from Bombay. The Cabinet took a serious view and pressed for special convoy. Have you any ship? I should be very sorry to interrupt the offensive operations against Emden for the sake of convoying 3 empty transports. I was inclined to recommend that the 3 should put to sea at night with lights out and steer wide of the track. It is 100 to 1 that they would get around safely, and 1,000 to 1 that 2 out of the 3 would get round safely. Let me have your proposals at once. It is clear that the transports have got to go. Now that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have been located in the Society Islands, there is no need for Melbourne and Sydney to remain in Australasian waters. Sydney should immediately be ordered to join Hampshire, Yarmouth, and Chikuma in the Emden hunt, and Melbourne should come there with the Australasian convoy. As soon as Zemchug and Askold have finished with their convoy, they should return and join Hampshire. This will give 7 ships searching for Emden, and avoid the necessity of moving one of the 3 light cruisers now hunting Königsberg. Numbers are everything, and the extirpation of these pests is a most important object. What is the use of Psyche, Pyramus, and Philomel in New Zealand waters after the convoy has started? There is nothing but the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to be considered, and they are sufficiently dealt with by 1. Australia, Montcalm. 2. 1st Japanese Squadron. 3. 2nd Japanese Squadron. On the other hand, these 3 vessels, together with Pioneer, would be good for searching for Emden in company with the faster and more powerful ships. I propose, therefore, that they should accompany the Australian and New Zealand convoys home to Indian waters and should then join up with the 7 cruisers, which will then be under Hampshire in hunting Emden, making a total of 10 vessels available a month from now. The necessary arrangements to enable them, in spite of their limited fuel capacity, to get to Colombo can easily be made. In the event of Emden being captured before this concentration is complete, all these vessels should be sent to assist in the hunt for Königsberg, or conversely, if Königsberg is caught, the 3 light cruisers should turn over to the Emden. It is no use stirring about the oceans with 2 or 3 ships. When we have got cruiser sweeps of 8 or 10 vessels, 10 or 15 miles apart, there will be some good prospect of utilizing information as to the whereabouts of the Emden in such a way as to bring her to action. Such large and decisive measures are much the cheapest and most satisfactory in the end. W.S.C. And again on October 15. Sydney should escort Australasians and thereafter hunt Emden. This shot, as will presently be seen, went home. The press and the public were not in a position to understand all that the Admiralty were doing, nor to appreciate the general results achieved. All they saw at this time was that a few German cruisers were apparently doing whatever they chose upon the oceans and sinking British merchantmen day after day. A great deal of discontent began to make itself heard and felt. I therefore prepared a note for publication in the hopes of placating our critics. October 24, 1914. The Secretary of the Admiralty makes the following statement in regard to the capture and destruction of British merchant ships by German warships. 8 or 9 German cruisers are believed to be at large in the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Oceans. Searching for these vessels and working in concert under the various commanders-in-chief are upwards of 70 British, including Australian, Japanese, French, and Russian cruisers, not including auxiliary cruisers. Among these are a number of the fastest British cruisers. The vast expanses of sea and ocean, and the many thousand islands of the archipelagos, offer an almost infinite choice of movement to the enemy's ships. In spite of every effort to cut off their coal supply, it has hitherto been maintained by one means or another in the face of increasing difficulties. The discovery and destruction of these few enemy cruisers is therefore largely a matter of time, patience, and good luck. The public should have confidence that the commanders-in-chief and the experienced captains serving under them are doing all that is possible and taking the best steps to bring the enemy to action. They have so far been also occupied in very serious and important convoy duty. But this work has somewhat lessened, and the number of searching cruisers is continually augmented. Meanwhile, merchant ships must observe Admiralty instructions, which it is obviously impossible to specify, and use all the precautions which have been suggested. On routes where these instructions have been followed, they have so far proved very effective. On the other hand, where they have been disregarded, captures have been made. The same vastness of sea which has so far enabled the German cruisers to avoid capture will protect the trade. The only alternative to the methods now adopted would be the marshalling of merchantmen in regular convoys at stated intervals. So far it has not been thought necessary to hamper trade by enforcing such a system. The percentage of loss is much less than was reckoned on before the war. Out of 4,000 British ships engaged in foreign trade, only 39 have been sunk by the enemy, or just under 1% in all. The rate of insurance for cargoes, which on the outbreak of war was fixed at 5 guineas per cent, has now been reduced to 2 guineas per cent, without injury to the solvency of the fund. For hulls, as apart from cargoes, the insurance has also been considerably reduced. Between 8,000 and 9,000 foreign voyages have been undertaken to and from United Kingdom ports, less than 5 per thousand of which have been interfered with, and of these losses a large number have been caused by merchant vessels taking everything for granted and proceeding without precautions as if there were no war. On the other hand, the German oversea trade has practically ceased to exist. Nearly all their fast ships, which could have been used as auxiliary cruisers, were promptly penned into neutral harbors or have taken refuge in their own. Among the comparatively few German ships which have put to sea, 133 have been captured, or nearly 4 times the number of those lost by the very large British mercantile marine. In these circumstances, there is no occasion for anxiety and no excuse for complaint. On the contrary, the more fully the facts concerning our oversea trade and its protection by the Royal Navy can be disclosed, and the more attentively they are studied, the greater will be the confidence and satisfaction with which the situation can be viewed. The various changes of plan necessary to meet the natural anxieties of the New Zealand government entailed a delay of 3 weeks in the sailing of the Australian convoy. This, Lord Kitchener declared, made no difference, as they could continue their indispensable training equally well in Australia. By October 25th, when the convoy was about to sail, the rebellion in South Africa introduced another disturbing element. It was decided by the Cabinet on that date to make arrangements for the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps to come via the Cape instead of via the Suez Canal, so as to be available in South Africa if need be. Alternative arrangements of a complicated nature were therefore prepared. On the 30th, however, in view of later advices from South Africa, it was arranged for the whole convoy to proceed together to Colombo, and for the decision about the last part of the route to be delayed until then. The convoy started on November 1 under the escort of the Minotaur, Ibuki, Melbourne, and Sydney. Before they reached Colombo, the Sydney found her quarry, and the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps was more needed in Egypt than at the Cape. But this will appear in its proper place. It remained to carry the Canadian Army across the Atlantic. Upwards of 25,000 volunteers of a very high individual quality, partially trained in Valcartier camp, were embarked in the St. Lawrence in a convoy of 31 ships, to which were added 2 ships carrying the Newfoundland contingent and a British battalion from Bermuda. Rear Admiral Wemyss, with a squadron of light cruisers, was entrusted with the actual duties of escort, but the essential protection of the convoy was secured by far more distant and powerful agencies. All the cruiser squadrons of the Grand Fleet were spread in 2 lines between the coasts of Norway and Scotland to guard against a sortie by the German fast vessels, and the Grand Fleet itself remained at sea in their support to the northward. The North American squadron under Rear Admiral Hornby covered the German merchant cruisers which were lurking in New York Harbor. 2 old battleships, the Glory and the Majestic, were ordered to meet the convoy at a rendezvous well off the beaten track, and Admiral Hornby himself, in the Lancaster, accompanied them the first portion of the route. Lastly, the Princess Royal was detached from the Grand Fleet to meet the convoy in mid-Atlantic and thus guard against any German battlecruiser which might conceivably have slipped through the wide areas patrolled by Sir John Jellicoe. The movements of the Princess Royal were kept secret from everybody, and even the Canadian government, in spite of their natural anxiety, were denied this reassurance. The convoy sailed on October 3rd, and 10 days later safely approached the mouth of the English Channel. The intention had been to disembark the Canadian troops at Portsmouth, where all arrangements had been made for them. But on the very day they were due to arrive, a German submarine was reported off Cherbourg, and another was sighted off the Isle of Wight by the Portsmouth Defence Flotilla. On this we insisted, whatever the military inconvenience, on turning the whole convoy into Plymouth. During October 14, this armada, bearing the first flower of the martial spirit of Canada, was safely berthed in Plymouth Sound. With this event, all the initial movements in the Imperial concentration had been completed. They had comprised the transportation of the equivalent of 5 divisions from India to Europe and their replacement by 3 divisions of territorials from England, the collection of the 7th and 8th Divisions from all the garrisons and fortresses of the British Empire, with consequential replacements from home and from India, the transportation of approximately 2 divisions from Canada to England, and lastly, though this was not finished till December, that of approximately 2 divisions from Australia and New Zealand to Egypt. The effect of this concentration was to add a reinforcement of 5 British regular divisions, 7th, 8th, 27th, 28th, and 29th, and 2 Anglo-Indian divisions to the regular forces immediately available to support the 6 regular divisions with which we had begun the war, raising our army in France by the end of November to approximately 13 divisions of highly trained, long-service troops. In addition, the 4 Canadian and Australian divisions were completing their training in England and Egypt, and were held to be in a more advanced state of preparation than the 10 divisions of territorials which remained in England, or the 24 divisions of the new armies which Lord Kitchener was raising. The whole business of transportation by sea, while all the enemy's cruisers were still at large, had been conducted without accident of any kind, or without the loss of a single ship or a single life. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 14, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ty Lasky. In the Narrow Seas. This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day or night. Now sways it this way, like a mighty sea, forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the self-same sea, forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind. Now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors, breast to breast. Yet neither conquers nor conquered. So is the equal poise of the fell war. Henry VI, Part 3. Action of August 28 in Heligoland Bight. Fate of the German light cruisers. Paralysis of German naval enterprise. The Ostend demonstration. The Royal Naval Air Service. The air situation at the outbreak of war. The Admiralty take charge at home. The Zeppelin menace and the Hornets. Offense, the true defense. Beginning of the Dunkirk guerrilla. Sampson's aeroplanes. The armored cars. First dawn of the tank idea. General Joffre's request. The Omnibus Brigade. An embarrassing responsibility. The sinking of the Aboukir, Hogue, and Cressy. I now have to chronicle a brilliant episode which came at a most timely moment and throughout which we enjoyed the best of good luck. My insistent desire to develop a minor offensive against the Germans in the Heligoland Bight led to conferences with Commodore Tyrwhitt, who commanded the light cruisers and destroyers of the Harwich striking force, and Commodore Keyes, the head of the submarine service, also stationed at Harwich. On August 23rd, Commodore Keyes called personally upon me at the Admiralty with a proposal for a well-organized drive commencing before dawn from inshore close to the enemy's coast. On the 24th, I presided at a meeting in my room between him and Commodore Tyrwhitt and the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff. The plan which the two Commodores then outlined was at once simple and daring. Since the first hours of the war, our submarines had prowled about in the Heligoland Bight. They had now accumulated during a period of 3 weeks accurate information about the dispositions of the enemy. They knew that he was in the habit of keeping a flotilla of destroyers attended by a couple of small cruisers, cruising and patrolling each night to the north of Heligoland, and that these were accustomed to be relieved shortly after daylight by a second flotilla which worked on a much less extended beat. They proposed to take 2 flotillas of our best destroyers and 2 light cruisers from Harwich by night and reach just before dawn a point inside the northern coast of the Heligoland Bight, not far from the island of Sylt. From this point they would make a left-handed scoop inshore, falling upon and chasing back the outcoming flotilla if they met it, and then would all turn together in a long line abreast westward towards home to meet and, if possible, destroy the incoming German flotilla. 6 British submarines in 2 divisions would take part in the operation so as to attack the German heavy ships should they come out, and 2 battle cruisers, the Invincible and New Zealand, then stationed at the Humber, would act as support. Such was in short the plan proposed by these officers and approved by the First Sea Lord. Action was fixed for the 28th. As soon as Sir John Jellicoe was informed of these intentions, he offered to send in further support 3 battle cruisers and 6 light cruisers. He did more. He sent Sir David Beatty. The result was a success which far exceeded the hopes of the Admiralty, and produced results of a far-reaching character upon the whole of the naval war. At dawn on the 28th, Admiral Tyrwhitt's flotillas, led by the Arethusa and Fearless, reached their point of attack and, in the words of Admiral Scheer, broke into the Heligoland Bight. The enemy was taken by surprise. The weather near the land was increasingly misty. The Heligoland batteries came into action, but without effect. The German battleships and battle cruisers could not cross the bar of the outer Jade, owing to the tide, till 1 p.m. Only the German light cruisers on patrol or close at hand in the Elbe or the Ems could come to the aid of their flotillas. A confused, dispersed, and prolonged series of combats ensued between the flotillas and light cruisers, and continued until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During all this time, the British light forces were rampaging about the enemy's most intimate and jealously guarded waters. Very little, however, turned out as had been planned. Owing to a mischance, arising primarily from a fault in Admiralty staff work, the message apprising Commodores Keyes and Tyrwhitt of the presence of Admiral Beatty with his additional battle cruisers and light cruisers did not reach them in time, nor was Admiral Beatty aware of the areas in which the British submarines were working. Several awkward embarrassments followed from this, and might easily have led to disastrous mistakes. However, fortune was steady, and the initial surprise, together with the resolute offensive, carried us safely through. the German light cruisers, precipitately proceeding to the assistance of their flotillas and animated by the hopes of cutting off our own, ran into the British battle cruisers. Admiral Beatty, in spite not only of the risk of mines and submarines, but also, for all he could know, of meeting superior forces, had with extraordinary audacity led his squadron far into the Bight. 2 enemy cruisers, the Ariadne and the Koln, were smashed to pieces by the enormous shells of the Lion and the Princess Royal. A third, the Mainz, was sunk by the light cruisers and destroyers. 3 others, the Frauenlob, Strasbourg, and the Stettin, limped home with many casualties. 1 German destroyer was sunk. The rest, in the confusion and light mist, escaped, though several were injured. The good news trickled into the Admiralty during the day, but for some time we were very anxious about the Arethusa. A feed pipe had been smashed by a shell, and her steaming power was reduced to 7 or 8 knots. However, she returned unmolested to the Thames. Not a single British ship was sunk or, indeed, seriously injured, and our casualties did not exceed 35 killed and about 40 wounded, in spite of the fact that, in the words of the German Lieutenant Tollens, the English ships made the greatest efforts to pick up the survivors. 224 Germans, many desperately wounded, were rescued in circumstances of much danger by Commodore Keyes on the destroyer Lurcher, and brought to England. Considerably more than 1,000 Germans, including the flotilla admiral and the destroyer commodore, perished. A son of Admiral von Tirpitz was among the prisoners. Much more important, however, than these material gains was the effect produced upon the morale of the enemy. The Germans knew nothing of our defective staff work and of the risks we had run. All they saw was that the British did not hesitate to hazard their greatest vessels, as well as their light craft, in the most daring offensive action, and had escaped apparently unscathed. They felt as we should have felt had German destroyers broken into the Solent and their battle cruisers penetrated as far as the Nab. The results of this action were far-reaching. Henceforward, the weight of British naval prestige lay heavy across all German sea enterprise. Upon the Emperor, the impression produced was decisive, thus sheer. The restrictions imposed on the battle fleet were adhered to. And still more explicit, von Tirpitz. August 28th, a day fateful, both in its after-effects and incidental results, for the work of our Navy. The Emperor did not want losses of this sort. Orders were issued by the Emperor, after an audience to Pole, to which I, as usual, was not summoned, to restrict the initiative of the Commander-in-Chief of the North Sea Fleet. The loss of ships was to be avoided. Fleet sallies and any greater undertakings must be approved by His Majesty in advance, etc. On von Tirpitz protesting against this muzzling policy, there sprang up from that day forth an estrangement between the Emperor and myself, which steadily increased. The German Navy was indeed muzzled. Except for furtive movements by individual submarines and mine layers, not a dog stirred from August till November. Meanwhile, our strength, both offensive afloat and defensive in our harbors, was steadily and rapidly increasing. The news of this naval action reached the French and British armies in the dark hour before the dawn of victory, and was everywhere published to the retreating troops. As the German armies pressed forward towards Paris, they turned the back of their right shoulder increasingly towards the sea. The Belgian army, making a sortie from Antwerp, struck towards the German lines of communication and endeavored to hamper and delay the great advance. In order to help the Belgians and to take some pressure off our own hard-pressed army, the Admiralty, in consultation with Lord Kitchener, attempted to make a diversion. A brigade of Marines was disembarked, covered by warships, August 26th, at Ostend in the hopes that it would attract the attention of the enemy and give him the impression that larger forces would follow from the sea. Telegram to Belgian government. 25th of the 8th, 1914. In order to delay southward German advance and to create a diversion favorable to the forward movement of the Belgian army, Admiralty wished to send a brigade of Marines, 3,000 strong, to Ostend at daylight, 26th, covered by battleships and cruisers accompanied by an aeroplane squadron. This brigade will push out reconnaissances to Bruges, Thoreau, and Dixmude, and will remain at Ostend to cover the disembarkation of a larger force should circumstances render that desirable. Do you agree? If so, please send the necessary instructions to your local authorities. Publicity is useful in this case. The impression to be produced is that a considerable British army is landing. Orders to General Aston, 25th of the 8th, 1914. 1. At daylight tomorrow, if circumstances allow, you will disembark such portions of your brigade as have arrived at Ostend and occupy the town. You will push out reconnaissances of cyclists to Bruges, Thoreau, and Dixmude. You will establish yourself at Ostend, forming an entrenched picket line around the town in such a way as to enable you to cover the debarkation of a division of the army. A squadron of aeroplanes will reach you before noon, having previously made an aerial reconnaissance of the country within 30 miles of Ostend. The aeroplanes will be placed under your orders. 2. The object of this movement is to create a diversion favorable to the Belgians, who are advancing from Antwerp, and to threaten the western flank of the German southward advance. It should therefore be ostentatious. You should not advance inland from Ostend without further orders, but some enterprise may be permitted to the patrols. Information about the enemy will be supplied you personally at the Admiralty. The object in view would be fully attained if a considerable force of the enemy were attracted to the coast. You will be re-embarked as soon as this is accomplished. To give further publicity, I announced in the House of Commons that a British force had begun landing at Ostend. The Marines remained on shore for the best part of a week and were then withdrawn. The old battleships and cruisers which covered them were no doubt in more danger from submarines than we thought at the time, but no mishap occurred, nor was there any loss ashore or afloat. There was no means at the time of knowing whether this petty operation exercised any appreciable influence on German movements. We now know that it was certainly a factor. The head of the operations branch of the German General Staff, in his narrative, shows that the news of this landing reached main headquarters on August 30. He says, "One day, countless British troops were said to have landed at Ostend and to be marching on Antwerp. On another, that there were about to be great sorties from Antwerp. Even landings of Russian troops, 80,000 men, at Ostend were mentioned. At Ostend, a great entrenched camp for the English was in preparation. General Dupont, the French director of military intelligence, goes much further and ranks the Belgian sortie as a culminating element in the German decision to make a general retreat, taken on September 10. An unbroken chain of events drew the Admiralty again to the Belgian coast, and to explain this, a digression is necessary. Before the war, the British Air Force was divided into the Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service, the former of which were to be concerned with aeroplanes, and the latter with hydro-aeroplanes, or seaplanes, as I christened them for short. The War Office claimed on behalf of the Royal Flying Corps complete and sole responsibility for the aerial defense of Great Britain. But owing to the difficulties of getting money, they were unable to make any provision for this responsibility, every aeroplane they had being earmarked for the Expeditionary Force. Seeing this, and finding myself able to procure funds by various shifts and devices, I began in 1912 and 1913 to form under the Royal Naval Air Service flights of aeroplanes as well as of seaplanes for the aerial protection of our naval harbors, oil tanks, and vulnerable points, and also for a general strengthening of our exiguous and inadequate aviation. In consequence, I had in my own hand on the eve of the war 50 efficient naval machines, or about 1/3 of the number in possession of the Army. The War Office viewed this development with disfavor and claimed that they alone should be charged with the responsibility for home defense. When asked how they proposed to discharge this duty, they admitted sorrowfully that they had not got the machines and could not get the money. They adhered, however, to the principle. When the war began, the situation foreseen arose. The whole of the military aeroplanes went to France at once with the Expeditionary Force, and not a single squadron or even an effective machine remained to guard British vulnerable points from German aerial attack. The Admiralty was, however, found provided with a respectable force of its own, which immediately took over the protection of our dockyards and patrolled our shores in connection with the Coast Watch. As the Germans overran Belgium and all the Channel ports were exposed, the danger of air attacks upon Great Britain became most serious and real. Zeppelins had already cruised over Antwerp, and it was known that London was in range of the Zeppelin sheds at Dusseldorf and Cologne. To meet this danger, there was nothing except the naval aeroplanes the Admiralty had been able to scrape and smuggle together. On September 3rd, Lord Kitchener asked me in Cabinet whether I would accept, on behalf of the Admiralty, the responsibility for the aerial defense of Great Britain, as the War Office had no means of discharging it. I thereupon undertook to do what was possible with the wholly inadequate resources which were available. There were neither anti-aircraft guns nor searchlights, and though a few improvisations had been made, nearly a year must elapse before the efficient supplies necessary could be forthcoming. Meanwhile, at any moment 6 Zeppelins might arrive to bomb London or, what was more serious, Chatham, Woolwich, or Portsmouth. I rated the Zeppelin much lower as a weapon of war than almost anyone else. I believed that this enormous bladder of combustible and explosive gas would prove to be easily destructible. I was sure the fighting aeroplane, rising lightly laden from its own base, armed with incendiary bullets, would harry, rout, and burn these gaseous monsters. I had proclaimed this opinion to the House of Commons in 1913, using the often-quoted simile of the hornets. I therefore did everything in my power in the years before the war to restrict expenditure upon airships and to concentrate our narrow and stinted resources upon aeroplanes. I confined the naval construction of airships to purely experimental limits, and in April 1915, when the slow progress and inferior quality of our only rigid experimental airship were manifest, I gave orders that it should be scrapped, the plant broken up, and the labor and material devoted to increasing the output of aeroplanes. Had I had my way, no airships would have been built by Great Britain during the war, except the little blimps for teasing submarines. After I left the Admiralty, this policy was reversed, and 40 millions of money were squandered by successive boards in building British Zeppelins, not one of which on any occasion ever rendered any effective fighting service. Meanwhile, the alternative policy of equipping the fleet with aerial observation by flying aeroplanes off warships or off properly constructed carriers lagged pitifully, with the result that at the Battle of Jutland we had no British airships and only one aeroplane in the air. The Hornet theory, at one time so fiercely derided, was, of course, ultimately vindicated by the war. Zeppelins were clawed down in flames from the sky both over land and sea by aeroplanes until they did not dare to come any more. The aeroplane was the means by which the Zeppelin menace was destroyed, and it was virtually the only means, apart from weather and their own weakness, by which Zeppelins were ever destroyed. However, although my thought was perfectly sound in principle, and the policy following from it was unquestionably right, we were not in a position at the beginning of the war to produce effective results. Aeroplane engines were not powerful enough to reach the great heights needed for the attack of Zeppelins in the short time available. Night flying had only just been born. The location of aircraft by sound was unknown. The network of telephones and observation points was non-existent. And here was the danger, certainly real and not easy to measure, literally on top of us. It was easy to order the necessary guns, searchlights, etc., and set on foot the organization which should produce and employ them. But it was no use sitting down and waiting for a year while these preparations were completing. Only offensive action could help us. I decided immediately to strike, by bombing from airplanes, at the Zeppelin sheds wherever these gigantic structures could be found in Germany, and secondly, to prevent the erection of any new Zeppelin sheds in the conquered parts of Belgium or France. Here again, the policy was right. Our resources were, however, feeble and slender. Compared to the terrific developments at the end of the war, they were pitiful. Still, they were all we had, and all that our knowledge of aviation at that time could bestow. Deficiencies in material had to be made good by daring. All honor to the naval airmen, the pioneers of the aerial offensive, who planned and executed in these early months the desperate flights over hostile territory in an element then scarcely known, which resulted in the raids on Dusseldorf and Cologne on the Rhine, Friedrichshafen on Lake Constance, and Cuxhaven in the Heligoland Bight. Altogether, in the first 12 months of the war, 6 Zeppelins were destroyed in the air or in their sheds by the offensive action of a handful of British naval airmen, and few were destroyed by any other agency except accident. In order to strike at the Zeppelin sheds in Germany and to prevent the erection of new ones in Belgium, it was necessary to start from as near the enemy's line as possible. Extracts from my own minutes, principally to Captain Suter, the enterprising and energetic director of the Air Division, give as good an account as any other. September 1st, 1914. Director of Air Division, Chief of Staff. The largest possible force of naval aeroplanes should be stationed in Calais or Dunkirk. Reports have been received, and it is also extremely probable, that the Germans will attempt to attack London and other places by Zeppelin airships, of which it is said a considerable number exist. The close proximity of the French coast to England renders such an attack thoroughly feasible. The proper defense is a thorough and continual search of the country for 70 to 100 miles inland, with a view to marking down any temporary airship bases or airships replenishing before starting to attack. Should such airships be located, they should be immediately attacked. Commander Sampson, with Major Gerard as second in command, will be entrusted with this duty, and the Director of Air Division will take all steps to supply them with the necessary pilots, aeroplanes, and equipment. September 3rd, 1914. Secretary, Director of Air Division, 3rd Sea Lord. Aerial searchlights must immediately be got ready for use in conjunction with the aerial guns. Propose me without delay the quickest means of meeting this need, with estimates of time and money. At least 30 or 40 aerial searchlights are required. Vernon should cooperate. Drastic and energetic action is required. 2. Let me have a return on one sheet of paper showing all anti-aircraft guns, regular or improvised, available afloat and ashore at the present time, and what deliveries may be expected in the next 2 months. Let me have also any suggestions for increasing their number. No one can doubt that aerial attack upon England must be a feature of the near future. September 5th, 1914. Secretary, 1st Sea Lord, 3rd Sea Lord, Chief of Staff, Director of Naval Ordnance, Director of Air Division. There can be no question of defending London by artillery against aerial attack. It is quite impossible to cover so vast an area, and if London, why not every other city? Defense against aircraft by guns is limited absolutely to points of military value. Far more important than London are the vulnerable points in the Medway and at Dover and Portsmouth. Oil tanks, powerhouses, lock gates, magazines, airship sheds all require to have their aerial guns increased in number. Portsmouth in particular requires attention now that enemy's territory has come so near. Aerial searchlights must be provided in connection with every group of guns. But, after all, the great defense against aerial menace is to attack the enemy's aircraft as near as possible to their point of departure. Director of Air Division has already received directions on this. The principle is as follows. A. A strong oversea force of aeroplanes to deny the French and Belgian coasts to the enemy's aircraft, and to attack all Zeppelins and air bases or temporary air bases which it may be sought to establish, and which are in reach. B. We must be in constant telegraphic and telephonic communication with the oversea aeroplane squadrons. We must maintain an intercepting force of aeroplanes and airships at some convenient point within range of a line drawn from Dover to London, and local defense flights at Eastchurch and Calshot. C. A squadron of aeroplanes will be established at Hendon, also in telephonic communication with the other stations, for the purpose of attacking enemy aircraft which may attempt to molest London. Landing grounds must be prepared in all the parks, railings must be removed, and the area marked out by a large white circle by day and by a good system of lighting at night. It is indispensable that airmen of the Hendon flight should be able to fly by night, and their machines must be fitted with the necessary lights and instruments. Agreeably with the above, instructions must be prepared for the guidance of the police, fire brigade, and civil population under aerial bombardment. This will have to be sustained with composure. Arrangements must be concerted with the Home Office and the Office of Works for the extinction of lights upon a well-conceived plan, for the clearance and illumination in the parks, in order that the defending aeroplanes can have freedom of action, etc. End of Chapter 14, Part 1.